¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir. ¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.
Buenos dias and welcome to Gran Canaria. We are here in Las Palmas for the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan. I'm joined by Bo Nixon.
Yeah, super excited to be here, Ollie. What a great day we have. The sun's starting to come out. We've seen the competitors heading down for the first heat, so a great day of action ahead.
It's going to be awesome. We've got the juniors who are going to be in the water first, and yeah, sun's out, swell's looking good. It's going to be building throughout the day, hopefully, and yeah, it's going to be some amazing conditions on offer, and it's going to be fun to see everyone ripping out there.
That's right. Yeah, a few lefts coming through the break here at La Cisse, and we've seen some great action over the last couple of days. It's been a little bit windy, but today the wind has dropped. We have some really nice waves out there coming through. Like we said, the juniors are going to be hitting the water. The junior boys first off. And we've actually been taking a little walk around the athletes' tent and just checking out the boards they've been riding. Yeah,
there's some interesting boards out there. So we've got some different sizes, some different shapes. There's a few, like surprisingly short boards for SUP. But yeah, what we're going to see is going to be I'm guessing like a variety of different sizes and graphs out there, Bo.
That's right. Yeah. Couple of years since actually the surf events on the APP Tour have been running. So first event back, hopefully the level's going to be through the roof. We'll see a lot of progression, a lot of innovation out there today. Bit more of a beach break kind of style wave we'll be looking at, kind of a left point as well. So yeah, lots on offer, lots of opportunities for the riders out there today, and I hope that we see some great action.
Yeah, and like as you were saying, it's been 3 years. So 2019 was the last SUP surf event we had. That was here in Las Palmas at El Oret, where we finished off the final, and yeah, it's amazing to be back here for 2022. And it's who are you excited to see? And
so many people. I mean, just in the junior division, there's just so many names. A couple of juniors from Denmark I've been speaking with over the last couple of days. They're going to have some really tough competition against guys like Kapono Fukuda from Japan, and also Pedro Veiga from Brazil.
Yeah, who's only 11 years old.
Exactly. So, yeah, lots of tough competition. And Zane Sains as well from Hawaii, top seed going into this event.
Nice. And then after the boys, we're going to be running the girls, juniors as well.
That's right, yeah. So exciting to see some of the women from there. We have Annabelle Page from the UK. Exciting to see her competing in this event. And also some women who were competing in the Euro Sup, the European Championship. So it'd be exciting to see those girls competing.
And it's Monday morning over here in Las Palmas. A few people going to work, few surfers out already. There's a lot of people walking, jogging, kind of doing their morning exercise.
Yeah, we can see Taka Inoue and Benoit Carpentier heading out for a surf session. Looks like they're on the longboards practicing for the longboard division at this event, which is, again, amazing to see that they have embraced SUP longboarding. Taka just putting on his leash there.
I can't wait to see that. The last time the APP had that was over in New York.
That's right.
Yeah, so that was in 2019. It's gonna be good to see what kind of maneuvers, what they're up to, see the level of progression as well in a longboard SUP. And
yeah, definitely. Just watching a few of the guys yesterday, even though the conditions were lumpy, bumpy, kind of big out there as well, the longboarders are just hanging 5, hanging 10 through some crazy sections. So yeah, super exciting to see that. As we get the first glimpse at our surf break, so you can see it's a bit of a left point setup. Benoit just punching out through the whitewater. Have you surfed out here before, Ollie?
yeah, so had a fun session out here yesterday. We like kind of on the right of where the left is now, and there's a few different sections to this wave, isn't there, Bo?
Yeah, there definitely is. I had a paddle out there on the left yesterday, and it's pretty sketchy out there. There's actually boils, and there's a couple of rocks on low tide that stick out of the water, and you've got to position yourself right next to that, because just to the side of that's deep water. So you really have to be on the spot to catch your waves. As we see some of our competitors, I think that is the Inoue, one of the sisters, paddling out. Our top seed, Zane, heading down. Give a shaka to the camera.
He's ready. He's been out here practicing.
He has, yeah, ripping as always. He's an exciting grom to watch. I saw a video of him surfing backdoor on a SUP in Hawaii, and he was getting some mean barrels, and he's 17 years old. So this is insane.
And he's from Oahu, so this is that's kind of like his normal playground, right? Like kind of growing up there over there. And
yeah, that's true. For us normal surfers, it's just it seems the next level.
Yeah, there's some different sections. I mean, there's an inside on offer as well. We do have a right-hander, but I guess the main part of La Sisa, or what we're going to be seeing later on, is that left coming through, and then it just gives that option for having like long workable sections.
That's right. Yeah, it was interesting watching this morning that it seemed like the smaller ones were holding up a little bit more, a bit more face to work with, a bit steeper section, while the big ones kind of just went into that deeper water, into that kind of mushy section. So it'd be interesting to see what the competitors are going to do, where they're going to sit, which waves they're going to select.
Yeah.
And on screen, just on screen there, you can see there was that little right-hander that we surfed yesterday, as we see our first heat competitors heading out.
We're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll be joining the action with round 1 of the junior boys.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour madame, ¿es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar, mar y a campo, campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir. ¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más olor a mar, mar y a campo, campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.
Welcome to Las Palmas, Gran Canaria for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. I'm Ollie Russell-Cowan, here with Bo Nixon. Super excited to be, well, opening the event. It's a Monday morning here in Gran Canaria. A little bit cloudy, sun's going to be popping through soon. We're in the north of the island. Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria.
Yeah.
Bo, how are you feeling about the conditions today?
Good. I mean, yeah, like we were saying before, the conditions on offer look really fun. You can see here, this is La Cicera, one of the surf breaks in Gran Canaria. We've got a few of the free surfers down the beach there. That is a bit of a right-hander, bit of a left as well. Pretty punchy beach break, actually. But the main contest area is going to be straight out in front of where we are sitting in the event site, which is a left-hand point break, and here it is. So you can see some of our competitors there getting some practice in before the event kicks off this morning.
There's some fairly long rides coming through on offer at the back, right?
There are.
Predominantly the left, but there are some, you know, you get the occasional right as well off here.
That's true, yeah. The right kind of goes into the rock wall, which sticks out, and the competitors paddle out through there, a bit of deep water, make it easy for them. But yeah, we'll see if length of ride comes into it and if they get the sections on offer, but ideally I think the competitors are looking for those big outside turns to be able to get the scores. But we do see a few of the longboard sup surfers catching a few waves. As we hear the beach announcer clearing the area for the free surfers. And this is going to be the junior boys. Heat number 1, round number 1.
25-minute heats.
25-minute heats, that's correct. And here we go. The lineup for round 1, heat 1. Junior boys under 18. Zane Sainz will be in the red. Pedro Veiga from Brazil. Andrew Noel from France. And Vince Duchno. Now he is actually a local surfer, but from
Fuerteventura, based over in Corralejo, over there in the capital of Fuerte.
So yeah, hopefully he makes a few trips over here, maybe a bit of local knowledge for the break.
And he's a bit of an all-rounder, kind of depending on the conditions over in Fuerteventura. I mean, there's a lot of options in the Canaries. gets a bit of wind, so it's great for windsurfing, for kiting, foiling, sup, surf, boarding, you name it. We're in the water sports paradise over here.
That's amazing. You'll see a lot of these athletes doing all those sports as well.
And almost cross-training, would you say? Like, depending on those conditions and sort of what the day is offering.
Definitely. Whatever the conditions throw at you, you have to have a board or some equipment for those conditions. So, be it windy, downwinder, foiling, winging, however you want to play it. And then when there's waves, you hit the waves.
Yeah.
Go surf. So we see, looks like we've made a start. Looks like competitors are getting into position.
Is Zane?
He's taking the right out here today. First turn off the top. You can see it is a little bit slow out there. Competitors, I think, just finding their feet for this first heat. There is a repechage round, so there's no elimination in this first round. First place will go straight through to the semi-finals.
Just good to get, one or two off the board early. Kind of shake off the cobwebs and kind of...
Totally agree. The first wave back, 3 years. There we go for the APP World Tour, SUP surfing.
It's good to be back. I mean, unfortunately, due to the situation with COVID, did have to cancel his Zane up again.
Yeah, he's staying busy. The start of this heat. Nice little turn under the lip there.
If it close that section, it's going to get around it. No.
But committing himself to those outside turns. You can see that was a bigger set there. It's closing out across the bay.
But by you thinking that kind of like the smaller ones, sort of rolling off a little bit more, huh? Or off that.
Definitely. So on screen here, just on the left side there, those smaller ones hug the reef a little bit better. And they kind of stand up a bit more. But obviously judges do look for bigger waves and bigger sections, more critical sections. So if you can get a big one and get one nice turn, they may be scoring quite well.
There's Vince up. What's he seen?
Yeah, so taking a paddle in here. This will be Vince's first wave. Nice little turn. Using that paddle to get some speed. Switching it over now. Lovely cutback. See Vince with quite a nice wide stance. Really great for stability.
Properly using the paddle. That was one thing that, it's just such an advantage out there. Propelling through those flat sections and really kind of engaging the paddle into the water to propel you forward, huh?
Yeah, we were speaking with the head judge, David, yesterday, and he was saying how much competitors do need to use the paddle. Like you said, getting that speed. With speed, you can pretty much do anything on a wave, so no matter what turn. But using that paddle during a turn is going to be critical for the athletes to be judged highly.
Mm.
So I've seen Zane and Vince catch some waves to begin with. Just waiting for Andrew and Pedro to catch their first waves. As we see Andrew here.
Andre is up. Nice turn, back into the pocket. Little snap again.
It's a great first wave there. I mean, these are junior boys, Ollie. What I'm seeing here is just such high level already from these guys. And a lot of these, I think all of these competitors are actually going to be in the men's trials event. So we could see them ending up in the pro event for the men. And really, maybe even have a bit of a run-in with the top pros, which would be great. Great experience for these guys.
We do have a few days during the waiting period, so we're just, depending on what the conditions are going to be like, we'll see when we're going to be running running the trials, running the men's pro and the women's. And it would be pretty good to see some of the juniors getting through the trials and getting into the main event.
Yeah, there are a couple of big names in the trials event as well. Leonica, Italian surfer, living in Portugal now.
Great drone shot here of La Sisa. Right in front, you got the Plaza de la Musica, where they have like opera and various kind of music festivals right in front. Here on the groin is where we're hopefully on the other side is El Loret. The right point was up and riding now. It's Pedro.
That's right. Pedro, his first wave. Just coming unstuck on the top turn there. About 11 years old. Wow. I mean, it's so good to see the young kids getting into SUP surfing. It was always a thing that was, when it first began SUP surfing, it was always the older generation coming from longboarding, getting into it that way. The surfers were always kind of a bit hesitant to start, but it's so good. The last few years has just been a really big influx of junior kids. And it's great that the APP is giving them the opportunity to perform on the world stage.
And definitely in Brazil, there's a bit of a scene, like where Pedro's from, huh?
Yeah, definitely. As we see, this is Andrew. Oh, just not making it around that section. But you can see there was steep sections, there's some slow sections, so just timing those turns correctly. As we see that one just breaking a little bit wide for the competitors. Does look like Pedro's taking a look.
And Las Palmas, the capital here. Some amazing spots on offer along this north coast.
Yeah, my first time here. All I've heard about is these waves, these elusive waves that hopefully when the swell does hit later this week we'll be able to get a glimpse of. But yeah, from what I've heard is some incredible surf spots around here. Not far to travel either from Europe if you do live in Europe.
Yeah. So coming from the continent, from Portugal, 2 hours only. Coming from the UK, what's 3?
Yeah, just over 3-hour flight, and you're in warm weather. It's not bad at all.
Pretty good for a winter sun destination. 22 degrees out here in the morning, Monday morning in Las Palmas.
Yeah, you can see the athletes wearing wetsuits, some wearing board shorts. Bit of a mix of what people are wearing out there. I was in board shorts yesterday. You were in board shorts as well, Ollie.
I was just in boardies. It was a bit windier yesterday. I kind of felt it, but it was okay. I was just stoked to be out in warmer water, to be honest.
Exactly, as you see Zane paddling here for a wave. Taking off the left, switching the paddle for his bottom turn. Nice top turn there. So Zane riding for Blue Planet. They're based on Oahu in Hawaii. So that wave just flattening out a bit, but you can see he's just linking it up with this inside. Again, nice paddle switch off the top on the inside. If he finishes off, probably one of the better waves we've seen.
That was a great looking wave. So the guys just warming up out there.
Yeah, getting a few waves under the belt.
I'd say it's definitely looking a bit cleaner than it has been, and
It's a competitor in the next heat.
he's stoked.
Very stoked.
Looking forward to getting out here for Heat 2.
I think that is Kapono Fukuda from Japan. He is definitely one to watch out for. Been seeing him surfing out here the last couple of days. one of the only guys that have been out there in the gnarly conditions that we had, windy, kind of really bumpy, and big waves as well. So he was ripping. So it'd be great to see him out here and some more cleaner waves. The guys just finding their way around the lineup. We could see them moving a lot at the start here, and I think they're just trying to figure out their position for the start of this event.
And how was it out there, Bo, yesterday when you were out on the left?
It was tricky. I paddled out there with Kupono from Japan. He was already out there and he was getting so many more waves than I was. But like I said, it's just to the left of screen there is a really kind of shallow rock shelf, and it sucks up. You can kind of see all the sand in the water there just being churned up from the waves. And there's these boils, and on the low tide the rocks are sticking out of the water. You got to position yourself right next to that rock to be able to get onto these waves, or else it's just a really slow and mushy.
And what are we likely to see with that tide changing during the day? It's kind of filling in a bit more, and
yeah, I think what we'll see is the waves maybe moving toward the inside a bit more. Bit of a smaller swell today, so those waves on the outside, especially on the high tide, probably aren't going to be as good as the ones that are running on the inside on that shallower reef. We'll definitely see competitors. Hopefully they've been out here practicing and watching the conditions, because it does really come down to, it's a wave catching contest. These guys are at a high level. All of them surf really well. If you're on the right waves, you're going to get through.
And what sort of tactics would they position themselves out there in the lineup? I mean, they would have been scoping it out, obviously, yesterday, before we started this morning.
Yeah, they would have been looking at where the waves are breaking. Obviously, today is a bit smaller as well, so it's a bit different to the last couple of days. Maybe their positioning's changed a bit, so competitors getting down here early. As we see Pedro here, getting a little wave.
And we had a little look around the competitor area, checking out his board. What's he riding?
I love that. I thought it was a shortboard sitting in the corner. It's a 5'11" sup, and that is just crazy. Under 6 foot, but I guess he's 11 years old. He's a tiny little kid.
And here we are. This is the competitors' zone, getting ready.
That's right. There we go. A few of our Japanese competitors giving us
Hey
a
guys.
wave. Yeah. There we go. Showing us a T-shirt. Let's get a 2022 APP SUP surfing.
You.
Very cool. So that is the Inoue family. Taka, Gaidi, and Sakura. Looking forward to seeing the girls competing in the junior event later today. Our Danish contingent, Tobias, Noah. As we pan across, you can see all the competitors' boards laid out. So you could probably just hear that we are making a start for the Round 1 Heat 1 Junior Boys APP World Tour event here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Ollie, great to be here for the start of this event. How are you feeling?
It's amazing to be here. Amazing to be back. 3 years since we haven't been here. 2019 was the last time that we were in Gran Canaria for the Pro Am, and it's pretty fitting to be back here in Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria. We got some pretty good waves on offer. It's going to be sort of building during the week, and today we've got the round 1, heat 1 of the boys under 18 SUP, and then we're going to have the girls come after that.
Yeah, the junior girls will be up after that. In this heat, in red is Sainz from Hawaii. In white, Pedro Veiga from Brazil. In blue, we have Andrew Noel from France. And in the yellow, Vince Dushno from Spain.
So they're all sitting out there, Bo. Can you kind of explain to us a bit about that with the...
Yeah, I mean, definitely rules have been changing, different rules for different organisations as well, but we were speaking with APP World Tour CEO Tristan Boxford about the rules in this event. Competitors are allowed to sit on their board if they are waiting for a wave. However, they're not allowed to move while they are sitting down, so they can't use their paddle to position themselves, they can't use their hands. They have to just be sitting on the board, and then when they do want to catch a wave or want to move around, they have to be up and standing, and you have to be up and standing as you're paddling out to the break, as we see Pedro on his stomach at the moment. So there is a 5 paddle rule as well if you are on your stomach, so you are allowed to do 5 paddles with your hands before standing up, and that's mostly just for when you are in the impact zone. But you'll see competitors now standing up, positioning themselves as Pedro jumps over a wave there.
They're seeing something coming up here.
Looks like they're just out of position for this one. You can see a bit of a left, bit of a right here, which is nice, so a bit of opportunity for the competitors.
And there's going to be 4 in the heat for the first 2 rounds, and then there'll be a repetake rounds after that.
That's right, yep. So first place will go straight through to the semi-finals for the juniors, and second, third and fourth will go to a repechage round. So no elimination to start with, so competitors just feeling it out there today. We'll see how far through we get the event today, and if we do run those repechage rounds. And the competitors again just waiting for waves to come through. Pedro's just making his way out. Hasn't missed anything yet. He did catch a wave just before the heat started, so we saw him paddling out. Looks like he's not missing out on anything, which is always a good thing, but it does increase the heart rate a little bit, just to think, I'm not in position. As we are down to 21 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this first heat. Competitors making a move, positioning a little bit. You can see these wider ones coming through, Ollie. You know what direction the swell is?
Yeah, it's sort of coming in. It's like slightly northeast, kind of hitting the northern part of where we are in Las Palmas in the north of the island. And with that building swell during the week, we're going to see things light up on all the spots out here.
All the spots. Pedro. First wave of the heat. Yeah, big to get a start.
Just fizzled out on him a little bit.
Yeah, it did fizzle out a bit. But you can see Pedro looks like he was sitting on the inside a little bit. So, again, a bit of strategy playing into where the competitors are positioning themselves. On the outside, that is Vince paddling. It's for a right-hander. Oh, went up for a big re-entry there, but just got caught as he was coming down.
Bit tricky, getting hung up on the lip there a little bit.
Yeah, it's really you got to time your turn really well out there today. Zane is paddling for a wave, and Zane looks like he's looking for those inside ones that do run a little bit better. We saw just in that pre-heat warm-up there that he was getting a few of the ones that had a bit more of a steeper face, able to offer up some bigger turns.
So we do have some points in. So Vince with 1.5, Pedro 1.17. Feel good to get off the mark though.
Yeah, definitely. Shake the nerves. But yeah, just really marginal scores to start with. They'll be definitely looking to improve on that. As we come down to 19 minutes left in the heat. 25 minutes is a good amount of time to be able to get a few waves out there. Maybe wait for some sets. The Zane's going to take off late on this one. Just gets caught by the white water.
Just kind of looking for the reform there.
Yeah, it's a smart move too, because there are some great waves coming through on the inside. But then again, we've seen some great waves do on the outside, so competitors just figuring out where they're going to sit.
They would have been thinking about their strategy before, where they're going to sit. Are they going to be looking for that inside bank, or are they going to be going outside? And the outside at the moment kind of seems to have more on offer.
Definitely. Definitely does. But it's hard when competitors are making these strategies. What you got to think about what the other competitors are going to do as well. And you can always get sucked into their game and their strategy and paddle along with them, and a bit of positioning as well.
You can see Las Palmas in the distance there, and the islands far away from there. You've got Fuerteventura behind the mountains over there.
So where actually are we, Ollie, on a map?
So the Canary Islands is technically we're in Europe, but geographically I would say it's more Africa. It's close. Like you can get to Morocco from Fuerteventura in 4 hours on a boat. So we're a couple of 100 miles away from the African coast, and it's super close flying distance to like continental Europe. You can go from the mainland from the UK 2 or 3 hours to get here. Get out of the cold. Get to Las Palmas.
Yeah, and watch all the SUP surfing action as we see Vince
Vince
here.
is up.
So Vince taking one to the left here, switching the paddle nicely. That first cut back. You can see it's just slowing down a little bit. Is he going to be able to get a reform? He's looking for it. That's definitely going to be one of the highest scoring waves of the heat so far. See Vince riding an Indiana paddle boards. They're a Swiss brand.
Okay.
They make a lot of inflatable boards, foil boards, and obviously SUP surfboards as well.
We have Pedro. The nice clean wall. Unfortunately, just coming off there at the top.
Like I said there, Ollie, really clean cutback. That start was really on rail, slicing through the water, but just caught a rail as he turned back. It looks like he's on his bigger board. I noticed that 511 we were speaking about earlier was quite colourful, so it looks like he's taking his bigger board out. Maybe that's to do with the conditions.
Maybe. And that's what the judges are going to be looking for. They're going to be looking for more rail-to-rail surfing out here.
Yeah, definitely need to apply some power, speed, flow. Definitely the main components of the judging criteria. And use of that paddle, as we spoke about earlier, Ollie.
And not necessarily having to use it on every single turn or every maneuver, but just using it to their advantage.
Yeah, as the head judge David said, amplifying their turns using the paddle. So making their turns look bigger, more powerful. As we do see Vince's last wave. 3.33.
And then Vince with a 4.83.
As we just see Zane there waiting patiently for a wave. And Andrew as well.
Still to get on the board. But we got some time. We got 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this first heat.
Yeah, plenty of time. Really short paddle out for these competitors as well when they do catch a wave. Really nice deep channel next to them. So catch a wave, get into the channel, paddle back out nice and easy. As these competitors are just... Seems a bit of a lull out there at the moment. Making their way back in. Maybe the wind pushing them out a little bit further.
There's a bit of current as well out there. So, yeah, yesterday I was just getting sucked back out. So they're going to be they're going to be wary of that, making sure that they're keeping their position.
Yeah, a lot of water moving out there. Especially across those kind of reefs at the back there. There's quite a few reefs that stick out, and wherever they occur, you get a lot of water movement. So these competitors sitting next to one of those reefs, as we see Vince looking like a nice wave shaping up here. Taking off. Can he get up to
right?
the... Yeah. See, it looks like his front foot was just a little far forward on that turn. There we go. Nice recovery for that second turn. And again, sliding the tail on the inside. So Vince really starting to have a couple of scores now that come through that are going to put him out into the lead. Or he is in the lead at the moment. But increasing that scoreline for sure with that wave.
He's going to be happy with that.
Zane just found a little wave. It didn't really eventuate into anything.
So Zane up.
Trying to get a power. Trying to look for this start.
What's he
Open his
saying?
account. So this is one of those inside waves that stand up a little bit. So you just a little turn off the top. Nice little foam climb there.
That's good.
Another one as well. They're tricky to do on your backhand. Obviously competitors using that paddle as well for balance.
He'll be pleased to get off the mark there.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely pleased to get the first wave under the belt. We'll see what that score comes in as shortly. This competitor in the next heat. That is 2-1. Pajot. Here we go.
Andrew.
Good size wave out the back there. Just can't get around that section though. And this is what we'll see is that as that swell comes in, we've got some sets that come through that break a bit wider, and if you can't get around that first section, end up getting caught on that inside there.
So just over 10 minutes on the clock remaining in this heat.
As we see one of the ferries out in the horizon there. So that goes inter-island between the
There's
Canaries.
an inter-island ferry. Not sure if that one's heading to Morocco.
Good beat.
But yeah, the ferries are leaving every day from the islands, interconnecting ferry. Been on the ferry over from Fuerteventura to Lanzarote. Takes about an hour to get over there, and a lot of waves on offer.
Yeah,
Could head over
tons
to
of waves,
Lanza,
yeah.
Fuerte, and Gran Canaria, Las Palmas, the capital, the joint capital with Santa Cruz, Tenerife of the Canary Islands. I'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for the Gran Canaria Pro Am, Cabildo de Gran Canaria, Turismo de Gran Canaria, Instituto Insular de Deportes, Gobierno de Canarias, Más Palomas, Costa Canaria, Ayuntamiento de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, Instituto Municipal de Deportes.
Ollie, I'm so glad you speak Spanish.
It's a little bit rusty.
That was pretty amazing pronunciations there, but roughly translated, that is we've got the government of Gran Canaria really helping support this event.
The council. And we're on the city sightseeing bus. The fun bus, the Wawa bus, right in front And we've got the judges here with us, Bo.
Yeah, judges up on
This is
top.
it's our home
It is our home.
for the week.
Open top bus, warm weather in Las Palmas, not too bad. But you called it the Wawa?
The Wawa.
What's the Wawa all about? We'll come
What do we
back to
got
the
here?
Wawa as we see Zane taking off. He kind of faded right to get the left. Nice turn off the top on that first one, and then the second little bounce. We'll see Zane coming through to the inside as it stands up again on the inside section. Nice in the pocket. Just can't hold on to it though. The judges, he was a bit frustrated at that one, but he knows finishing off the wave is definitely what the judges are looking for as well.
So the Wawa.
The Wawa, yeah.
Canarian slang for bus. Autobus in Spanish. Wawa for all the locals here.
Wawa, I love it.
I had no idea what that was when I first heard it. And someone said they're going to jump on the Wawa. Didn't know what they were talking about. Had to ask them.
You definitely
It was
mistake the
confusing.
Wawa. Yes, very confusing.
Now when I say it on mainland Spain, they don't know what I'm talking about. But over here in the Canaries, that's what it's all about. And it's easy to get around the island as well on the bus.
Yeah, so we got a replay here of Vince. That first turn there. And really switching the paddle on there for his second little turn. So good use of the paddle there. As we see live action here, this is Andrew in the blue. Oh, nice carve.
Cutting back around Vince.
Andrew looking left, looking right. What's this wave going to do? It doesn't offer anything else up for him, but nice first turn. Probably one of the more committed turns we've seen. As we do have scores dropping for competitors last waves. Zane in red. He had a 4.33 to start with. So starting off with the highest wave score of the heat.
It's a good looking wave. We know he was a bit disappointed with the last turn, but it's an alright score nonetheless for first ride. Still got time. There's 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
So as we hit that 5 minute mark, you'll see the next heat paddling out. So a 5 minute paddle out for competitors. Obviously need to steer clear of competitors in the water. As all competitors had a wave then, so paddling back out.
Pedro a bit further over to the left there.
So a Japanese competitor in white, Kabono Fukuda, riding a Sonofa board. Probably the same size as my shortboard, Ollie.
I wouldn't mind taking it for a surf. There's a shortboard.
But strong Japanese contingent in this event. Great to see a lot of surfers coming out of Japan. We saw they did well at the ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Games just recently. That took home one of the top spots in the country medals is Pedro Veiga from Brazil. Just getting some speed through this flat section, see what he can do on the inside. As we see, Zane has taken the lead.
Yeah, with this third ride, a 4.17. So he's like pushing him above Vince. Is Vince up now?
Yeah, Vince holding on to that second spot currently, so he wants to improve these situations to make it harder for the other competitors to get him. But, as we said before, only first place does go through to the semi-finals. But Vince, some nice turns. Really staying busy on that wave. And Zane here finishing off a ride. We'll hopefully get a replay on that run because it looked like quite a nice wave he had. So coming down to 3 minutes 45 seconds as we do have a replay here from Zane. Ollie, take it away.
So on the left's kind of walling up. So taking that back into the pocket. Dodging Pedro.
Oh, just dodged Pedro.
It's close.
Yeah, very close. Oh, live action.
That was a nice turn
really
from
nice
Andrew.
turn. Laying on the paddle, using that paddle. Look at that power
Yeah.
he's putting into that turn as well. That was a nice wave, Ollie. I'm going to say that that's going to be probably one of the best surf waves of this event so far.
Really shifting on the hill. Kind of going back a bit on the tail pad there. Ripping it around.
Yeah. So all these competitors, although these competitors are on smaller boards, they're kind of, it's the same ratio that we'd probably use or the competitors would be using. So tiny boards, but still they need to apply that power to it to really get it moving. But you can see Andrew there really leading on the paddle. So we'll see how that situation does change.
So Vince is staying busy out there.
Here we go, the replay.
So how's this replay, Bo?
Yeah, you can see leaning on that paddle all the way back to the whitewater. Critical section. But these last two turns were really controlled. Throwing a bit of spray. I'd say
Right to the end, Hurt.
right
Just
to
kind
the
of
end.
looking
I'd say
for
Andrew
what it has
probably
on offer.
spending a bit of time with Benoit Carpentier, one of the best French sup surfers we have. And as we do see the leaderboard change, Andrew has moved up into first place. His last score was a 5.67.
So 9.4.
Yeah, so that's pushed
On
Zane
turn
down to
12.
second. So at the moment with 1 minute 31 on the clock, Andrew's going to progress through to the semi-finals at the moment, but we'll see. Zane and Vince sitting at the back.
It's not over until that horn goes.
It's exactly right, exactly right. You can get ahead of yourself. So Vince seeing which competitor is going to try and take this wave. Pedro wants to try. They know the time is ticking down.
Coming off there, a little bit bumpy.
Oh, Andrew again. So this is these inside waves. He's finding them. It's playing a smart game. So from the start of the heat, Andrew didn't really catch a wave for quite a long time.
Just biding his time, huh?
Yeah,
Just waiting for the good ones.
that's right.
So sussing out the lineup.
Exactly. Replay here. Andrew's last wave. Nice little turn at the start. Just a single turn on that wave.
We're going to be counting down now. 17 seconds. Is there anything left?
Vince is paddling for a little one, but I don't think it's going to eventuate into anything. As we count down.
2, 1. And that's it. Andre Noir taking the win. Zane in second. Vince Dury in third. And Pedro Velga coming in fourth.
As we'll go to a short commercial break, we'll be back with heat number 2, round number 1 of the junior under 18 boys.
¿Sí? Puedo cruzar la isla caminando.
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Buenos dias. Good morning. Welcome to Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. We are here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. And in the water, we have round 1, heat 2. We've got Noah Stender in red, Kapono Fukaido from Japan in 2. In white, and we got Taiton Pugnot in blue, and Tobias Ernest in yellow. Had a great first heat, Bo.
Really good first heat. We saw Andrew Noel taking the win for the first heat in the junior boys. So he's heading straight through to the semi-finals. The other competitors will be in the repechage round. But if you guys want to follow along at home with the scores, jump onto Live Heats, search for APP World Tour, and you'll be able to follow along with all the scores.
You can also join us on Facebook Live on the APP World Tour Facebook page. Get your comments in. Be great to hear from people at home where you're watching from.
Yeah, any fun
Who you're
facts
rooting
that you
for.
have? Yeah, exactly. So this heat we see 2 Danish competitors. We have Titouan from France, Capono from Japan. Zane coming in from his first heat. He took second place in that heat, so we'll see him again in the repechage round. But showing some promise. Just getting his feet in the wax, or the deck grip, as we'd say on a sup.
Yeah. It pretty much decks top to bottom on the subwoods.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them are. A lot of people do use wax. Just depends. If you get a custom, it's hard to get a pad on. If you may as well just put some wax on. As we see Kapono Fukuda. Now Kapono's been surfing out here the last couple of days. He looks like he's got a bit more of a knowledge of these waves on the first one. Nice roundhouse. Oh, that front foot just slipped.
Taking off on a right.
That's primarily a left out here that we've seen the last few
Yeah.
days with the bigger swell, but obviously with that smaller swell today, the waves reforming for a right-hander on the inside. So natural footers and goofy footers, they get their pick of lefts and rights, which is great. I think it's good to have a peak on tour and take a pick. A lot of the waves, such as the one around the corner, El Lorette, is going to be a right-hand point break. We may see the competition moving there later in the event period.
The Titouan in blue up and riding.
Nice off the top. Conditions still a little bumpy out there. You can see that texture on the water. Bit of wind around, not too much wind, a lot less than the last few days.
So Kapono, his first score coming in, the 4.5.
That's a nice high score for just that one turn, Ollie, at the back. One big roundhouse cutback and then slipping off on that second turn. So judges really liking that commitment.
It's just showing that commitment, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Just putting it all on rail on that first turn. It's really the section that has the most commitment, because if you do fall off, you're going to lose the rest of the scoring potential for the wave. So put a big turn in there and you're on your way to a good score.
So Noah looking at this one, kind of backing off a bit. 20 minutes on the clock.
Capono up again. Surfing with a lot of speed. So he's getting down nice and low during his turns. Great to see if you got another turn on the outside on that wave. Bouncing that board. God, he made a lot of speed
Really
through
just
that.
Getting through that flat section, huh?
Vertically in the whitewater.
Using the paddle for all it's worth. Just pumping through. What's he got here? Little tap off the top.
Right to the beach. You little claim. Love it.
Capone's happy with that one.
Capono was one of the athletes to watch out for at this event, and he's just proved that then and there. These competitors standing up to paddle out, as Tobias has had a wave. So just falling off there. Didn't look like he got the wave he really wanted from that one.
And La Sisa, where we are, I mean, there's a couple of options here. So they do have the left, they've got the right as well. Got the inside section, they've got the outside.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for everyone.
Certainly different to when we go around the corner later on during the event for El Loret.
Exactly.
We've got that advantage of being mobile here. In the Wawa, in the fun bus, we can just get up and go a couple of 100 meters around the point. Just left of the screen then.
Ollie.
So Capono.
Capono. He's just dropped an 8.17 for that last ride. So that's the first excellent score we've seen of this event so far. As Noah Stender, first wave, opening his account. Lovely cutback. Noah showing a lot of control.
Nice. Cutting back in. He's trying to use the paddle, see what the left has to offer.
So he could have reformed on the inside, but Noah, one of our Danish surfers. He won the under 18 Danish Sup Surf National Championship. You see the replay. So nice cutback back to the whitewater. Using that paddle. Noah's definitely been in the racing scene a bit more recently, and then he's starting to switch it up back to the surfing. So good to see him here for this event. As we do see a competitor that did look like Noah again on the inside.
Just coming off the pad there.
So Noah's last wave there, 3.83 just dropping from the judges.
Paddling out the impact zone. They are allowed to do that till they get time to get on their feet.
Yeah. The 5 paddle rule. As we see a replay from Noah. A couple of cutbacks there on the inside. Yeah. Oh, and he lost it on that second one. As we do see a couple of competitors looking to catch some waves there, but
And Compono with a 12.67. Leading the charge here.
yeah, one
With a
excellent
massive
score.
second score. In that excellent range. It's going to be interesting. Going to be tough to see if they can
Yeah, see if
get
anyone
back
can
in
match
there.
it.
Bit of a wave coming in now.
Yeah, competitors moving to try and get this little one. Looks like Tituan is in the right position for it. Nice off the top. So opting to go on the right, just fading out a little bit, but he's trying to get onto that. That's the amazing thing about the paddle, Ollie, is you can get through these sections.
Which you could never do.
on a
on a
short
stand-up.
board. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
Even with the old classic Huntington hop or the shuffle to try and get into that little inside section, it's pretty tricky out there. And that was one big thing I was noticing yesterday, being out in the lineup, the speed that you can generate with the paddle across those flat sections. Even getting out to the back, paddling, I was getting pretty jealous. I was just floating around, sitting on my board, watching the stand-up surfers out there, practicing for today and for the upcoming heats, getting ready. Capono, looking at this right. There's a nice little section here. What's he going to do? Jams it off the top. Little
good cockroach at the end there.
laid back lie down floater.
Loving it. I think that turn before that last one
That
was
turn
a
was
nice one.
sick.
You can see it just does that reform on the inside. That's right on the shoreline there. So these are good, 150 yards, paddle back out.
So this is it. This is a replay. Component go left. And then it just reforms. It's kind of almost these wally inside sections seem to offer a little bit more vertical. And then just slamming it off the top there.
Lovely.
I'm not sure if he's going to get extra points for the laid out.
So that wave from Capono was a 6.07. So that it really extends his lead. All competitors are in a combination situation.
So taking Capono to a 14.24. Noah Stender in second, red with a 7.86. And Tituan with a 4.63, and Tobias with a 1.5.
As the junior girls are preparing for their first round heat. Exciting to see the women getting out there today. There's Tobias from Denmark. Just got a little bit too tall there on the inside. You can see you really got to bend those knees when the conditions are a bit bumpy like this. If you straighten those legs, you will be falling off. Noah.
Cut back there. Sort of looking to see if that right was going to do anything for him. Decided to pull off.
As we've seen the waves from Capono, it just looks like he's found those waves that do reform on the inside. So maybe the other competitors are thinking maybe they could try and see if their waves are going to reform. One of our pro competitors, that is Wellington Race from Brazil. A favourite for this event.
2019 champ out here at the Gran Canaria Pro Am, being crowned round the corner in Eldoret. Here we have Noah. He's looking for a bit of a foam climb there, and
looks like he just got to it a little bit late.
So Tituan and Capono seeing something here.
Yeah, Tituan making a little line toward the peak of this wave. See what this one has to offer. It is going to stand up for him. Off the top.
It's a nice bottom turn there.
He really drew that bottom turn out. I was not too impressed that wave didn't reform.
And the conditions today, Bo, 4 to 5 foot, 13-second period, fairly light winds. Still pretty early here in Las Palmas. I got just under 10 minutes to go. round 1, heat 2. Noah up and out. It's not really up to much that wave. It's kind of really coming in with the junior girls next up.
That is Marina Luwaza. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. We'll get proper pronunciation from that as we see Capono really working this left.
2 beautiful turns there by Capona. And another one. Just coming back into the pocket, really using that whole wave. Coming out, fading back into it. So inside, sort of walling up again.
I lost count how many turns he did on that wave, but
A solid 5 turns there from Capona.
kept very busy.
With a
He's
smile
happy
on
with
his
that.
face right at the end of the dismount. He's definitely happy with that one.
We've got a replay already. Perfect.
Bo, take it away for the replay.
Great turn at the start with a bit of a flat section, but you can see him really compressing there for that cutback. He's really just waiting for this wave to stand up as it did on the inside, so just getting some work done with cutbacks on the outside. And he decides to go left this time to stick with it for the reform. And he knows it's going to stand up for him. And this is where it gets a bit steeper. He's able to open up.
And the versatility with the paddle. In noticing that when they're like positioning themselves, the different turns.
Yeah, switching it over from side to side. When you do switch the paddle over, it just allows for that rotation in the chest. So coming from that surfing background, want to point your chest where you want to go. So crossing it over to sup surfing as we see one of our Japanese competitors.
Just keeping an eye out.
Yeah,
Of La Sisa.
that is Taka in a way. He'll be cheering on his sisters competing in the junior girls coming up.
The siblings from Japan.
Yeah. Probably
All
not-
round water men and women, huh?
Yeah, incredible. Longboard, shortboard, sup, aerials, 360s.
Yeah.
They could do it all.
Noah. What's he got here?
Just mistiming his turns at the moment. It is tricky out there. I found it really hard yesterday out there, Ollie, just timing turns and getting it right. These competitors need to spend a bit of time in the water here.
Yeah. Capona taking his lead to 15. And Noah in second position with 7.86. Tituan up and riding. Is this right going to have an offer?
Little top turn. Here we go, standing up. Nice turn from Tituan.
Some good waves coming in now. And Noah behind him, just taking off there.
Set a maximum, but we didn't set a maximum.
Tituan's still going on this one, but just can't stick that last turn.
I think it's okay. Free, open.
I think his legs were burning on that one. That was a long ride.
Nico.
But yeah, Capona Fukuda stretching out his lead there. That last wave score coming in as a 6.83.
5 minutes, 27 seconds left. In the second heat. The Tobias here. Just fizzling out on him that wave. Be keeping an eye out. Trying to improve on a 2.4.
Oh, just see
That's
Capona
Capona just
casually
slashing it
doing a
up,
vertical
casually throwing spray there. And here we go back into that inside section. Just jams it off the top there.
Just such a nice wave that he caught there. Showcasing some great surfing already, and what we've got to look forward to as the event progresses. We'll get a replay of that wave from Capono here. Just setting it up. You see that vertical snap. He's just taking this one through.
Fading back in, knowing that it's going to wall up on that inside right. This is section here. Beautiful tag off the top, and then the finishing off section. Boom.
Lovely control.
Really nice.
Like you said, just him knowing that, just that intuition of a kid that's under 18 who knows
And
which waves are going to be good. That is just such a good sign of a great competitive surfer.
Just really reading the waves, precisely knowing where it's going to, almost where it's going to wall up, looking down the line.
Like I had said, he's spent a lot of time out here the last couple of days. Every time I look out, he seems like
He's in the water again. You can't get him out of the water.
There's Noah there just hitting the eject button on the top turn. Bit of a closeout wave. But still, those big one-turn waves, they can score well if it's done in the critical section. With a lot of power.
The judges be looking for aggression in the turns. Huh?
Yeah, making sure they use that paddle to maximize that turn.
So 3 minutes remaining. Capono in the lead with 15. Titouan 8.4. Noah with a 7.86. And Tobias the 2.4. Titouan just having a bit of a breakout there.
Fun fact, Ollie, Noah Stender and Tobias Ernst, both from Denmark, both live in the same town, both go to the same school, and are in the same class together.
In the same class.
How cool is that?
The banter between those two going on in school.
Yeah,
They'd just be talking about, what they're going to get up to. Oh, where are you guys? What are you doing on the weekend? Oh, I'm going off to Gran Canaria. There's Noah. Just coming unglued there.
Yeah, those two boys traveling together for this event. Here with Noah's dad, Thomas, who I met yesterday. They're really excited to be here. Their first time to Gran Canaria. We see Tobias here taking the left. Just trying to make something work for the inside, but getting all of that work done on the outside sections. Noah here. Trying to use that paddle, but the wave just not cooperating there.
Oh, nice. Back in, then just backed off a little bit that wave at the end.
And Capono's extended his lead again, Ollie. With another excellent scoring wave, an 8.23 for that inside right that we saw. A couple of vertical turns. Finished it off with
fire out
control.
there. First thing in the morning, 16.4 on the board.
He's definitely a morning person.
Yeah. Up and straight into it.
Capono again. Just a bit of a victory lap here as we counting down from coming down to 30 seconds left remaining. As he finds another inside.
Loves that section.
A little aerial there, a little airdrop floater. He's very happy with his performance today.
He's going to be coming in now. 18 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, happy with his performance there. Gaining this one out.
2-1. And that's it. for round 1, heat 2.
Yeah. Yeah, junior boys showcasing what they've got out there today. As we'll head to another commercial break, and we'll be back with the junior girls under 18.
¿Playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí. ¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Buenos dias. Welcome to Gran Canaria. We are here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We're in the Wawa, the fun bus. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan, joined by Bo Nixon, former SUP athlete.
Yeah, great to be back for action.
How good is it to
APP
be
World
back,
Tour.
mate?
It's amazing to be back, seeing some of the best junior surfers in the water in the world. So super excited. We do have the junior girls under 18 round 1 heat 1 heading out.
We've got Marina Lorenza, Kaida Inoue, and Tefan Maliad.
Yeah, so girls in the first heat, they're out there ready for a start. Just taking it easy. Look pretty chilled out there.
Just waiting. It's a bit of tactics there, huh, with the stand-up. Or allowed to sit down, as long as you're not moving, right, Bo?
That's right, yeah. Again, contradicting what we're saying on screen at the moment. But I guess the heat has not started yet, so we are waiting for a start for this heat.
And some great scores coming in from the previous heat. Round 1, heat 2 of the juniors with Capono. Excellent scoring range.
Yeah, he comboed the whole field with those scores.
It's going to be awesome to see what the girls are going to be doing in this heat. They would have been watching the boys, taking some notes, having a look at what's on offer on those waves, looking at that left and the outside section, but also the scoreability of that inside right that Capono was just dominating. Those last hits that he was completely dominating.
Finding those inside rides, getting the highest scores on the inside section, just because of that speed, power, flow, commitment to the wave.
And showing some pretty progressive turns out there on the insides, throwing some spray, letting that tail loose. Here we got the Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria, the joint capital of the Canaries, which it shares with Santa Cruz in Tenerife.
That's a
The
fun
biggest
fact.
yeah, the majority of the population of Gran Canaria live in Las Palmas. It's the biggest city in the Canary Islands, and it's got some cracking waves on offer. Over on the north of the island, there's spots to the west, to the east. We're at La Sierra. Right in front of us, we've got the mobile bus, the Wawa, giving us the opportunity to pop round to the corner to the right, El Loret. And you can see in the distance, I did have a little look when we first arrived to see what waves were on offer down there. Some great spots. And up and riding. Marina. Looking at this right.
So yeah, kind of maybe following the footsteps of Capono there, just looking for those sneaky rights that do reform.
Picking the right ones though, they're not all walling up. Some of them are fizzling out a little bit.
Yeah, they do fizzle out. Some just hit the deep water and let those bigger waves run a bit further. That's no extender there from the heat previous.
He's a big junior, 6'3". When he popped into the athlete zone, I felt tiny.
Me too. One of the Great Danes. Yeah, no, on the racing scene as well. You can see with that build, he must have some power behind him. So Marina with her first wave, 2.33, getting a start. This is the junior girls heat 1, round 1. We'll see another heat after this with a couple of girls.
She had a good result at ISA over in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, really good result. Yeah, a lot of these
Traveling
competitors.
together with her brothers. Really close family unit. And like we saw yesterday, always in the water.
Yeah, Katie got a second at the ISA World Paddleboard and Sup Games.
She would have been stoked with that.
Absolutely stoked.
I just
Definitely.
wanted to build on that momentum here in Las Palmas.
For sure, and she was up against some big names, and again, she's just a junior as well.
17 years old. You can see with these boards, a little bit submerged in the water.
You know, that it can actually offer a bit more stability when the boards are just under the water. On top of the water, it can feel all the bumps if you do have a high volume board. But sitting just underneath, you can get that sweet spot of stability. Water wraps around the rails and doesn't allow the board to move too much. As you do see red, that was Marina just on a right-hander there. And Tiffane going left. That wave just hitting that deep water. As she looks to get back out the back, position herself again for another wave.
And Marina on the scoreboard with a 2.33. Getting a campaign up and running. And Caída yet to score yet. Tiffane with a 1.43. That last ride. Should be happy too. Just to kind of feel it out. We got 20 minutes remaining. Plenty of time.
So Tiffane actually the European champion for the under 18 women's. So good to see a European champ over here competing on the world stage for a world title in the junior division. So all these competitors having prior experience. Marina actually placed 4th in the Pan Am Games, Pan American Games for sup surfing.
So should be used to competing with Kaida.
Yes, exactly. As we see,
There's a friendly vibe though. On land,
yeah,
everything's pretty chill, and in the water.
yeah, it's competitive, but the sup surfing is never super aggro, as you might get from, say, competitive shortboarders, where like on land it's kind of alright, and then when you get in the water, it's game on.
Tiffane having a little look at that one, but just deciding against it.
See her positioning in the lineup too, Ollie. She's sitting inside a little bit.
Maybe looking for the inside. Whereas Mariana and Gaida outside on the left. Now here we go. Tiffane. Off the bottom to top. What's this wave going to do?
Looks like it's
Just
going
looking
to
down the line
stand
there.
up. Yeah. Is she going to keep going on this one? Can't quite get onto that reform. But has the right idea of positioning herself really well out there.
Some nice couple of turns there.
Competing out here. So the competitors just waiting, a bit of a lull in the action. And the scores have just come through for Tiffane's second ride. That was a 4.67, so she's out in the lead with a 4.67 and a 1.43. Definitely looking to improve on that 1.43, as we do see a Japanese surfer, Katie. Big turn for opening wave. And will she get another one? No, but that was great commitment to that first section. Oh, as we see Marina just coming unstuck on that wave. But that was a great glimpse into what Katie has to bring to this event. They recently spent some time in Portugal with the APP World Tour media. Great waves and exploring the country.
Where do they head? Where do they go to? I mean, so many waves.
The base for APP World Tour is in Adistera. As we do see a late takeoff there from Marina in the whitewater. Just that wave didn't offer anything.
Close to my adopted home of Cascais.
That's right, Ollie's moved to Portugal.
3 years.
3 years there currently.
Yeah.
You been enjoying it?
I've been loving it.
What's there to love?
Very, very consistent surf. Pretty much guaranteed waves around the Ericeira region, Cascais in the north, Sintra, Guincho.
Don't give too much away.
I won't say too much, but the focus on where we are, Las Palmas. I mean, the waves here, and the warm water, and just being out. I mean, a few different like decisions whether people they're in shorties, they're in board shorts, some just in thermal kind of vests.
Yeah, you can see Marita here, just opting for the swimsuit with a nice turn. Oh, and she just lost it there on that second one.
Just on the end.
Looks like she's just taking a second to reset. Get her head back in the game. These competitors are paddling back out.
Stefanik in the lead. A 6.1. Okay, there in the way in second in white with a 3.5. Marina with a 3.33. Still plenty of time though, Bo. 14 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time for these competitors to get a ton more waves, as we saw in that last heat. Competitors taking a lot of waves. But we do see Red jumping into the lead with her last wave. We came in at a 3.83. Alongside her 2.33 puts her in just into the lead, ahead of Tiffany.
She's been keeping busy out there.
As we bring you some great drone footage of the competitors and also of the city of Las Palmas. Just getting caught on the inside there. It's really tricky to position yourself in the right spot out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of shifty a little bit. There's some currents out there.
Yeah, a lot of water moving.
Kind of getting sucked into that, like, the middle section a bit of La Sisa. Molletos off the wall here. But plenty of waves on offer.
And plenty more waves coming too from the forecast, Ollie.
I'm excited, Bo.
Oh,
What's to come?
I think
Things
we're all
are gonna
excited.
They're gonna heat up. The period is it's just growing. I mean, it's like 13-second period at the moment. It's gonna be it almost gets up to like 17, 18 seconds. Jumps up to about 6 foot. But today, Monday morning at Las Palmas. A lot of people out and about as well.
There's the whole kind of seafront along here. A lot of people out running, walking, doing some exercise on the beach. Lots of surf lessons happening. Yep. Surfers out there. It's definitely a happening city. The competitors just finding it a bit tricky to get out the back through that set.
They could paddle out here in the channel. Kind of dodge the wide ones coming through.
Exactly, but it looks like we have missed a wave there from Katie in white. Hopefully we get a replay of that because she has just jumped straight up into the lead.
With an 11.5 with that.
Yeah, she locked in at 8.0 for her previous ride. So we'll get to that
into
soon.
The excellent range.
Stefan is just finding the edge of this left, bringing it back into the reform, which is going to stand up again for her.
Nice little turn back into the pocket there. Just using the paddle to get in. To generate a bit of speed to get through this flat section. So all the way into the shore there. Opting for that paddle just to get through the impact zone, get past the whitewater.
Yeah, competitors allowed a few paddles before they need to stand up, but they do need to be standing as they do paddle out through to the lineup. As we are going to get a replay.
Here we go. Let's see what she got.
Oh.
Nice little layback top turn there.
So this was that first wave she caught, which was a 3.5. So we're just trying to look for the replay of Katie's wave. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you shortly.
shout out to our partners and sponsors for the event. The Gobierno de Canarias, the Instituto Insular de Deportes, Turismo de Gran Canaria, Cabildo de Gran Canaria, Instituto Municipal de Deportes, and of course the WAWA, the city sightseeing tour bus which we're on and reporting from. We're here with the judges. 7 Island Film, Domingo Alonso Comerciales, and Poema del Mar. Big community kind of feel here. The city of Las Palmas getting fully behind the event and APP, and just a proper showcase of the amazing waves on offer here in Las Palmas.
And what a place to have it, right in the city.
Right in the city, on the doorstep.
Lots
La
of foot
Cesta.
traffic. Yeah, lots of foot traffic coming through. We're right next to the biggest shopping centre in the Canary Islands, is that correct?
It is.
Yep.
So it's definitely the biggest in Las Palmas. Here we go.
So Marina, trying to find the reform. Is she going to get there? Oh, she just can't get over that little bit of a bump, but catching lots of waves.
And yeah, the situation of this spot, La Cesa and El Loret, right in front of Comercial Arenas. A little walk around there when we had a lay day, just to check it out, see what was going on. It's massive. Almost got myself lost in there, though.
That sounds huge.
Giant Carrefour shops, the surf shops, so many like cool little boutique surf shops around here in Las Palmas. There's surf schools all across the promenade and Caretas, some cafes, bars, restaurants. Cool little nightlife scene here as well. And the perfect place to get away from cold and rainy parts of the continent.
Yeah, namely the UK right now.
Yeah.
As
And now, as the sun pops onto the Wawa, beaming through the two buildings between us at Las Palmas, and onto the right, as you can see, it's just sort of illuminating, bouncing off that whitewater there. And hopefully the sun's going to be sticking around.
Yes, fingers crossed. Does look like the forecast is saying for more sunshine. So competitors getting a nice getaway.
Yeah.
Sunshine, warm water, good waves. What's not to like about this event?
And the variety of waves, all kinds of craft. Whether you're out there, whether you're surfing, you stand up, paddle. A few local bodyboarding rippers out as well, and a few slabs around. Here's Qaeda on the left. Nice little turn back into the pocket. Just searching for that right, kind of looking down the line high.
Yeah, those turns that she could do are just on rail. Lots of speed. So we see a set coming through here. This is a late takeoff for Blue. Oh, just under the lip. Unfortunately, can't hold that one.
It's taking both of them out. Another one coming. Just opted to kind of just duck under the whitewater there.
So there's a bit of power in this one with that period as well.
I definitely noticed that yesterday. I was getting worked a little bit on the inside though.
It was heavy in there. We opted for the low tide session in the afternoon, didn't we? And
it was proper. It was just sort of dredging off the inside. And we're going to be expecting to see that later on as well, as that tide drops out into the afternoon. The sun's out. Marina up on a nice looking right here.
Great little cutback. Nice top turn. Can she link this one up? She does. She does get that little push. And she's going to finish it off with a layback on the inside, but just can't hold it. So we'll take a replay of Marina's last wave. It's a lovely cutback there, switching the paddle up. Nice bottom turn into that top turn. So staying really close to the pocket for that speed.
Getting nice and low there on the inside right.
Oh, just getting taken back there. I had a few of those yesterday.
That was that little slamming section I was talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel that one. So Kaida out back. This is definitely that advantage with stand up. Kind of being able to, like, you know, look around.
Yeah, you've got so
See
much
those sets
vision.
coming early.
Super early. It's just under the 4-minute mark. So 4 minutes left. We'll see that next heat paddling out for the junior girls. Bakayde out in front. And Marina has moved up into second position.
Yeah, with 8.23 on the board.
Yeah, her last wave was a 4.4. Fellow UK surfer Annabelle Page heading out for the heat number 2. Round number 1 of the junior girls. We'll also see Katie's sister, Sakura, competing in the next heat. Just the 2 of the girls in the water for the next one.
Where would they be opting to paddle out? Would they be looking to go kind of straight into the channel, you say? Kind of get around?
Yeah, we
Avoid
have
that inside?
Yeah, definitely trying to avoid that inside. We have seen a few competitors paddling out next to the rock wall, trying to sneak out in a bit of deep water there and then shoot across over to the channel.
Just getting that timing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Getting that.
Just waiting for the lull.
Getting that timing of paddling out through that shore break too, if you are going to get to the channel. So, a couple of options for competitors to paddle out through.
So Kaida and Tiffane just waiting out there, out back.
Yeah, so with these heats we will see first place moving through to the semi-finals. Second and third will head into the repechage round.
So there's no knockouts round 1.
Takes the pressure off the competitors,
Yeah.
doesn't it? As we see Kaide looking for a right, but opting that's not going to have any potential for her, so she kicks out.
And controlling the subs on the backhand, on the forehand. Like, the judges are going to be looking for them really to, like, the aggression, the progression of digging in the rails into these turns. As you can see here, Kaida. The nice looking right.
Wow. Finished that wave off really nicely.
Great tap off the top there.
That's exactly what the judge is looking for.
And still not done. Just trying to get it right to the inside, just in case it sort of offers that finishing section on the shoreline there.
We'll see a replay of that wave too. So just really taking it easy on the takeoff, just to time it right. You can see it getting nice and low there with the knees, bending those knees. It gets on rail for that first turn. Like you were saying, Ollie, judge is looking at that very closely. And she gets her board up into the lip for that finishing maneuver. That's going to be another great score.
And the difficulty of that, with the size of these boards, going onto that back foot there to kind of jam the board around. I mean, how difficult is that, Poe?
Yeah, it is hard, especially with the whitewater, because the whitewater wants to grab the board and throw it every which way, but you've got to try and control that bigger board, being a stand-up paddle board. So that's where the use of the paddle really comes into it. You can lean on that, use that to kind of maneuver yourself and absorb some of that power.
And that's it, the countdown
saw Tifane there, just having a few turns on the inside, so we'll see what the situation does. As that tide has come in over the rocks. See, a little bit slippery there. But that's our heat winner for round 1, heat 1 of the junior girls. Kaede Inoue.
Let's jump over to commercials and we'll be back with round 1, heat 2 of the junior girls. Buenos dias, welcome to Gran Canaria. We are in Las Palmas for the Gran Canaria Pro Am APP World Tour Subsurf. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan, joined by Bo Nixon. Bo, we're up.
We're up. Heat number 2 of the junior girls. This is Annabelle Page in the red from the UK, riding a smick. Really using that paddle to get some speed. A couple of nice turns on that wave as well, so opening her account for this heat. Remember, the winner does progress through to the semi-finals.
And Sakura Inoue in white.
Up and riding. We saw her sister win the first heat with some very similar surfing, Ollie.
The skill level's definitely running the family.
Just waiting.
Ripping out here. Look at this one on the inside.
Oh.
Just fading out a little bit at the end.
She was waiting for something big to happen on the inside there. Being patient. That'll just calm the nerves down a little bit as we get a great view of the city here of Las Palmas.
Las Palmas. And the national park over there in the back where the three mountains are. I had a little jog down there the other day. Just sort of suss out some more waves where they were. Check it out. Super busy along the promenade, kind of hugging the front of Las Palmas Canteras where we are. It's like a 3-kilometer stretch of boardwalk. Pretty packed with joggers. Everyone kind of getting their morning fix of exercise, you know. It's like jostling through people. People having café con leches out on the sidewalk and really enjoying it over here. So for our Heat 2, Annabelle Page out of the UK and Sakura Inoue from Japan.
Okay, just 2 ladies in this heat, but both at a very high level. Annabelle starting her account with a 2.17.
As you were saying, with the just paddling out, getting over that white water, when the board's a little bit submerged, it almost makes it a bit easier, huh?
Yeah, it definitely does. Obviously, those bigger boards are going to glide a bit easier, and you could have a bit more stability as you're paddling over the wave. But those smaller boards, as you're waiting for waves and it's sinking a little bit, the water's wrapping around the rail, it's kind of holding you in place, gives you that added stability. That is Marina from the previous heat. Just finishing off. She is going to be in the repechage round coming up. As a goofy footer. Annabelle. That wave just fizzling out. Not offering much at all.
Just the one turn on that.
See the sets?
Set coming in now.
Yeah. Bit of a closeout on screen.
We're
See,
so
maybe it's going to reform on the left.
so exposed here in the Canaries. You feel like you are in the middle of the ocean because these volcanic islands, when it hits, there is nothing in between it. So when you're on the continent, you do have that shelf and parts, and it can be a bit weaker, but you feel the power over here of these waves.
Kind of similar to Hawaii, I guess, being open to those really powerful swells. The Atlantic Ocean throwing up some big swells at times, can't it? Obviously, we've seen Nazaré in Portugal.
We have. It's been... Yeah, they had the opening season in Nazaré a couple of weeks back. The opening big wave season, I mean, it's consistent like the whole year. In the summer, it's kind of super fun over there. And then when the winter comes around, October time, the jet skis come out. The media and the masses descend upon the lighthouse in the small, once sleepy fishing village of Nazaré. But now, yeah, almost the mecca of big wave and towing, particularly in Europe.
Yeah.
Sakura. Nice looking right here.
Notice her turns are really fast and whippy and snappy. Just gets her set up, ready for that next turn. Obviously the wave offering up just those little sections. But that's going to be one of her better scores for this heat. So we'll see her probably jump
She's
back
going
up
to
in the
jumping up.
first.
She'll be jumping back up. Just sort of waiting for the judges' scores to come in. So that second ride of Sakura with a 4.83, taking it to a total of 8.5. Is Annabelle looking for this one?
Yeah, the white water just catching her out on that takeoff. It's tricky taking off on a paddleboard in the white water. That's definitely one of the hardest things. It's late takeoffs, or if you have to take off in that turbulence, it is really tricky. Still hard on a shortboard, but it just makes it even harder because you are standing up already.
Just getting that balance right, huh? And
Yeah, you're going to obviously get that force from behind pushing you, so getting all that weight onto your front foot as you are paddling in. But then if it's a steep wave, you kind of want to get your weight back. And so yeah, it's a tricky game to play.
advantages with having a bigger board, but also a smaller board, depending on, you know, what you want it for the conditions.
That's right. See, Annabelle just fading a little bit there. Thought she might have had a bit of opportunity, but she's just holding on. Hopefully it's going to reform. It's just going to jump off there. Because we have seen these waves reforming on the inside. So if competitors can stick with it for a little bit, they might get a bit more scoring potential from that reform. Yes, Sakura's jumped right up into the lead there. She had a 4.83 on that previous wave.
Bit of a set here, marching in. decides to go over that one.
Yeah, maybe see something a bit better out the back. But Sakura, she's only 14 years old, competing in this event. One of the youngest competitors we have in the women. 14 years old and she surfs like that. Oh, whew. Wish I could surf like that at 14.
Pulling off some incredible turns.
Got such a bright future. Rips on a shortboard as well.
And longboards.
And longboards.
And do you reckon that's what it is? But it's sort of that mix and that ability to be a bit versatile depending on the conditions. They kind of feed off each other. So whether you're taking the longboard out, taking the shortboard, the sup.
Yeah, although you're drawing different lines on waves, it just gives you different perspectives, and you can cross over some maneuvers from shortboarding into stand-up paddleboarding. You can get more radical. Yeah, you can play around a lot with different things, and SUP really acting as a great crossover for fitness as well.
And definitely fitness training.
Yeah, exactly. So you see Sakura here on her right. Oh, nice cut back into the white water. She's going to find a little reform here on the right. She's found herself a great wave, finishing off vertical in the white water and just can't hold it. But she did all the hard work on the outside.
I know the 5-time world SUP surf world champ Kai Lenny has always said that stand-up has been fundamental to his big wave surfing.
Yeah, Sakura here. Just watching the replay. Fit a lot of turns in at the start of that wave. And was lining it up to finish off with a bang. Would have been a great score if she could have pulled that one. But still, we'll see her maybe even extend that lead a little bit further. She has just extended it, not too much. But her last wave was a 3.93. Annabelle Page needs a 6.59 to be able to get into advancing position to the semi-finals, but like we have mentioned before, no elimination in the first round.
They're certainly not cruising though.
No. But yeah, like you're saying, Kai Lenny, obviously a household name now in stand-up paddling and surfing. He loves his stand-up paddling, especially for those big waves. He uses it as that fitness to get his body prepared to surf the big waves. So it crosses over between so many different disciplines. And then obviously SUP, you can do anything on a SUP.
Yeah.
You can go surfing, flat water paddling, you can go on overnight adventures, you can go downwind paddling, you can put a foil on there. Well, what's not to like about it?
And even as a really young grummy, he was 17 when he won his first world title.
That's crazy.
From a wildcard entry, the first event at Sunset, and people were like, who is this kid? And why are we letting him in? But, yeah, I mean, the rest is history from that. Went on to win the event, win the world title that year.
Hello to our Inoue family from Japan. We see Katie heading out for the longboard division, which is coming up next. So men and women in together for the longboard division here. The APP World Tour, Gran Canaria Pro Am.
I can't wait to see what kind of maneuvers they're going to be doing on the longboards here.
Yeah.
And Lasisa kind of feels like it sort of lends itself to longboarding a little bit, especially on the smaller ones. You can kind of surf it into that inside section boat.
Yeah, definitely looks like some good opportunities for nose rides. We'll probably even see some quite progressive surfing on longboards. Benoit Carpentier coming up in that. He's a French longboard champion.
They're going to be attacking the lip out there as well.
Yeah, I think so.
But nose riding, hanging 10, hanging 5.
Interesting to see what the judges are looking for in that as well, whether it is more traditional style or if we're going to be scoring high on the progressive surfing. I'd say a mix of both.
Yeah.
Annabelle taking off late on that one.
And Sakura out the back, just getting over the foam there. They're pushing her back.
Yeah, a lot of power in those
A
waves.
lot of power.
It might look pretty easy on screen, but it's not easy out there at all. Getting yourself in the right position, lots of water moving.
Sort of 5-stroke paddle, able to lie down, and she's back up on her feet. Having a look at this one, she's going to go. Oh,
She opted not. Probably just going to hit that deeper water, that wave, and just disappear. Just trying to see if maybe it was a good decision. This should be able to get herself out the back. Hopefully onto a set.
so Annabelle Page in red, a 3.74. In second place, and Sakura leading the heat with an 8.76.
Yeah, coming down to 11 minutes remaining for heat number 2 of the first round of junior women. Been some great action already today.
There's been some awesome waves. Does it look fun out there?
It does. Best surfers in the world always make it look fun though, don't they?
They make it look fun and easy. But we know it's a different story when you try and get out there. And the boards that they're using, Bo, I mean, these are some really small SUP boards.
Yeah, tiny SUP boards. Obviously, the smaller you go, the easier it is to turn, but harder it is to paddle. So there's a bit of sacrifice either side of find that sweet spot of having the right amount of stability, but also having a board small enough that's going to turn and allow you to surf to the judging criteria.
And there's a different opinions from the athletes, the surfers, what sort of equipment they're going to be using and what type of waves. Some opting for the smaller boards for more maneuverability. Others, as you said, going for something a bit wider, a bit larger.
Yeah,
For the paddling, getting in really early.
Exactly. Some competitors thinking, with a stand-up board, it's all about maneuverability in the lineup, not on the wave. Just navigating your way around the lineup. So opting for a bit more high volume to be able to get to places more quickly and position yourself a little bit better. And we've been seeing that throughout the morning, but even with the junior events, some guys on some bigger boards, some on some smaller boards. Obviously it does depend on their weight as well, what volume they ride. As we see, this is the event side.
It's the athlete zone. The competitors getting ready in there, kind of just storing their boards, stretching out, getting limber, getting loose,
Yeah, that's
getting ready for their heats.
I saw the beach marshal just there. That's where the athletes grab their rash guard before heading out, checking in for their heat.
And sunny days, Monday morning here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Just an awesome place to hang out, have a coffee, kind of wait for your time, and just multi-sports mecca. Whether it is bat and ball, right in front at La Serra, on the beach, over there in the distance, the option to kind of check out the national parks up in the hills there. Either if you're trail running, hiking, mountain biking. One of the highest points in the Canaries, almost 2,000 meters in the center of Gran Canaria. You can actually mountain bike from the top all the way to the beach.
What?
On a tour, yeah.
That's amazing.
So they do a few kind of, I'd say like MTB, either like e-bike tours and trips. Is Annabelle up and off? It's a tricky boat out there.
Yeah, it's really tricky. So we have Taka there on the left. That's Katie. Benoit.
That's the Plaza de la Musica for the opera and concert hall there. Tried to have a look in there the other day. There was a function going on.
Didn't get let in.
They wouldn't let me in. But I'm keen to see what kind of concerts they do have this week, and there are some awesome festivals and just events in general in the Canary Islands and Gran Canaria. Las Palmas has the Gran Canaria Las Palmas Carnival, which is in February in 2023, and it is one of the biggest carnivals, not just in the Canaries, but in the whole of Spain and Europe. And it's a massive party which kind of goes on, I think it would be like a couple of days, Carnival, fiesta time. It goes on for a few weeks. It just starts, it's going to be starting in the beginning of February and going on until March time. They also had WOMAD Music Festival in Gran Canaria in November. So there's plenty, events are back. We're back. It's been 3 years and stoked to be here.
So stoked to be here. Seems fitting that we had the last event on the APP World Tour for SUP surfing here in Gran Canaria, and we're back for the first event
with some insane conditions for 2018 and 2019. Moving over from La Serre, gonna starting off the event for both years, and then getting mobile in the Wawa, the autobus, the bus here, kind of going across to the point, the El Loret, one of the most amazing right-hand points here. There's just some fantastic waves on offer there, and we'll be likely to be heading over there later this week. We have got a waiting period until pretty much until Sunday, so we're just going to be looking at conditions. It's going to be dropping off a little bit tomorrow, and then going to be a little bit bigger during the week.
And then massive.
Then then the swell starts marching in. It's a Sakura.
Oh, looking left, but just got caught out by a little bit of white water on her toe side.
Bit of a late decision there, though. Just like looking whether she was going to go left and maybe caught an edge a little bit.
Probably seeing something down the line of that right that she could have maybe got around to, but then thinking, no, let's go left, and just ended up falling off.
So 4 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock here. Sakura in the lead, 8.76. Hannibal Page in red, 3.74.
Yeah, she needs a 6.59 to be able to progress into that top spot.
Which is certainly doable.
Certainly doable. These world-class athletes. See our longboard competitors heading out. Great to see a longboard division here for the APP World Tour.
What kind of size longboards would they be riding out there?
So it'd be minimum 9 feet would be the restrictions on board size. Obviously the round nose, longboard style, be able to nose ride. So we'll see a mix of people walking the board, doing some big turns as well.
It's a quick up and out there for Sakura. Just waiting for something a bit better. And again, the longboard's got to time that where they're going to go, sort of going through the channel, just on the right or the left here. And that foam and the force that is coming in with these sets.
Yeah, no duck diving on a stand-up paddleboard. You got to go over it.
Or there's that kick-out technique.
Yeah,
I saw you pull that off yesterday.
Yeah, once or twice. It's sketchy though. So what Ollie's talking about is you're paddling up to the wave, and as the white water's approaching you, you step back on the board and you kick the board over the white water. So looking at a replay here, Sakura, this is her best wave of the heat so far.
Nice cut back there.
Yeah, lovely turns on this wave. Just couldn't quite link up there.
So opting to sort of almost paddle towards it and then just kick
Paddle
it out.
toward it, kick the board over the wave that's approaching you, and the idea is that once you do kick the board over, it kind of ends up just above you or next to you when you do pop up after you've jumped off. So this is White's last wave. Cutting back into the white water. Another turn. Just couldn't quite hold the rail. Looks like it skidded out there on her.
What about when it gets bigger? What kind of strategies?
Just bail.
Just bail. Dive as deep as you possibly can
Drop,
go.
Exactly. Pin drop. Hold your paddle. Make sure you hold your paddle and just dive down. There's not much you can do. Make sure you've got a thick leash.
Keeping a hold of the paddle would be one of the trickiest things.
Yeah, it is when you're getting worked on big waves. Definitely. And even just sometimes when you relax on small waves, sometimes you just jump off casually holding the paddle. But if it's, if the blade's at the wrong angle and it gets caught in a bit of turbulence, it can easily just be ripped out of your hands. So, yeah, having a tight grip on the paddle is key when you're jumping under waves.
We were speaking to one of the photographers and water photographers yesterday. He was telling me even like your camera equipment and your housing could just be ripped out of your hand. So you've really, you got to have a good grip on you.
Definitely. Big smiles on the face there of Sakura. I think she's probably talking to her sister out there.
So we're going to be counting down now. 47 seconds to go in Heat 2. The junior girls. It's Annabelle looking for one last one.
She needs to get that 6.59 to progress to the semi-finals, but time is ticking away.
25 seconds.
Last 20 seconds. Is there going to be anything out the back here coming in?
Can't see too much. Sakura might be moving over somewhere.
10 seconds. Finish the heat in 5, 4,
We're counting down now.
2, 1.
The finish of the heat.
We're finished.
We'll see if this wave counts from Sakura, but she's definitely won this second heat for round 1 of the junior women, moving through to the semi-finals.
Straight through to the semis. Annabelle will get another chance to surf though.
Yep, should be in the repechage. And that's the juniors wrapped up for the first round. So we're going to go to another short commercial break. We'll be back with the longboard action from APP World Tour, Gran Canaria Pro Am.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Buenos dias, bienvenido and welcome to the APP World Tour Subsurf Gran Canaria Pro Am. We are here in the water with the longboard men's Pro.
Exciting, exciting stuff. Bringing a longboard event to the APP World Tour. Benoit Carpentier from France in the red. Leonard Nika, he'll be in the white. And Kaede Inoue in the blue. Here she is right now, surfing against the men. Really nice, stylish hang five.
That was sick.
Really nice.
Back onto the tail.
As we see white as well. So quite a few waves being surfed at the start of this heat.
There's Leo.
Leo now residing in Portugal. Quite a big name in the SUP racing scene as well. Leo, so it's good to see him out here surfing. Benoit Carpentier. Great longboard surfer from France. Couple of
Super versatile Benoit as well.
very versatile, yeah. Foiling, longboarding, shortboarding, everything. Yeah, Benoit, a few wins to his name in the longboard.
Couple of French titles.
Couple of French titles, yep, that's correct. Junior title as well. He's another one of those competitors that have moved across from that longboard background. He was longboarding as a kid, switched to stand-up paddling from a young age, and been on the tour for quite a number of years now. Started when he was really young, maybe 16, 17 on tour.
You've had a few heats.
Had a few heats with Benoit, yeah. Very strong competitor.
Tactical.
Very tactical. Yeah, he doesn't seem very tactical on land because he's just super chilled. Nice guy, easy to talk to. But as soon as you get in the water, oh, look out. Benoit's on a mission.
And our longboard competitors will be surfing in the main SUP event and trials. It's awesome to see them do both out here.
Yeah, the resurgence of longboard SUP recently has been amazing to see. There's been a lot of people pushing for a minimum board length just within competitions, but this longboard has really revived that and allowed a lot of people to enter events that usually wouldn't think about entering events. So, you know, some of our crowd that can't keep up with that performance surfing on the smaller boards, jump on a bigger board, you've got yourself an event. And it's just such a nice community as well, the longboard community. You see these guys are on pretty small boards as well. You can see Leo there sinking the tail of that board, even when he's paddling. And we notice that a couple of these competitors, especially the lighter weight ones, are just on normal longboards. Prone surf longboards, but riding them as SUP longboards.
Guess if they're light enough and
That's right.
got enough thickness on that board.
Exactly. Late takeoff there from Katie.
Just kind of using the paddle to get through that little flat section.
Great style. Stalling there to be able to walk up to the nose. Hanging 5, hanging 10.
Just styling. Definitely looks like you got a bit more advantage or speed on that longboard.
Definitely. Just that length allows you so much more glide when you are paddling. Especially on the wave as well. Get you through flat sections nice and easy. The scores coming through on our screen at the moment. So Katie, first wave of 5.33, that was that nose ride and re-entry we saw. Benoit
And
surfing.
Benoit taking the
now.
lead, the 6.33.
Benoit
And he's
hanging
up and
5
running
through the
again. Look at-
section. Oh, nice.
Nice roundhouse there.
Really big roundhouse cutback. Very progressive on the longboard. We'll catch up with Benoit's wave shortly. But yeah, Benoit's first wave, 6.33. Leo's first wave, 2.33. And that's what I was saying, that longboard there, that is just a prone longboard. So competitors opting for some different equipment.
There's Leonardo Jimenez there. Leo kind of just waiting. Scoping out the first heat to see. Get some of that advantage coming in the second heat a little bit, right? You can kind of see where people are.
Definitely.
Suss out the conditions.
For sure. It's hard when everyone's free surfing to kind of figure out exactly where everything is because there's a lot of people out there. But when it gets to competition time, you really know where the waves are breaking. So it's good to be in those later heats in the day. See what the conditions are doing. See a set coming through. Benoit just had a score come through then for his last wave, a 4-point ride.
Nice. Here's Leonica up and riding. A nice turn. Drawing it back in. And probably just leading on the front a bit, using the paddle as much as he can, trying to get past that flat section.
Yeah.
Into the right. The foam climb.
Gets it up there vertical. You see Leo in that one really trying to generate some speed from that big board. Bouncing it through. We'll go to a replay of that wave from Leo as well. See him getting in position for that cut back, that carve. Using the paddle to get some speed. Notice that wave's going to go flat, so he starts to get some speed over
how
this.
they generate so much speed.
Yeah. Throws it up there to try and finish off with a foam climb. As we see Katie. Whoa!
Oh.
So that's where the paddle just comes into it. You can save yourself from so many situations.
That was like the magic wand there. I thought she was going to like go straight over.
On the backhand
Nice.
with the longboard. Very nice control. That's really tricky to do on a longboard. Got to really time it well to get up into the lip on the backhand. So Katie navigating that very nicely. Smile on the face. I love when
Big smile.
I love it when competitors are just enjoying it out there, having fun.
And that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
Having fun in the water. Kind of get that adrenaline of competing, but when the waves are good, the water's warm.
Yeah. Can't help but not have a smile on your face.
Only 3 of them out. Gotta love it.
Get a replay. So tricky conditions for a longboard too. A lot of bump on the face there.
There it is.
Leaning
There's
on
that
that paddle.
use of the paddle to kind of keep it upright on the board.
And a nice little carve there, and then just setting it up for this section. Throws it up there. Controls it really nicely. You see that leash just getting caught in the paddle. That happens a lot when competitors, especially with that calf leash. It sits up a little bit higher. But that wearing that calf leash, it allows competitors to walk the board freely without tripping over the leash. So if you've got an ankle leash, sometimes you can get caught up in that other foot as you're cross-stepping up to the nose.
And how does it make it when paddling? So when she's paddling out and out?
With the leash. Sits out of the water a little bit.
Leash.
Yeah, sits out of the water, so a little bit less drag. Sometimes can get caught a little bit as well if you are paddling with that. But Leo as well, you see opting for a calf leash too, so very much these competitors.
Be the preference out there.
Yeah, I think it would be the preference. Benoit as well, with the calf leash.
So there's more scores coming in. So Benoit, Carpentier up in there in the lead with a 10.33. Gaida in blue in second with an 8.83. And Leo in white with 4.66. Seems a little bit more chill on the longboard waiting out the back too.
Yeah, it is, definitely. Way more chill. A lot more balance on a longboard. With that wider board all around. Bit of length as well helps with stability.
So he's Leo looking for this one.
This competitor's opting for those kind of inside runners.
Nice.
Leo really relying on turns with this wave. Here we go, up to the nose. Quick trip. I think just getting used to how the longboard feels. I know Leo's definitely used to riding a shorter board.
He was out yesterday practicing on his shorter board, and
that's from him throwing some airs and doing some cool stuff out there. He'll be coming up in the trials event. He hasn't got a seat into the main event, but a very good surfer, Leo, so hopefully we'll see him progress through.
and there is the progression sort of incorporated into the judging criteria now of having, you know, not just whether you've got an air game, but you know, whether you're holding it on rail and really committing to turns.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot that comes into it. If you've got a rail game and you can surf on rail with carves and power and speed, that's going to score just as high as someone doing an air.
Yeah, having those full bag of tricks.
That's right.
Here's Benoit up. A nice looking right, cutting it back into the whitewater.
Yeah, you just see the smooth surfing from Benoit coming from that longboard background, straight up to the nose. Oh, wow, a little bit of a kick 5 there. Very fancy from Benoit.
Styling.
You see, he actually was using the paddle to lean against as he was kicking his back foot out into the air.
Just almost effortlessly when he's sort of paddling on those the transition part of the wave, and
we'll see a replay
nice bit of flair.
Really great bit of flair. Benoit just cruising through that first section there, just setting it up as he crosses the paddle over for a cut back into the white water. Realize this wave is going to flatten out a bit, so he'll do another cut back and then set it up for this interesting nose ride. Yeah, and then kicks it out using the paddle there to lean on, but just can't quite get his balance back.
Bit of a hang 5 kick out.
Yeah. Love seeing things like that, Ollie. Just some new tricks thrown in to longboard sup.
Mix it up again.
Yeah. Here's Katie. In a way, she is currently in second place. Surfing this wave really well, just setting it up for a bit of a cross step. We'll see, she'll get to the nose. She does, but just can't quite finish it. So Benoit just extends.
Just keeping busy, kind of stepping up down the line. It's also and then deciding what to do when it does get a bit steeper. It just makes it that much harder.
Exactly, especially on a longboard. Benoit there throwing it up into the lip. Really nice cut back right back into the white water.
Pretty comfortable on his backhand.
Very comfortable in all types of conditions, Benoit. You can see he's to the nose as well, so he's going to try and slide the tail here for a helicopter, but didn't quite pull it. But yeah, so he actually won't get scored on that nose ride just because he didn't complete it. So he only gets scored on those 2 turns out the back. And if he would have just maybe come back off the nose, he would have had that nose ride, a bit of variety in his turns, and would have extended that score. But into the lip, very progressive longboarding there. And this cutback, super nice roundhouse back into the white water. And then decides, okay, this wave's going to slow down. Let's try and get to the nose.
Just waiting for it to stand up, and then
he gets into this bit of a steep section here. I'll slide the tail out. Couldn't quite do it. And Leo Nico here.
There's Leo.
He's on the left. Up into the lip, nice turn. Longboard just loses that paddle a little bit, and again as he digs that paddle in, you can see the blade of the paddle just got caught on the top of the water.
Just digging it in a little bit too.
Yeah, just twisted him a little bit. We just digged it in a bit too early, you're right, Ollie.
And Bo, coming from a longboarding background, you've competed on the longboard tour as well as the SUP surf tour. I mean, what would the judges be looking for in SUP longboarding?
So definitely use of the whole board when you are SUP longboarding. So walking to the nose, and when you are walking up there, specifically cross-stepping, is definitely going to be the way that you get more points as you get to the nose. Hang 5s, hang 10s, and obviously those progressive maneuvers from the tail as well. So bringing in that longboard element of using the board, but also that shortboard element of you can do some more progressive turns. But obviously with style, you don't want it to be
It's all going to be done with style.
bouncy. Exactly. You're on a longer board, it's going to flow a bit better. So you're going to be able to, have a bit longer rail in the water, so it's not going to turn super fast, so making sure that your turns are smooth and flowing. But yeah, we see all of our competitors getting to the nose, getting to the tail. So
Zane.
that is Zane. He was one of the junior competitors this morning.
He was keeping busy out there, catching a lot of waves.
A lot of waves. Saw him get quite a few waves before the event started, but then during his heat, he just couldn't quite get the right ones. Ends up getting a second in his first heat.
And just so much goes into that, reading the conditions and the waves out there, and especially if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, like we just saw then, a set come through. Wiped out a few of the competitors. Benoit, trip to the nose. This wave's going to stand up for him on the inside as he does a big turn off the white water, but just that board not fitting into that pocket of the wave there. So you see, that's where these competitors really need to place the board in the right sections. Keep control of it.
Leo seen something. This looks like a nice left.
Again, he's just struggling a little bit, I think, with the bump on the wave. Just wondering what to do with the paddle.
It's pretty tricky out there.
It is very
even when you
tricky.
see it kind of line up that left, it's still got little wobbles and warps on it. It's definitely throwing me off yesterday.
Threw me off as well, and especially, like I was saying, the longer rail on these boards not going to fit into those chops on the wave that well as a short board would, so competitors struggling a little bit. They're getting up to the nose there. You can see they're opting for the shuffle, coming back from the nose there, as he does some nice cutbacks to link this up for the inside section. And Leo just cross-stepping up to the... Oh, gets that
straight on
hang
the end.
5. You see those toes over the front?
Toes all the way over there.
Yeah, lovely. Finishes it off nicely. Right on the shore break.
Straight to the shorey. Leo will be happy with that one.
He will be happy with that one. That'll definitely...
Bit of a slow start, kind of like jolting a little bit. As we were saying, you know, there's bumps and wobbles, but then...
Yeah, the wave cleaned up on the inside, didn't it? Allowed him to get a few more manoeuvres in.
And the left inside, not just the right on offer.
Just see the
We get some
replay here.
scores in.
Just getting to the nose there, the start. Really nice cutback there from Leo. You can see utilising that paddle on the turns, and then using that whole board as well as he makes his way up to the nose. And you see here that
Here we
foot
go.
just gets right
This
over
one,
the front.
right over the edge. Oh man, they're just attacking that last little bit at the end. And the judges are going to love that. I mean, just... You can score pretty heavily if it's sort of one or two big turns, but getting a few more, mixing it up a bit.
Yeah, that variety of manoeuvres is really variety of repertoires that judging criteria calls for. This is Katie. Finding a little
This was a
right-hander.
good looking wave too from
Yeah.
Katie.
Lovely. Here we go. She's going to set something up for the inside. Wow, throws the board up there on the lip, but just can't quite get it underneath her feet again.
Just going into full commitment mode. And
Yeah.
trying to send it over that foam section, sort of climbing up a little bit and then sort of just...
You got to go for it.
You got to.
You got to.
So 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the longboard Heat 1. Benoit is out there in the lead. But Keita, she's coming in close. Close in second with an 8.83.
Yeah, she's holding down second position at the moment. Great to see some really good surfing from her. As we know that her brother Tucker coming up in the next heat. He's done a couple of the world longboard competitions as well. Prone longboard, not just SUP.
How'd he do?
I'm actually not quite sure how he went in those events. I'll have to get that up.
In the juniors or the?
No, in the opens.
seniors?
Yeah. Yeah, representing Japan. He went to the contests in Malibu, California for the longboard event. Malibu obviously being one of the best waves in the world for longboard surfing.
Yeah. One of the meccas
Yes,
for longboarding.
exactly. There and Noosa Heads in Australia.
Oh.
I'd say are probably two of the main spots. There's Benoit in the red, taking off in this one on the outside, carving his way back around. That was a lovely cutback. Benoit, of course, going to be featuring in the Pro Division for the Gran Canaria Pro Am as Benoit gets a little hang five
Getting
there.
busy. So quickly shuffling up the board, coming back, really using that heel edge when he was going left and kind of turning into it, huh? It's his feet completely over on the left side of the board,
Yeah.
on his backhand.
You picked up on a really good thing there, is that because these boards are so big, you do have to be over to the rail to be able to turn them. Going left, going right. Leo Nicker just finding some
Leo.
great space to be
Is he
able
going to tuck in?
open
I
up.
thought he was going to go for a little cover up there.
Yeah. Finishing on the shorey there.
And you do have a lot of space to move your feet and play with, compared to like a shorter board.
Yeah, hardly move your feet on a short board.
So positioning your shoulders, but then shuffling over to the side, as you said, by kind of getting into that rail, right?
Yeah. Yeah, these bigger boards, thicker rails, really need to dig it in to be able to apply speed and power. This KD just hitting
Negotiating
one of those
those
bumps. Yeah. It's tricky. I fell off a few times out there yesterday, and it's really tough. Doesn't look tough. There's Leo here on the replay. Just starting it off quite easy, but really setting it up for this inside. See Leo here, banking it off the white water. Nice control. And almost going to be tucking into a little barrel there, but
Went high, picked up a bit of speed.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of propelled him forwards, going into that right.
As I did see Benoit on his last wave there, drop a 7.50, so he's extended his lead.
Flirting with that excellent range.
Yes.
Almost.
Exactly. So yeah, getting a good idea of what the judge is looking for. Really progressive roundhouse on the cutback on that first section. Nose right on the inside. And then finishing off nicely on the end section. So variety of repertoire.
Here's Keita. Up on a nice looking left. It's clean on the face there. Give her a bit of opportunity to run up the nose. Come back down the tail.
I love that. I love watching them do that 4 cross steps up to the nose. 4 steps. Really stylish. Utilizing the whole board. Coming 10
And they
seconds
make it
left.
look so easy, but it's pretty tricky to kind of...
It is tricky, especially the conditions out there today. We're going to finish out this heat, see if these guys are not going to be scoring these waves.
And that's it for round 1, heat 1 of the APP World Tour Longboard Division. Benoit Gautier taking in the lead quite comfortably with a 13.83, and Keita in second at 8.83, and Leonica in white in third place with 7.8. Coming in now, we're going to go straight into heat 2. But before we go into heat 2, we're going to jump into a commercial break.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Bienvenidos, welcome to Las Palmas. We are here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. And in the water we've got the longboard Heat 2. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan, joined by Bo Nixon.
Yeah, exciting to be here watching the longboard division. I think it's a bit of a mixture. We had Katie in the last heat, one of the women out there, so not just the men competing out here today, but we do have two competitors in the second heat. We'll be running 4 heats of the longboard. In the red is Taka Inoue from Japan, and in the white, Leonardo Jimenez
From Brazil.
from Brazil.
And they're getting busy already. Kind of out there.
Leonardo catching a wave there. 2 guys out, Ollie. How nice would that be?
It would be
Yeah, that would
so
be
nice. Beautiful drone shot over here. Coming in. It's kind of looking just surface view of what they're going to be seeing when they're in the lineup, looking out into the city of Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria, joint capital of the whole of the Canaries, which they share with Santa Cruz, Tenerife, and some amazing waves on offer here.
Some great waves. Spoke about some of them already. Good swell on the forecast. We're going to be able to see some other waves during the event. So do stay tuned throughout the week as we mix it up. Head over to a place called El Lorette, which is a nice right-hand point break you have seen in the 2018-2019 Gran Canaria Pro Am for the APP World Tour.
Almost a little bit J-Bay-esque.
Yeah, I'd say that too. Yep. Long right-hander, offering lots of potential.
And right out front here in La Sisa, in Las Palmas. Smack bang in the middle of town. Right on the front. Canteras, it's a 3-mile promenade with cafes, bars, restaurants, surf schools, shops, and a lot of waves and spots on offer for all types of crafts. It's got sup, you can stand up.
Yeah, lots of wind, so a lot of wind sports, windsurfing, wing foiling. Competitors looking here. Taka going right. Oh, a little bit of a cross leg cut back there.
Really digging into the paddle there to get into the next section. What's he
Straight
got?
to the nose, hang 10. That's what the judges love to see. 10 toes over the nose. Throws up into the white water there to finish it off.
A little bit of crosswind picking up. You can sort of feel it where we are in the
Yeah.
Wawa, in the fun bus.
On the top open deck of the bus.
We're here on the top of the bus with the judges, sort of looking out onto the La Sisa. Great having that mobile option. So we are going to be moving over to El Lorette later during the week when those conditions change. But the swell today, Monday morning in Las Palmas, 4 to 5 foot, 13-second period. Some nice looking waves out there.
Great looking waves. We do see Leonardo, his first wave came into the 5.5, and he's up on his next ride, up on the nose. Straight to the nose, and just couldn't quite hold it through that section. See that rail just digging in. That was always the trick when I was competing, Ollie, is that if you can get your nose right in at the start of the wave, then kind of
sort of ticked it off.
Yeah, it kind of ticked it off already. Exactly. That was when the judging criteria for longboarding was more
You had
performance.
to. Okay.
Yeah. So it has changed throughout the years in the prone longboarding, and it has moved to more of a traditional style. So you'll notice the boards have gone a bit more traditional, single fin, a bit wider, more flatter rocker. Competitors will be using the nose a lot more, but it's not just a nose riding contest, so still using the tail, but not using doing those progressive maneuvers.
They want to see a mixture. Otherwise, like when there's times when the boards were just getting shorter and shorter, so they could maneuver them more, and then I like seeing the traditional, like the hanging 5, hanging 10, getting up there on the nose.
Here's one of a very good longboard surfers, Leco Salazar in the red there. He's coming up in the next heat. His father, a Brazilian champion on the longboard. So some great surfers coming up in the next few heats as well. Pataka putting a 5.0 on the board for his first ride.
Here's Leo up and riding. Just getting up to the nose, then just trying to shuffle back pretty quickly when you see that one coming, that whitewater section.
Yeah, got steep in front of him then. He wanted to get back. I think it looked like he might have tried to hold that nose ride through that section, but it just kind of closed out on him.
Some of the spectators chilling. Las Canteras, La Sisa, right in front of us. There's the Wawa, the double-decker city sightseeing bus.
We're on the top of that one, Ollie. Up there somewhere with the judges. This is Francisco. In the next heat, he'll be in blue. Looks like he's heading down a little bit further to paddle out. Maybe opting for a different surfing area to get some scores. We'll have to see when that heat starts.
Yeah, opting to walk a little bit further down the beach to kind of get out in that channel.
I think the high tide as well is pushed up to the stairs here where the competitors usually walk down.
Yep.
A few rocks down there as well, so maybe opting for the safer paddle out. I'd be opting for that too.
Welcome to everyone watching from around the world on appworldtour.com. Facebook Live, get your comments in at APP.
Send them
Facebook
in.
channel.
This is you are watching the longboard division here of the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Heat number 2 of round 1. This is Taka Inoue from Japan. Just cruising on the nose, grabbing rail, pulling in, trying to throw the tail out. Very innovative surfing.
Just gonna pop out right on the shore right there. And that's what we want to see, right? Mixing up completely, kind of getting back on the tail, as well as using that whole board right out to the nose. Keeping busy up.
Definitely. Staying busy on the board, on the wave. So Tucker's now moved up into the lead. 4.0 was his previous wave score. So he's also got a 5.0 from his first wave. Leonardo Jimenez in second position. He'll be looking to improve on his situation. Still 16 minutes remaining in this heat, so plenty of time for the surfers to catch some more waves.
Big thanks to our sponsors: Gobierno de Canarias, Turismo de Gran Canaria, Calvado de Gran Canaria, Mas Palomas, Costa Canaria, Ayuntamiento de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, in the Instituto Municipal de Deportes, and of course the Wawa, the city sightseeing bus where we are. Seven Island Film, Domingo Alonso Comerciales, and Poema del Mar. The massive support for the city, Las Palmas here. And Bo, I'm just stoked to be here in the sun, catching some rays on the bus, watching the best in the world SUP longboard.
It's incredible. We had to put the sunscreen on earlier.
We did. I didn't think we were a little bit overcast.
Yeah, it was. It's heating up. Put on some jeans. Now I'm sweating. Yeah, changeable here. It's super warm. So if you are around Gran Canaria, come on down, say hello. Check out the event site.
Pop on over to the boardwalk, straight out in front, La Sisa. In front of the Arenas Comercial, the biggest shopping centre here. La Plaza de la Música, which I will get into.
Yes, you will.
It's going to be one of my missions of the week. But we're not here for the music. We're here for the APP. We're back. 3 years. Last time we were here, crowning champions, just down the road, just around the corner. 2019 at El Lorette, which we'll be heading to later on. Had some great heats this morning. The juniors, junior boys division, the junior girls. But I was impressed. Just shocked to see the level.
Yeah, the level is through the roof for the juniors, and so exciting to see that there is a junior event here. There's so many entrants in the juniors as well. And
kids are getting younger, levels getting higher.
It's crazy. Boards are getting smaller. But no, it is great to see. We've got the Red Bull athletes area there. I'd say that's going to be pretty packed later on as the event starts to come to a close.
Yeah.
People sitting down there for a few drinks.
It's a good vibe down there. Early morning, a lot of people around having a café con leche. It's just on the side.
As we see Tucker in the red jersey in heat number 2 of the longboard, straight up to the nose for a hang 5. He's going to continue up to the nose, using that paddle to get speed through sections. Oh, lovely cross step turn there. And he cruises back to the nose with style as well.
Arching back on that turn on the nose.
Switching the paddle over. This is what longboard SUP surfing is all about. Using the whole board, switching the paddle over for turns. That's a great example of surfed it to the criteria really well.
And that's going to get some good scores that one from the judges.
Yeah, Tucker looks like he'll extend his lead with this wave. Up to the nose for a hang 5. Did a lot of nose rides on this wave. And again, walking the board, cross-stepping up there. Using that paddle. Quick hang 10 in that as well. And a lovely cross-step cut back.
And Bo, how difficult is that with making the decisions with those split-second decisions, whether you are going to go up to the nose, depending on the wave's doing?
Yeah, you just really have to look down the line of the wave, because with these boards you get a bit extra glide. It's going to be a little bit faster. You have to time it well. You have to sit on the tail sometimes and stall it just to be in the right spot. So really controlling the board throughout sections. As we see our competitor in white in the second position at the moment, straight to the nose, quick hang 10 right at the start. So we've got this wave building up, and lovely carve from Leonardo. So bringing
just pulling it back with style there, and still that's building up here now on the inside.
Looks like he might try and find a reform, and he is going to get it. Again, stalling just on that back foot on the tail of the board, trying to get up to the nose. And he does get there as he switches back to the right, and he's going to bank it off for a last turn.
That was a beautiful ride from Leo.
He's loving it. Frothing. Hang 10 at the start, finish it off right at the beach.
He's stoked with that. Quick paddle out the impact zone. Get out of dodge. And then, yeah, into the channel kind of round. Itaika opting to just paddle straight through that one.
Paddle straight over it. With those long boards, you do have that bit extra board to help with stability when you are in that turbulent water after you pop over the wave. But Taka extending his lead there. That last wave coming through.
And the scores on the last?
7.33 from Taka's last wave with that really lovely soul-arching nose ride.
Pushing his lead up to 12.33 over Leo. Taka Inoue. Must be stoked to see his siblings out riding earlier. They're all just on the board cheering for each other, watching. Traveling with their mum.
Yeah, very close-knit family. Lots of support for each other.
And coming from Japan, some kind of a bit of a difficult situation sometimes of like where they can sub, where they can't.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like surfing with the Olympics now and it's kind of opened it up a little bit more, but subsurfing's still being held back a little bit. But these competitors representing Japan, as we do see Leko Salazar preparing for the next heat. Wellington Rice there on the right. And
Maybe traveling together.
Yep. Brazilians always stick together. Brazilian Storm.
Not just in normal surfing.
No, exactly. Taka's
Just
straight
surfing
to
in
the
general.
nose.
Oh,
Really holding that hang five for extended time. Switching it over and just getting caught in the white water, but grabbing rail. Gets back to the nose again
Taka.
for a nice long hang 5, 10, and just can't quite get there. But Leonardo extending his scoreline. He got 6.17 for his last wave. So catching up to Taka there, he needs another 6.17 to be able to get himself into the lead. Thanks for tuning in to the Gran Canaria Pro Am, the APP World Tour.
Let us know where you're watching from. Be great to have everyone kind of throwing in some comments on Facebook. We're also live on APP YouTube channel, and of course appworldtour.com. Things are heating up in Las Palmas. The sun's out
Sun is out.
in the Canaries. Just really showcases those waves as well. When the sun comes out, you don't have that heavy, sort of misty feeling when it's a bit overcast, you know, here. And yeah, pretty warm in the water. It's like 20 degrees, 21 degrees, about 23 Celsius on land. Not bad, considering we're only a few weeks away from Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. It's super hot here. Up on top of the Wawa, the city sightseeing bus, as we take a look at the city we're in, Las Palmas, the Gran Canaria. That is the event site, straight in the middle of the screen there, with competitors in the water, as we see Leonardo
There's Leo.
just trying to cut back on that first section, but digging that rail. I have seen a few questions come in on Facebook. We have Sup Junkie from the UK. She'd like to know what the schedule of the day is ahead. So we'll be running we started with the juniors, we're running with the longboard today. And then possibly getting back into the junior repechage rounds after this. We'll have to get word from the head judge on the conditions out there
Yep.
and see what the call is going to be, but we are probably going to be continuing on with the juniors. I think they want to try and get the longboard done as well, so we're going to be jumping back into the rapid charge heats of the longboard and trying to finish that up today or even maybe tomorrow. So do stick around, we'll bring you word on that.
You see that tide really pushing in now, kind of right up against the boulders. Definitely makes it tricky, kind of getting in and out. Then you hit the sand, and then where they are now, just on that left and right. I wouldn't even say it's predominantly a left beachy, but it's sort of left seems to seem a little bit longer. Then you've got that nice right inside section.
Yeah, some reforms happening, competitors choosing to go left or right on the inside section. Another question from Matthias Lenfont. Thanks for writing in. We'll try and give you some more scores. He's asking to get some scores up on the screen, but I'm not sure if we could do that right now, but we will try and bring you some more scores from each of the waves that the competitors do ride. Some competitors cheering on Japanese teammates, Benoit as well. People watching from New Zealand, hello, welcome. Thanks for joining in. Great to see everyone supporting.
Yeah, Leo needs a 6.17 to climb up into the lead. And here he is.
Just banks it off
Nice
the top,
little-
yeah.
Nice little floater on the inside.
I can just hear the Brazilian contingent cheering him on from the athletes area.
Fist pump.
So Tucker at the back, straight up into a hang 10. Gee, these Japanese surfers are really showing us what they're made of.
So much style on the nose. Just almost just effortless. Kind of running up to the nose of the board there.
Yeah, and it's great to see longboarding being included on the world stage here. SUP longboarding, as we'll just watch a replay here.
Take us through this one, though.
Leonardo, so just biding his time for a bottom turn, little cut back out the back there, but I think he's got his eyes on something further down the line as he cross steps up a little bit. Nice cut back into the white water. We know this wave finishes off with a pretty nice. Here we go, he's going to get to the nose. Lovely. Hang 10 through a critical section as he's just preparing for the end of the wave here as we see that finishing turn. So that inside section, like you were saying before, Ollie, is much cleaner, much steeper, more critical. I think that's where the riders are getting a lot of their bigger scores.
Seems to be getting a little bit cleaner with the tide as well, filling in a bit.
Mm-hmm. And that, well, last wave of Leonardo has pushed him up into the first position.
Yeah, with a 7.83. Leo's last wave, giving him a total of 14. So Taka's now on the back foot.
Yeah, Leonardo bringing power into that wave that he surfed that almost hit that excellent range, 7.83, as Tucker is up again out the back, holding a long hang 5 as he screams through this section here. He's going to jump on the tail, quick little cut back. He's going to set it up for the reform that's going to happen here for this right. Drop knee, cut back, very stylish, and
again.
cross step. Tucker is really showing his longboarding skills.
Really digging in the rail.
Yeah, he's not going to
Hang
get
5.
he's not going to get that critical section that Leonardo did at the end. So we'll have to see if those scores. Oh, looks like
He's going to have to watch his board there with the
He is, yeah.
boulders.
He's going to check his board, I think, but it's 1 minute 20 on the clock, so I think he's going to finish up, or maybe he's going to head back out.
And opting for just one large single fin in there on that board, huh?
Good spot on that, Ollie. Yeah, just opting for a single fin in the longboard seems to be working really well for him. Get those quick pivot turns with a single fin. Obviously, if you are riding with 3 fins, you're going to be drawing out your turns a little bit more. It's going to be more of a carving turn. With the single fin, it's going to kind of turn on the spot. So you'll be able to stall and do those nice turns that Tucker's been doing, but obviously Some of our competitors.
Thought he was going to pop up
coming
there.
in. Yeah.
That's a no-no. Just watching himself on the inside there, Leo. But yeah, he's decided to come in. So 20 seconds remaining in heat 2. The longboard.
We have some viewers from Finland watching. Hello, welcome, thanks for tuning in. First snowstorm yesterday in Finland. So we do wish you were here. And we see Tucker taking off backwards, Finn first. How's he going to navigate this one? He does,
Nice.
easy. He's switch foot. Little Superman over the back. But Tucker, his last wave, pushed him back up into first place.
Tucker,
Was he-
15.76.
His last wave at 8.6.
What was his last wave?
8.43. That first hang 5 he did through that critical section at the back, that definitely got him the scores that he needed. So it tells you how much I'm a judge. We'll just bring you the scores from now on.
It's not over until the horn, though.
Exactly, that's very true.
You know the rules.
So yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. We're going to head to a short commercial break. We're back with heat number 3 of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am.
Hola, buenos dias, and welcome to the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We are here with the longboard division, men's heat 3, round 1. We've got Leco Salazar, Maurice Mouche, and Francisco Gil out in the water. Seeing some really strong performances in the previous heats. Taka taking the win last minute in heat 2.
Yeah, very last minute wave there from Tucker. Held a long nose right out the back. Just finished it off with some really great turns, cross step turns, drop knee turns. So longboarding, having a big revival here in Gran Canaria as we see some of the best longboarders here trying to paddle for a wave.
And it's great to be back with the longboard event. It's been 3 years since APP Longboard ran an event that was in 2019 in New York. We're over here for a return in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Sun's beating down on the Wawa. And fortunate enough to be surrounded by the best longboard stand-up paddleboarders in the world. And stand-up paddlers in the world in general. The juniors put on an amazing performance this morning, both the boys and the girls, and then we jumped straight into the longboard. As you can see, we're at La Cesar, right in front of the city of Las Palmas. And this break offers a couple of options. The three longboarders are out the back at the moment, hunting around the lineup for the lefts. Also, keeping in mind how good the rights have been earlier this morning.
Yeah, very true. The inside waves of the rights. I think that tide has definitely played into where the competitors have moved to. We saw a bit of a lower tide this morning, so the rights were definitely happening a little bit more on the inside. And then the competitors opting to sit out the back to get the bigger waves to the left. Lecco Salazar paddling into this one, but we also have Francisco. So opting to split the peak here for both of these surfers. Lecco just keeping an eye on where he is. Francisco.
They're still looking over, just seeing what Francisco's going to be doing. Lecco opting for the left. Takes it to the nose.
This
that was a super long nose ride, getting all the toes over there.
He's going to get an opportunity or not. I think he's down the inside now. He's not, but really nice controlled nose ride.
The crowd like that one. And Moritz. Just a bit quick one in and out.
Yeah, Moritz Marsh originating from Germany, but it does reside in the Canary Islands. So Moritz here up on the nose for a long hang five.
Just really styling there on the nose. What's he going to do with the end section? A little tap off the top and into the shorey.
He's going to do a bit of a spin on his board as well, a bit of a helicopter. And he does pull that off into the shore break.
That's a nice opening ride from Moritz.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, great nose ride to begin with. Moritz riding Gong surfboards, subs. Gong is a French brand. They have their factory in France. Everything is made there. They have a massive, huge store. It's like retail. They've got all their offices there. They've got the shaping area. They've got
a full empire.
Yeah, exactly, a full empire. So because everything's direct, they don't actually sell to shops and things. Everything's bought direct. They keep the prices down, so you can get some good deals and some good boards. Gong making everything from sup to foil, surfing.
And a high-end board, I mean, what's that kind of setting you back?
Oh, high-end board, I mean, different
You're
currencies, probably looking over around £2,000, British pounds, 2,000 euros.
Yeah, just over like
US,
2,300 euros.
Yeah,
something.
exactly, for the high end. But you can get them, Gong has them for under 1,000 euros, some of them. So you can get your hands on some good deals. Obviously there's top brands, Starboard, Nash, Fanatic. Being in that premium price range. As you do see, Moritz dropping a 7.0 for his first ride.
Yeah, second score came in at a 5.5 ride. So that combined score of 7. Now Francisco needs a 4.84 to kind of come back into the lead. And Lecco still being patient out there.
Yeah, waiting for that first score of his. He had that long hang 5. That came in. That's an 8.0. So you can see the judges really rewarding nose riding in critical sections.
And just the length of the nose ride that Lecco pulled off. It's just full commitment. Instead of just running up to the nose, kind of tapping the toes over the edge, come back. He was just properly stable up there, hanging on the edge for seemed like a long while. I would have just been skirting, running up the board and then try and come back as quick as possible. But it's showing that commitment and really reading the waves and looking at the sections of where it's going to wall up, where they can do their turns, where they can nose ride.
Yeah, because Lecco on that one, he did have the opportunity to... He could have run back from the nose and he could have finished off with a floater or something on that end section, but just chose to stay on the nose and ride it out, and rewarded for that. So Lecco making his first position in heat number 3 of the longboard division. We did have a female competitor, Kade Inoue, in the first heat. So we're not just looking at the men. And Moritz here is taking off on a right, but he's cutting back to the left. See what he's going to do on this one, but he's had a nice score already come through. As he's cruising up to the nose, he gets his 5 toes over for a quick hang 5. We'll see him again up on the nose, using that paddle to balance a little bit as he banks it off the whitewater on the backhand. Just can't quite ride out of that one. Moritz there. Nice long ride from Francisco.
Out the back, looking down the line here, seeing what it's going to offer up. So using the paddle, trying to push him, see if that inside section, and decides to dismount. It wasn't going to do much. Let go.
Let go.
Cutting back into the foam section.
Let go. Nice drop knee cut back there. We saw Tucker do one of those. Applying a bit more power to that turn. As we see Lecco again, drop knee with the switch paddle. Going to run up to the nose, hang 5. There's a little GoPro mount up there on the front of that board, so careful.
Crowd's loving that one.
Loving it, absolutely loving it.
Brazilian contingent down on the boardwalk, cheering Lecco on as he jumps off.
Looks like he's actually riding the same board that Leonardo Jimenez was on. So Brazilians changing their boards. I guess those guys probably need to find boards if they start to get through the heats a bit more.
Pretty sizable boards they're using as well. More it's just like... Yeah, here's Lecco on the replay.
Yeah, these boards being a minimum of 9 feet long for the longboard division. Lecco just styling, you can see. It's really just cruising, applying power to that section. And then finishing off with a nice rebound off the whitewater. Got some people tuning in from Puerto Rico. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a great time at the ISA World Games over there recently.
A lot of the competitors over here at APP in Gran Canaria. Podium places at ISA in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we have the ISA World Champions from the men and women here. That is Luis Diniz in the men. And Lucia Cosoletto from the women from Argentina. So Lecco Salazar locking in a 5.77 there for his second ride. Puts him firmly in the lead. Moritz Marsh, he had a 4.33 and now needs an 8.27 to take the lead. And Francisco Gil, he had a 1.4 in his previous ride and a 2.17 to start, so he needs a combination of 11.6 to jump into the lead.
They're just the Brazilians down there in the boardwalk. Such an amazing spot to watch the waves here. You just hang out, grab a coffee, maybe grab something a little bit stronger in the afternoon, late afternoon, evening. Sun going down.
Yeah, it really is the perfect place to hold an event. We're right in the city of Las Palmas. So anyone walking by, anyone coming down to the beach from the city can check out the action.
There is going to be waves. Well, it's non-stop now for the whole week. So there's...
It's only improving. The wind's dropping off all week. Swell's picking up. We're going to get the longboards done today in the smaller waves.
Oh.
Morris just tried to hold that nose ride for a long time and had to take the...
bit of a pounding on that section. Yeah. And negotiating the longboard on those big sections is tricky, but
It is really tricky. Such a long board to get back from the nose from as well, if you do have a steeper section in front of you.
there's the lineup shot. And Leko Maurice paddling back into position. They'd be stoked just being with only a couple of riders out. 3 of them just cruising around in the lineup, taking it in turns, picking off waves.
Yeah. Fantastic to be there with just a few other people.
And thanks everyone for watching around the world on appworldtour.com. We're also live on Facebook, on the APP Facebook page, and on YouTube. Get your comments in. Love to hear where everyone's coming from.
Yeah, jump on the Facebook Live, send in some questions. If you know some things about competitors that maybe we don't, let us know. Always good to have some
Definitely more
more
than
facts. Yeah. So as you see, Moritz here, cutting back. Solly, what is your background? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
So I am originally from the UK, from London. I've lived over in Fuerteventura. Back in the day, I was a surf instructor over there in the Canaries in Fuerte, living in Corralejo. And I love the Canaries. Is sort of like, it's got a special place in my heart over here. The weather, that was one of the main draw cards to go there, but then the waves. No, it doesn't really matter if you're in Tenerife, in Fuerte, Lanzarote. There's amazing waves in the Canaries, and of course, where we are, on top of the Wawa, in front of what we've got going on out here, Las Sisa, Las Palmas, in Gran Canaria. And yeah, I moved over to Australia.
Nice.
Went to university over there on the Gold Coast.
I actually went to the same university. We did the same course.
We did the same course.
Can you believe this a few years apart?
And people will not believe what the course was, will they?
No, definitely not. Do you want to tell them?
Well, the technical name is sports management.
Sports management. Let's leave it at that.
Brackets, surfing studies.
Yeah, basically studied surfing. That was
Here we are in the competitors area, the athlete zone, and Red Bull chill out zone.
Yeah, we see competitors getting ready for the heat number 4 of the longboard. Zane Schweitzer there in the red, behind those wetsuits hanging up. That's Noah Stender in the white. He was in the junior division earlier today. Put on a good showing. He'll be in the repechage later on. As we see Francisco in the blue. He's in this heat. Getting onto this little wave. Looks like it might reform on the inside for him. Working it through. Using that paddle quite nicely. As he's going to cut back to the right.
Really using that edge, kind of getting right on his heel side there. And what's this inside going to do?
It's going to reform for him, and he's going to handle that nicely. Get to the inside. Oh, I just can't quite hold it on that steeper section. So we see Leko bouncing it off the whitewater. The Leko, known for his backhand surfing, big vertical whips. Obviously putting his shortboard away for the longboard in this division.
He's going to be dangerous out there in the main.
He'll be very dangerous,
the shortboard.
Especially if we move around the corner to El Lorette, which is a nice right hand point break. Seeing Leko on his backhand, that's going to be very exciting.
Leko's got the thruster that he's using there, sort of kind of the big central fin, and then 2 smaller side fins. Is it extra support bow? Kind of.
It is, yeah. So
turns?
Yeah, definitely on the bottom turn, especially on the cutbacks as well, just allowing the board to carve around a little bit more. The difference is with a single fin is you have to have more of a pivot feel, so the board's going to kind of turn on the spot. It's not going to carve around in a big arc. So yeah, Leko there having those 2+1 setup. See another competitor there. So they're heading off for the day.
Throwing the shackers.
Yep.
It's pretty happy out there in the competitor zone. We are back to the action in Las Palmas.
Yeah, 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock for heat number 3.
Moritz kind of opting out of that one. Didn't really see much, as you can see. It's kind of fizzling out a little bit on the right. And just the tactics out there, but I mean, they'd be looking for sort of waves. Would you be trying to eye up for the longboard?
I mean, it's the judging criteria from what we've seen is definitely nose riding is judging high, and those inside sections for the nose riding as well. Lecco held a nice long nose ride for an 8-point ride, but we also saw Tucker in the previous heat surf a really big outside wave and held a long nose ride there, and he scored in the excellent range as well. So it's really just depending on what kind of your style is going to be, whether you want to sit on the outside and get some bigger waves or sit on the inside. To be honest, I think the inside waves are probably walling up a little bit better.
Here's Zane Schweitzer.
He's looks like he's using Benoit's board. This is Noah Stender there heading out for the longboard heat number 4. Danish competitor. Lecco Salazar in red.
Line this one up. And nice off the bottom there. So bending that knee going into it. Straight to nose and unfortunately over the top.
Yeah, just nose diving on that one.
Just too much on the nose.
Too much on the nose, exactly.
So we've got just over 5 minutes remaining. Lecco in the lead with 13.77. Moritz on his heels, 10.5. And Francisco Gil with a 3.74. You get some scores coming in. And Moritz needs an 8.27 and jump up to the lead.
Got one of my colleagues from Cornwall, UK, riding in, part of the SUP Boarder magazine team. They're asking what are the volumes on the SUP longboards for most of the riders. And thanks Lucy for riding in with that. To be honest, a couple of these riders are actually just on prone longboards that we've noticed. They can carry them under their arm. So I'm guessing around 80 litres, 85 litres for the SUP longboard. Obviously Francisco there on a slightly bigger board. Benoit riding around that 95 litre. And that is what Zane is currently on as well, as he catches the backwash out there. So we'll see competitors mixing it up. We'll see...
That's Sakura.
That's Sakura in a way.
From Japan.
Probably on one about 80 litres as well on that board. So yeah, thanks for that question. We'll definitely take a look at what the volumes they are, because I've seen a few pro and longboard designs and a few SUP longboards as well. Moritz Marsh out here. It's probably like 110, 120 litre board.
Like a big board.
Yeah, bit bigger board.
Just tanks through the flax.
Exactly. You can see that wide nose on that board as well as he's paddling into this wave. And it looks like Francisco's also trying to go, so we'll see.
Splitting the peak.
Splitting the peak. Moritz is pulling off. As Francisco continues to ride through. Really working that board from rail to rail. We see that heel toe movement, getting a lot of speed. Just too much on the heels there though.
Yeah, thanks for sending in your questions. Hit us up on Facebook Live, on the APP Facebook page. People streaming in from all over the world.
Yeah, great to see people from everywhere tuning in for all the action. As here goes Moritz now. Cruising through that first section. Nice cut back.
Switching the paddle over. I'm just kind of using those toes, really kind of pushing it down into the right hander, running up to the nose.
Yeah, 5 toes over there for a lovely hang 5. See Moritz opting for the... Yeah, it was really nice. See him opting for the shuffle up to the nose and shuffle back. See what the judges like with that.
What's your preference with that? With the shuffle or the step?
Yeah, the cross step definitely is smoother. It's going to score a lot higher as well because it is a bit harder to do. So you can see the differentiation between the riders' styles and what they'd prefer to do. Lovely drone shot of Moritz on this wave. So we follow him into the inside here as he
It's
gets
a cool
his way up
angle.
to the
Just
nose. Really cool. You can see the...
a few of the lurking boulders.
Yeah,
at the
that's
bottom there.
right. Exactly. So he pulls
Was-
out.
Becoming a little bit too accustomed to those yesterday. When
Yes, exactly. Leko again, just waiting for this wave to set up. You can see him just patiently waiting for the wave. Straight to the nose. He's going to hold that nose right again for a long time. And it's just going to close out on him.
That's a nice looking ride by Leko. So 50 seconds remaining. Round 1, heat 3 of the longboard division. Leko, Salazar out in front from Brazil with 13.77. Moritz in second. And Francisco Gil coming in third with a 3.74. You can get a bit of a glimpse of what we're going to be seeing later around the corner there. Just in the rocks, El Lorette. It's nice to have those options in Las Palmas.
Yeah, tons of waves around here as we count down this heat. We finish it, and that's Moritz just coming in on one.
Nice turn, drawing it back in. Back into the power. It's going to count.
I think it's going to
Just
count
before
just
the- just
before the
before the
hooter. He doesn't think it might count though. He didn't really
He
surf that wave.
doesn't-
Yeah,
Not sure if he thinks it's going to be enough.
that's
to
it. You needed quite a big
Take
score to yeah, get ahead of Leko.
We're going to be going to commercials and then jumping in to heat 4 of the longboard.
The beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep,
Could I cross the island hiking?
yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Bienvenidos and welcome back to the Gran Canaria Pro Am here at the APP World Tour. We are watching the longboard action as part of this event. This is round 1, heat number 4. We'll be seeing Zane Schweitzer in the red, Noah Stender in the white, and Sakura Inoue should be in the yellow. This is just a men's event. We do have a few women competing as well. So great to see the competitors mixing it up. As I'm being joined in the booth by none other than the APP World Tour CEO, Tristan Boxford.
Good morning, Bo. How you doing?
Good, great. It's been great watching the action this morning. We had the juniors out there.
Yeah.
Junior boys, junior girls.
Some
Did
good
you-
action, no?
Yeah, did you catch some of the waves?
I saw a couple. I saw definitely the Japanese kid Kopono looks as though he's got some game, no?
Yeah, it certainly does. It's going to be exciting to see him in the trials event.
And that looks like Zane, if I recognize correctly. Yeah,
It
it's
is Zane, that's right.
You can just tell even from the snap. It's very a Zane-esque snap.
Zane, a very competent longboard surfer. As he makes his way to the inside, but not going to find that reform. As he
Zane,
kicks out.
He didn't. His boards actually didn't arrive, so he's borrowing a board today to be able to get out on the water and compete in the longboarding. But as you said, a very competent longboarder across all divisions, actually. He's a great shortboarder, big wave surfer, everything.
Oh, he is. He does it all. Zane, foiler. He's amazing at everything. There's Moritz Marsh coming in from the last heat. Had a few nice waves out there, nice nose rides.
And so pretty close to your heart, no? The SUP longboarding bowl. Nice to see this discipline in action here.
It's so good that you've made this part of the event, Tristan, and thanks very much for pushing hard with the SUP longboard. I know the guys down under in Australia are really pushing to get it seen around the world, and this is the second event for longboarding, right? We started in New York.
Exactly, yeah. It wasn't ideal conditions for it in New York, honestly. It was really small and not great conditions that day as we got a rider going here. This looks like Noah Stetner from Denmark. Not quite able to get into it. He did really well in the Europeans, actually.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it seems like it's definitely kicked off in Australia. I know the longboard revolution guys, it's Mike Jenkins, right?
Yep.
Really pushing hard, and a lot of guys really amping about the development of this discipline. I think in Europe it's taking on gradually, and that's what we really want to kickstart, see if people can really get into it. And in the US there's some action too. I know in Carolina they have a longboard division. It's pretty small, but growing.
Yeah, excellent. Good to see, and it's good to be part of on the world stage here for the APP World Tour.
Well, exactly, and especially when we look at some of our athletes, like Leco Salazar started as such an acclaimed longboarder. His dad, one of the most titled longboarders in history, and certainly in Brazil. And then we got Zane, we've got all those guys, and Benoit as well.
Benoit, yeah,
on
French
the QS
champion
for longboarding, really successful.
Yeah, it's so great to see. And Taka Inoue as well from Japan, styling on longboard, great hang tens, nose rides. What do you think about the Japanese contingent?
You know, I'm super impressed by the Japanese contingent. I think COVID, while they were locked down and couldn't go anywhere, they definitely focused on improving their surfing. Because I mean, we got these young kids like Capono. We got another guy coming in the main event or the trials, which is Cheyenne. I've heard some amazing things about him. I've seen some pictures of some insane surfing. So I think Japan's definitely established themselves as a force to be reckoned with, both in surfing and racing. You know, I think it's exciting to see.
Definitely, that's right. We had in the racing in APP event in Korea, Busan, we had Rai
Taguchi pulled off the miracle heat that went viral, which was awesome. And then, of course, we got Shrimpy. He just won the ISA, technical and the distance. So, you know, Japan's definitely looking strong on the global stage, which is exciting to see. And the best thing about it is the age of all these guys. They're all under 20.
That's amazing.
Just nuts.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have the old generation, Leco Salazar, one of the originals on the APP World Tour, and then we've got this injection of fresh talent that are under 18s.
Exactly. We got Zane going here.
So Zane opening up with a 5.33 on his first wave. Let's see how he can improve his scoreline on this as he cuts back on the right. Zane's opting to kick out there, not much more on offer for scoring potential.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, I think the most kind of here we got another rider. White looks like not such a great wave that right. The left seems to offer a little bit more reform option, right?
Definitely does. We've seen a few rights reform earlier in the day. I think with that lower tide, we'll see that start to happen again. This is Sakura Inoue, 14-year-old.
14 years old
from Japan.
Definitely keeping it in the family. The Inoues got a lot of talent between the two girls and Taka. And actually, Taka's on the Longboard World Tour as well. So he's been turning some heads there as well. Yeah, so definitely an accomplished all-round waterman for sure.
I saw his website earlier yesterday. There's a first picture of him is busting in air on a longboard. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
These guys have got some skills.
Actually, we did that viral competition during COVID.
Yeah, that's right.
He won the non-APP Pro division because it was an air I think he did. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, right. Amazing. Yeah, we saw Kaede, Sakura's sister, in the first heat of longboard. She placed a second.
Yeah.
In that heat.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
she was taking out the men.
Amazing cross steps, super stylish, up to the nose. Beautiful. Really nice.
And I think that's what we had a judges briefing this morning about the criteria, and we're not focusing on one aspect of longboarding as the dominant part. I think it's more about the overall performance and the fluidity and the combination of maneuvers. So, if a wave calls for critical turns are going to score. If it's a nose riding section, they want to see a nose ride and you be able to link between the turns rather than really going in one direction or other. I think it's embracing the whole repertoire, which I think is the right move.
Definitely the right move. We have seen some big scores earlier in the day from long nose rides from the competitors. So judges rewarding long nose rides in critical sections, but still, Leco Salazar in the last heat putting down an 8-point ride for a long nose ride and a powerful turn. So mixing it up with the repertoire is going to get you those high scores.
Definitely, and you kind of expect it from Leco. I remember when he first burst onto the scene in 2010 in Ibiraquera. He came and he actually won the event, his first event. And yeah, he was definitely from the school of longboarding, but so smooth, so fluid, and taking some advice from his father as we got Sakura taking off on a nice little right here.
Yeah, she's going to control it through the white water as she comes into that reform, cross-stepping her way up to the nose for a hang 5. Lovely style, off the top. Oh, just these bigger boards really need to get on the tail, keep that nose up. With Zane behind her. Just applying pressure to that turn, and again, just whipping that big board around. And he's going to get a nose right in as well. So Zane showing a bit of variety in his surfing.
Yeah, Zane always probably one of the more energetic of the surfers on tour. Whenever he's surfing, it's just non-stop motion. There's no downtime.
That's so true. And Zane coming off a 3rd place in the ISA.
Yeah, I know he was disappointed, but obviously Luis was the man of the day that day, as we got a replay of Sakura's wave here.
Yeah, and late takeoff in the white water from Sakura. That's really tricky to do, especially on a stand-up paddleboard. And add a bit more length to that for the SUP longboard. She gets a quick hang 5 in there. Nice little off the top, but just got a little bit unbalanced on that top turn. And Zane gets a sneaky hang 5 in at the start. He cuts back into the white water. Really utilising that paddle. So he bounces off the white water and another turn on the inside. So good nose right at the start, and then a few turns down this wave. It should be a good score. Might extend his lead in this heat.
Definitely maximized every aspect of that wave. He even was going for the nose right to floater there. Didn't quite pull it off as Noah Stedner's on a wave here. Yeah, that one petered out. But no, it's interesting to see the energy of the sport right now as far as the surfing is concerned. Definitely Japan, there's this rise of talent. And Brazil, which we saw even before COVID, with this just such a wealth of talent over there, both for women and men. And Europe, it's time for them to come forward. I think Noah's coming from the north of Europe. He's taken the mantle from Casper to start pushing from Denmark. We've obviously got Benoit, who's such a phenomenal athlete. But there's definitely, it's wide open for some new Europeans to come onto the scene.
Yeah, we've got Leonika. He's been a big name in the sport for many years, racing and SUP surfing as well.
Yeah, and actually, unfortunately, Clément Rosero, he's a great all-round waterman. He had a conflicting wingfoil event that he had to go attend, but he's definitely one of the European rising stars. But here is Juan de los Reyes, the Spanish guy that's really, really solid. Guillermo, who is Spanish champion. Really, really solid surfer, as we have rider in white. This is Noah.
Little cross-step turn there. Very nice to start the wave as he cuts back. We did see Noah in the junior boys earlier today as well.
So the other exciting surprise bowl that we might be receiving confirmation of later today is Kyle Vaj turning up, a previous 3 times world champion. He had some problems getting here in time for the open of the event, but now that looks like the main event will probably kick off Wednesday morning, he's looking to try get in for tomorrow so that he's ready for action. So
that is fantastic. Such great news.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see at least 2 of our world champions in action here.
Yeah, just adding to that Brazilian contingent as well.
Exactly.
It's going to be some great surfing happening, especially with the building swell we have, as we watch Zane Schweitzer working his way through to this inside. Is Zane going to get to the nose? He's going to opt for the big re-entry off the end section.
Beautiful
well done,
turn
Zane.
there from Zane.
Yeah.
Oh, nice nose ride from Sakura.
Exactly. So 2 schools of surfing here. Zane opting for the power. Sakura, long nose rides. Very stylish surfer.
Some great surfing there for sure. But Zane, always impressive and not on his own board, but doesn't seem to be having too many issues with that one.
No, not at all. I think he can ride anything.
Yeah.
Just about.
Pretty much, pretty much. And Zane's definitely one of those guys. He's been in title contention for several years on the tour. Never quite managed to clinch it. So, I think he's pretty determined this year. He wants to see that happen.
Yeah, he's been training hard. I've been speaking with Zane last couple of days, and he really wants this one.
He does.
He does. He's been working hard. Obviously, the ISA, he finished 3rd over there. Like you said, a bit disappointed.
I think both Zane and Benoit are really hoping for some big surf, which there's going to be. So that could play in their favor. Both of them very comfortable in bigger surf. But saying that, we've seen Wellington perform and then some in really, really good surf, and Lecco as well, who's just such a great athlete. As Noah getting to the end of that one, completes the ride.
It does, yeah.
A little bit of variety there as well.
Yeah, great to see Noah getting a nice long ride there. Watch the replay of Zane banking it off the white water.
This was the one with the big turn on the inside, I think.
I don't think Zane got to the nose on this wave, so we'll see how the judges score that. But like you said, Tristan, it looks like they're looking for critical maneuvers, powerful. Like this one is a prime example.
Timing was perfect on that as well.
Zane did complete that maneuver too. Sakura, nice hang 5 there, start of the wave. You see a lot of these surfers opting for a calf leash as well for the longboarding, just to get that leash out of the way as they walk up to the board. I have seen it get trapped around the paddle a few times too.
I was going to say, when I used to ride a longboard, I used to like that, but actually with the stand-up longboard, it does get caught up in the paddle, and I found I ended up putting it around my ankle anyway.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Because I've seen that quite a number of times.
And what about you, Bo?
Ankle,
yeah.
Preferably for sup longboard, just because of that reason.
Zane staying very active. Nice carving opening turn back into the white water. Definitely no shortage of waves in this round 1. I think the repechage is going to be 20 minutes as Zane gets a nice nose ride for variety there as well.
Really nice nose ride. I was really critical as well, staying on the nose. As he just pulls out of that one. So Zane's still in the lead. Sakura's down chopped up into 2nd place.
Yeah, they definitely enjoyed that double hang 5 that Sakura had on that last wave. It was really smooth, really well executed.
Yeah, she scored a 4.27 for that wave. Noah had a 3.1 on his last one. Wait for that last score to come through from Zane, but the one previous was a 5.27.
So they did like that critical turn. But that last wave did have a good combination of maneuvers. It wasn't as critical, the carving turn, but it was a smooth carving turn into a pretty critical nose ride. So
we see, that
was an up and over.
It was an up and over. I was going to say, that was quite a fancy turtle roll there out the back, but
it
then
was a little late.
A little bit late, yeah. Especially with the big board.
Yeah.
Sup longboard, it's going to be just drag over. I had a few of those yesterday, actually. It was tough out there. Have you been out in the water yet?
I went out actually at El Lloret on the first day, and it was quite challenging. It was, it was a little soft and slopey that day and really choppy, so it wasn't the best day. But out here is really tricky because you got the reforms, you got a section that backs off, and so it definitely requires 100% attention to be able to get good rides.
Yes, it does. I was sitting out there yesterday, and there's it's like a reef shelf.
Yeah.
And it's boils everywhere, but you got to sit right next to that for the waves to break because it's just deep water right next to that.
Yeah, and if you go too wide, it backs off straight away. Yeah. If you go too deep, you get caught behind. So it is a tricky wave to read for sure.
Yeah, definitely. These competitors spending a lot of time out there before these heats, getting to know the wave. Just under 10 minutes in the heat.
I was going to say, Bo, you're not tempted to get out there and compete in the SUP longboard division? It's not making you the competitive juices flow?
One day. Be nice to. It is actually. It's exciting to watch the performance and the level from all the athletes. Also do see Noah here opting for a left. He just slides off there. Babby in love. It's exciting to watch something different on the SUP longboard. The nose riding coming into it. Yeah, I've come from a longboard surfing background, so yeah, it does get me fired up to get back on a longboard for sure.
And
Zane
Zane as
looking.
usual, staying extremely active. What did you get on that last wave, actually? Be interested to know.
He had a 6.17
Yeah,
for that last
it was
one.
the
So like you said,
combination.
yep, a variety of repertoire.
So I think that shows if you stick to just one part of the repertoire, you're not going to get as highly scored as if you can mix up with a couple of, with critical versus traditional.
And Sakura here, straight to the nose. Lovely hang 5. Steps back, little turn, but she just wants to try and get this reform on the inside again. Paddling hard. That's the thing about stand-up paddling. You can use the paddle to get through these flat sections.
Yeah.
Open up more scoring potential on the inside.
A little bit of a stylish over-the-head paddle
Yeah.
hold there as well.
So another well-surfed wave there from Sakura, showing that the women just as good as the men.
I mean, and the young women.
Yes, 14 years old, of course.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
crazy. You know, they came over to Portugal and spent a few days with us over there in the beautiful city of Viana do Castelo, actually, which will be on tour next year.
Oh, wow.
For a racing event, and we got surfing on the horizon in the future. So definitely exciting stuff happening for 2023. We're about to launch the schedule over in Paris in a few weeks. But yeah, no, it's they came over and they scored some really good waves and so impressive, both the sisters. Well, Taka obviously as well, but we kind of anticipated that, and then the girls just blew our minds.
Yeah, of course. Will there be any more SUP surfing events for this season?
For this season, not, because we kind of got boxed in the season. We had planned to kind of make it all happen before the end of the year, but then with the turn of events and kind of the slow return from COVID in the early part of the year, kind of backed things up, made it a bit complicated. So we just went for, let's keep it simple this year. One event, crown a champion, get back in action, and then next year have a full tour of, I think it's going to be 3 events for next year. So some really, really cool locations. So
yeah,
schedule coming very shortly here.
Excellent. I think this is a great event to open up this season. Great waves. We've got a great forecast on offer as well. Great to be back here. Seems fitting as we finished here in 2019.
Well, exactly. That's what I was going to say. I felt like we finished on such a high with Poinaiki winning the well-deserved world title as we got Noah taking off on this just quickly. Nice paddle transition there and back into the white water. He's a big guy too, Noah.
He is. 6'3".
Yeah. Oh, nice little cross step there. So as Kaipo Guerrero would say, representing the great surfing nation of Denmark. But that's the beautiful thing about stand-up paddling.
It is, exactly.
It's just amazing. You got people from every corner of the world coming up. I mean, Casper's dominated. He's been such a dominant figure in the sport for the last 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, that's right.
So he really set the tone for Denmark, and it's generated this whole wealth of talent coming there. You got Caroline Kunsel, you've got Christian Andersen, you've got all these guys, really multi-talented too. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We had some people watching from Finland as well.
Yeah.
Who were into the SUP surfing.
That's
so
awesome.
Yeah, from all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, it really is such an inclusive sport, and that's really the magic of it, and that's what got us so excited about the potential, just to see how anybody from anywhere in the world, there's no barrier to entry, anybody can get into it. There's so many different ways you can enjoy the sport that it's really great, and when you get to see people in great waves as well, it's obviously my most exciting moment.
Exactly.
But like you were saying, yeah, to bring it back to Gran Canaria, I think it was a special moment ending in 2019, and we were like looking forward to kick off the 2020 season in style. Unfortunately, we had a forced break, but it's nice to kind of pick up where we left off, and I think it's very fitting that way too.
Yes, definitely very fitting. And we should be finishing the event around the corner at Eloret.
Exactly, very different wave to this, but here we have Zane Schweitzer. This looks like a nice looking wave actually.
It does. It's a bit of a style hang 5 there, bit of a soul arch. Zane again just showing that progression and power that he has on a SUP longboard.
And smart too, because it feels like you want to follow the reeling wave, but his decision to cut back and kind of go back into the power source when it backs off is really smart there.
Exactly. He goes to the right and he's hanging 5 casually and finishes it off as well. So again, great variety on that wave. Powerful when he's going to do a headstand to finish.
Yeah. Amazing. I don't think he could have thought of anything else to do on that wave.
I don't think he could have, no. Not at all. But that's Zane for you.
Yeah.
Just
very energetic.
thinking outside the box. This surfing is very exciting, isn't it?
It really is, and actually, I think on the bigger board, he always rides great on the short board, but I do love him riding a bigger longboard. I think it really suits his kind of a powerful style. He's able to still get snappy turns, but use the stylistic elements of going to the nose and everything else. I think it's a pleasure to see him on a longboard.
Yeah. There's no extender here. He's in the white. He's taking off. Bit of a cutback on this wave. Let's see if it lines up for him on the inside.
Yeah, so he's chasing Sakura there. He needs a solid wave to get back into contention here.
He does, yeah. Noah's looking for a 7.43 to get himself up into first place, which is going to move into the next round.
So after this, we'll be going into the repechage of the boys and girls, and then finally the repechage for the longboard. And then we're actually going to wrap the juniors division today. So we had a slight change of plan for later in the day. We wanted to make sure we could crown some champions. The conditions really cleaned up. I mean, it's got beautiful out here. The sun came out, no wind, and the waves seem to be improving all the time, no?
Yeah, excellent. So there you go. Junior division will be wrapping up today.
We'll be wrapping up today, exactly. And then tomorrow we should have the culmination of the longboard and then the trials for men and women, and then leading to a couple days of intense action for the pro event.
Very, very exciting. We'll see Sakura here catching waves. She's also going to be competing in the junior event along with her sister.
And the women's open.
They're
doing everything.
There we go. She hangs 10 there. Using that paddle, trying to get ahead of this white water. Oh, again, just couldn't get quite far back enough. Looks like Zane's extended his lead after that previous wave as well.
That was an 8.17 for Zane, so that was impressive. But a nice hang 5 there from Noah, critical right at the start of the wave. So it'll be interesting to see how that improves his position. But Zane, I would say, pretty untouchable at this point.
Very untouchable, yep. Other athletes are now comboed.
Just 2 minutes to go. So your first time to Gran Canaria?
It is my first time.
Yeah. What's your impression?
Enjoying it. Oh, amazing place.
Yeah?
So cool. I love that the city is right on the water and people can just come and watch the event. This is the replay of Zane's last wave, the 8.17. You can see.
There really wasn't one lost moment on that wave. Even the snap he did, you'd think, oh, that's it. But then he went back and kind of foam climbed a little bit on his backhand.
He finished it off in control.
With
a headstand.
With a headstand.
That was the 0.17 at the end.
That was the 0.17. And cleanly executed too. Stayed on the wave. Yeah, always the entertainer, Zane, on land or on the water.
Yes, he is.
Always putting on a show.
Yeah, Zane been competing on the tour for quite a number of years now. Was he one of the originals or just the...
He is one of the OGs.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, excellent.
He actually was sleeping on our floor at 14 years old at the first Sunset Beach event.
Right, wow.
So, he's been there. It might have been, maybe it was the second one. I feel like it was the first, though. Yeah, it was either the first or the second.
Right.
When Ekolu Kalama was like the leading light coming into the tour. Everybody was complaining that I gave Kai Lenny a wild card in the first year, which turned out to be quite comedic.
As he won that event?
Yeah, as he won that event and won the tour and won the title for the next few years. So, yeah. No, it was an interesting time in the sport. I think we had an athlete meeting just before the first event at Sunset. And I remember Bonga Perkins was fighting to have a 9-foot board minimum for obvious reasons. One of the best on a 9-footer that's ever surfed.
Yes, exactly.
Noah on another wave.
Yeah, trying to improve his score.
Not sure that's going to make the difference for him, though, actually.
No.
He needs a bit of variety. He needs a wave that gives him some more scoring potential there.
That's true. As we got 10 seconds left in this heat. Zane paddling into one. Might do a bit of a victory lap here. Riding Benoit Carpentier's board. Oh, as he just fell off on that nose ride. But that's the end of heat number 4. That is the longboard division. Round 1 wrapped up. Zane Schweitzer taking the lead on that one. As we see the great city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And we'll be heading to a short commercial break. Coming back with the repechage of the junior boys.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Be out in the open though.
Buenos dias. Welcome to the Gran Canaria Pro Am. I'm Ollie Russell-Cowan. I'm joined by CEO of APP, Tristan Bogsford. Tristan, great to be back.
It's great to be back. It's great to have you in the booth, Ollie. And yeah, what a beautiful day. It really turned out for the books. When we first got down here this morning at 6:30, 7 o'clock, we were watching in the dark, semi-dark, and it didn't look that exciting, I have to say. But we were like, we got to keep our options open. And sure enough, it kind of turned on. So it was a good call.
And it's certainly turned on. And we've run through a few heats already with the juniors, the boys, and the girls, the longboard division as well.
Yeah, I think some exciting takeaways already. First of all, that the future is bright. There's a lot of young talent coming into the sport, particularly from Japan, as we're learning, in all respects. I think the other thing is that SUP longboarding is definitely starting to really bubble up all over the world. As we've been talking about in Australia, it's become a really big part of the SUP culture there, which is great. And then now we're seeing some great action from all the top guys.
There's Holly down on the beach with Zane. Just talking about his last heat, and yeah, he's got to be pretty happy with how it went.
It's Zane's one of those impressive athletes who really does do everything. He's come from the mold of Kai Lenny's and Connor Baxter's and all those guys that are insanely talented across all the different sports. And his low center of gravity, when he's always keeps his center balance really low, so he's got such an amazing balance no matter what board he's riding. Whether it's a short board, he's very exciting to watch, very energetic. And as we're talking with Bo, never a dull moment. There's never a down moment in his surfing. And on longboard, actually, it's almost my favorite form of him surfing. I think he puts a lot of flair, a lot of power, and a lot of flow.
Just style with progression, right?
Exactly. And he's able to control his power. Like, he can release when he wants to release. He can get up to the nose and be super stylish because he's so agile. He can even do headstands, as we saw in that last heat. And the other guy I'm super excited about seeing in the longboard is Leco Salazar. His dad, one of the most titled Brazilian surfers of all time. We got a start of the heat. But yeah, Leco's dad was a really celebrated longboarder. Leco started in longboarding and came onto the scene in stand-up paddling right in the first year of the tour, and just blitzed everyone in Ibiraquera in the first Brazilian event. So he's been at the forefront since the beginning.
And good to see longboarding back. I mean, after with the last time, it was 2019 over in New York.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a lot better showcase here. It was a bit of an afterthought in Long Beach, quite honestly. It was something we wanted to do just to do a little exhibition showcase. The waves weren't great, but here, actually, it's quite a good wave for it. There's a lot of reform. There's a lot of potential to use the full length of the board. Yeah. There's options for critical turns, and so yeah, it's exciting to see it, and I think it's a great time to kind of inject some energy into this part of the sport.
There's lots. The guys were like splitting the peak, and you got the left and the right. It's not just the left on offer here, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it gives a lot of opportunity, and it is a strange reef. It's quite a difficult reef to read, actually, as we see rider in white here. This is Noah Stender.
And then Pedro.
Yeah.
In the back.
Our young gun, 12 years old, or I think he's 11 even, actually.
Yeah, he's 11.
Yeah, just crazy.
So Noah
Stender from Denmark. So he just won, no, he didn't win the Europeans, but I think he was second or third. He got to the finals of the Europeans. Benoit actually won it. Or not Benoit, no, it wasn't. It was Guillermo who was coming, who will be in the main event, the Spanish champion. Benoit was second. I think Noah was third, so a great result for Noah. And I think he was the under-18 champion.
Nice. Zane out the back, kind of looking to see what's coming. Sort of waiting patiently for the sets. Has kind of got a, I don't know, like whether they're kind of going for everything, or there's some tactics out there for like.
Definitely, and you want to have.
There certainly was this morning.
Yeah, exactly, and you want to have that bigger set wave because the smaller ones tend to fizzle out. The bigger ones have some reform potential, and you can get a proper hit on the inside. So, if you're being strategic and smart, you're going to really watch for those bigger sets.
We got some scores in from Noah with a 3.83. With Pedro's first ride, 2.17.
And Zane on the outside there in red, he's been on the scene for many years. We actually met him when he was about 13 or 14. He started doing the Nakamakai youth event we used to do in Turtle Bay, and then moved on to Sunset. So he's like one of the sole rising talents, young rising talents in Hawaii. Unfortunately, it kind of fizzled a little bit. I feel like there's starting to be a bit more energy back in the sport again over in Hawaii. Unfortunately, Brendan Rodegger couldn't make it this time. He's another one of the Maui talents. As we see Zane looking to get into that. But Zane on the North Shore, he really holds it down for stand-up paddling as we got Pedro Vega, the young champion.
Taking this left, nice little top turn. He's going to work around this section, using that paddle. Back into the pocket. Just fizzled out, but he got some nice turns.
Yeah, very energetic young Brazilian surfer. A lot of support behind him from Brazil. There's been a huge campaign to bring him over here for the Pro Juniors. So it's great to have him in this heat. Would be great to see him go through. Honestly, I think he's a great star of the future, and I think it's representative of the Brazilian storm that we do have in stand-up paddling as well.
A lot of cheers from the Brazilian contingent down on the boardwalk when he's catching a wave, and especially when he kind of takes it right to the shore. They sort of.
Exactly.
They love to see it.
And here's, he's. I think he's got some competitive smarts to learn still. I think his talent is really there. But like anyone when they're young, even when you, I considered young when we were like 17 or 18, not 11.
He's a hungry Grom. He's trying to catch all the waves.
Exactly. But I think definitely a bright talent for the future. And I've heard Leko and all the guys talk to them. Leko, kind of an elderly statesman now, although he's only, I think, early 30s. But he's been on the tour since the beginning, 2012 world champion. So he's a great ambassador for the sport, and he was the first Brazilian world champion for the sport. And then Caio Vaz, who it looks, fingers crossed, is going to be making it after all, who's 3 times world champion, great multi-sport athlete as well, big wave surfer, got a lot of really big waves at Nazaré, the big slabs off Rio. So really accomplished surfer, like the Kai Lennies, the Zanes, all these guys who are multi-sports.
And the Brazilians are really close. They'll travel together.
Yeah, definitely
look
a family.
after each other, right?
Exactly. Leko definitely, like I said, the elderly statesman. Wellington and Luis, kind of the current stars. And then you've got these new wealth of talent. Leo Jimenez, who actually won the Brazilian title, I think, this year. Really, really good talent. He's been kind of up and coming for the last few years, and young too. So, yeah, it's exciting to see the level of energy coming from Brazil, and there's a lot more. So. The more things start to open up, I think the more talent we're going to see from there.
And in 2019, we saw Wellington take the championship here, winning the event, and yeah, he's going to be eager to kind of keep his title, isn't he?
Definitely, he had his eyes set on the title. Unfortunately, just coming short. And ironically, it was his countryman who kind of sealed the deal for him because Leko beat somebody. Who was challenging him for the title. A fellow Brazilian, I think it was Luis Diniz actually. He beat Luis Diniz, which basically ended Luis Diniz's hopes for the title and secured Poinaiki's title, which was an interesting turn of events. And here's Zane.
So Zane's up on a nice looking right. See what it's going to do. Is it going to open up for him? Nice little turn there back into the pocket. Using the paddle, really generating so much speed in the flat section. Bams it off the top.
Just caught the nose there, but manages to recover. But nice little bang off the top to finish it off. So that was Zane's first proper wave. That should make a difference for him, I would think. Pedro currently in the lead, our 11-year-old. So definitely handing it to the older kids. But yeah, Zane is a very talented young kid from the North Shore. He rides on Blue Planet, actually a great supporter of the sport over there. So yeah, it's interesting to see the evolution, the ups and downs of sports as they ebb and flow. You know, Hawaii is such a center for like sports development that when the new fad comes in, it just takes over. And then as things calibrate, you know, the traditional sports tend to kind of bring back some of the popularity. And I think that's it's happening or about to happen in Hawaii. As we see Noah coming unstuck. Unfortunately, he was in the last heat of the longboarding, so he's probably pretty tired right now.
They're young though. Straight back out there.
They got plenty of energy. Plenty of energy. But yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see if there's a new crop of talent coming through in Hawaii. I think there will be, because it's such a multi-sport culture as it is over there. There's a lot of guys, especially now with Kai Lenny kind of making it cool to be multi-sport guy. You know, I think it's the new generation sees it as something aspirational. Even John, all those guys now getting more into foiling, getting into distance paddling, getting into sailing, just becoming more versatile as water athletes. Yeah. And they see the benefits of it. You know, it's a huge advantage.
We were talking about it with Kai, you know, like how sort of fundamental stand-up's been for his big wave surfing campaigns, taking on Nazare, and almost, I think he was saying without that, it probably, you know, he wouldn't be looking at the waves as he does. And
yeah, I think it's, you know, like Kai always says, it's drawing on every single sport. And actually Dave Kalama was the one, the kind of the original mentor of this kind of mentality of looking how each sport can benefit you in another sport. So training in one is not exclusive to training in one. It's very complementary to all the different sports. And as the strap crew guys that kind of originated tow surfing in Piahi and Jaws in the early days, they learned that they were used to dealing with speed on a windsurfer and having straps. Hang on, I'll pause on there as we got Pedro Vega, our young champion here. Definitely a very alert surfer. Knows where he is, keeping in the power source of the wave. Hoping for something to line up on the inside here. It kind of fizzles out that way. Like I said, with those smaller ones, they tend to look as though they're going to line up, but they just don't really have the power to push through. But yeah, the strap crew, they really came from actually windsurfing more than anything. Laird and Dave Kalama and Rush Randall and Mark Angulo and Josh Angulo, they all kind of culminated towards this opportunity to get into surfing and ride really, really big surf on smaller boards. And the idea that you could manage on a smaller board if A, you were towed in, and B, you had straps to keep you fixed on the board. Because when you're going at that speed, the chances of bouncing off without straps is really, really easy. But they were used to going fast. They were used to drawing turns on a small board in a big wave, because on a windsurfer, that's what you do. And they were windsurfing Piahi right back at the beginning. So, and windsurfing is a great tool for that as well. So that was the first dawning days of this idea of this pollination across the sports, I think, because then kite surfing evolved, and then stand-up paddling came along, and stand-up paddling enabled you to have control of a much bigger board, right? A smaller board in big surf, a bigger board in small surf, and it enabled you to really watch the ocean and learn how you can maximize a wave's potential.
And how do you see these sports developing, I guess, with the introduction of hydrofoil? And
I think every sport has its place. Foiling is like the next big thing. It's an extension of surfing. Everything's really an extension of surfing, as we've got Noah on this wave. This actually looks like a nice wave, keeping in the power source, making sure he doesn't go too far out onto the shoulder. Decides to kick out for something better. I see it as an extension of surfing. The great thing about it is you don't need the same kind of waves, so that you're not battling for the same waves. So I think that's a complementary form of surfing. But I think all surfers that have put a rail in the water and felt what it is to drive a turn will always end up coming back to the core feeling of driving a turn on a wave. So, and there's so many different ways you can do that. The nice thing about stand-up paddling is the diversity and the different conditions you can really have a great time in. And especially as you get older and work starts to become really important, and you have less time to go surf, you can maximize your time on the water because a wider range of conditions can suit. suit your riding, which is what I found with stand-up pedaling.
And also not having to think that if you go on a trip, like if you come here, you've got to bring 4 boards. If you're surfing, if you're kind of looking at like, okay, do I need a gun? Do I need a step up? Do I need a little gravel board? You can take less. Or you
can take less for sure. Like everything, there's always you're gonna wish you had your other board if you're when you get there and you don't bring it. But yeah, I'd say one board fits all more than in surfing. As we see Zane on actually a bit of a set wave here.
It's a nice looking left.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to back up at that first wave where he got the nice bank off the end section. He's got a bit of a reform to the right there. Being smart to stay patient. He's got another, nice hit off the top there.
It's a great looking ride from Zane. His last score was a 6.33. See if he can improve on that.
So there definitely will be a good backup as Noah Stenda is back in contention. He's just ahead of Pedro there. As we got Pedro on another wave. This looks like a nice little inside wave that you might, unfortunately just dropping out of the back there. So great learning experience for Pedro. I think, like I said, I think he's got a great future ahead of him. And
this is the first time he's been over here?
First time he's been over here. I got a feeling it's the first time he's been out of Brazil.
No way.
So, it's a big deal. There was a lot of people that supported to get him over here. His family are very supportive and very passionate. So, here's the replay of Noah's wave.
So Zane with a 5 for his 3rd wave of the heat.
Yeah, he's been selective. He's chose the ones that reform. Yeah, it's a good backup, and I think it puts him in a pretty solid advancing position. I believe the top 2 advance through into the semis here, if I'm not correct, or maybe it's the top. Actually, it's probably the winner. No, it is the winner of this goes through, so it's an important position.
And what are we looking to do later in the day?
We're looking to we'll go through the repechage of both the the boys, the girls, and the longboard. Then we'll be going into the semis of the boys and the girls, and then into the finals. So we're going to wrap. We're going to have some champions today in the nice conditions. Longboarding will roll on into tomorrow. So we'll finish that tomorrow, and then we'll have the open trials. Fingers crossed, pending the conditions being okay in the morning. So we're setting ourselves up to be a bit more selective as we come into this big swell period.
And there's some big waves on the way.
Definitely some big surf. Very exciting to see the forecast. As we got Pedro on, he's not quite able to get in there, unfortunately. We got a great forecast on hand. Good winds. The one concern is that it might max out the location, so we got to be careful that we don't just shoot for the biggest and then get closed down. But let's see. We're going to try and navigate the swell as well as we possibly can to take the best part of it. I think Wednesday will be a great day. Solid as the first kind of hit of the swell, which is pretty constant. It'll provide some great competition. And then we'll kind of handpick the final stages.
And we're in the Wawa, the fun bus, right in front of La Cisa, and it's mobile. So we've got that option to go around the corner to El Loret when the conditions look kind of... when they do start coming in, that is an incredible wave, and most likely we'll be finishing off over there, don't you think?
100%. Basically the beauty of this venue is we've got this accessible venue over here that everybody can get out and participate and have fun. Ideal for the longboard component. Around the corner is a legitimate point break, difficult entry and exit from the water. A lot more complications to it, so it's nice to be able to get some of the open rounds and some of the juniors out without too much of a stress and headache, and really get some fun surfing, and then be able to put the pros in some meaningful waves. And 2018 and 19, this place showed its worth. There was some great waves, fabulous point break surfing, and the guys putting the best surfing in the world on show.
And finals day for both years just lit up. And
yeah, we were very fortunate, and the riders made it really look good on top of that.
Pedro on a nice looking right here, just taps it off the top. He's going to try and look to get back into the pocket, see if it reforms. Unfortunately, just fizzles out for him a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see the evolution of the sport since, obviously it's been a few years now. 2019 was the last event. We've obviously been seeing some clips online, the guys who are super active, Wellington and Luis particularly, definitely they want the title, both of them. Luis is coming off a win at the ISA event, a fantastic performance from him there. Wellington didn't qualify through the Brazilians, which was quite surprising, but then there's such a hotbed of talent in Brazil, it's not surprising. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they're at. I loved watching Wellington surf. I think on his backhand, that was some of the best backhand surfing I've seen on a stand-up paddleboard from him that year for sure.
In 2019?
In 2019. Yeah, it was just so smooth, not a drop of water out of place when he was doing his turns. A lot of power. Just positioning was perfect. Really full rail turns as well. Lecco a bit more traditional, but very much going vertical up and down. Not as on rail as Wellington, but so fluid, and it was great to see the contrasting styles.
Wellington just getting really critical on all those turns, right? Just
absolutely
putting on tail and just throwing it out over the top.
A lot of release in his boards. Lecco's got a bit more traditional straighter rails, I think, and Wellington's got that kind of more shortboard, throw tail drift through his top turns. It's great to see the contrasting styles. Both look beautiful, honestly. And then you got Luis Diniz, who's at the extreme end of the spectrum, riding really, really small boards, 100% kind of shortboard style, and obviously throwing airs and all that kind of stuff. As we got a replay of Pedro.
There's a smaller wave here, but it does wall up nicely on this on the inside bank here.
It does. Unfortunately, you get a little hung up on that second turn. It was just as it backed off, so unfortunate there. So we got a nice set, though.
Zane. He's going.
Definitely showing some patience and picking the right waves. He's got a nice looking left here, but that wave almost, unfortunately coming unstuck. But right there's a drop off. There's like a reef shelf, and then it drops off, so it backs off almost immediately, so you have to cut back and go back into the power source, and then it reforms once it hits the sandbank on the inside.
And a couple of wobbles out there. Well, I was out there yesterday with Bo, and we were just scoping it out, a bit of current, and
it's a complicated wave. It's accessible, but it's complicated. It's difficult to surf well, and a lot of the pros were saying that as well. Like, it's a really difficult wave to have great surfing, because you've really got to be on your game. Your timing has to be perfect. Point break, you can kind of read it easier. You know how it's gonna. You can kind of line up your turns. This is a bit more a Pandora's box. You never know quite what's going to come out, but it could be great.
So Noah switching paddles, driving it back in. Kind of leaning on that heel edge there to get it back into the pocket.
Yeah, definitely. He's a great hope for the future for Denmark for sure. I see him as the more he competes and the more he gets into this, he's going to be a guy to watch out for in the future, as well as this guy, who's got another 7 years before he comes out of the junior division.
Just incredible.
Yeah.
But Kai, he was 17.
Kai was 17, and stand-up paddling right at the very beginning. That's the end of that heat. Looks like we got Zane advancing through into the semifinals there.
And Zane with 11.33. He'll be going through.
But yeah, the early days, it was definitely like...
We're going to be jumping to a commercial break, and then we'll be back with the repurchase rounds, Heat 2. Buenos dias or buenas tardes. Welcome to Las Canarias. We're here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am APP World Tour. The juniors. We've been through a couple of heats this morning. We're now on the roper jacket rounds. Heat 2. In the water.
We have, that's Vince de so please, apologies if I pronounced it wrong. I think his parents are German, but he's grown up here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, he's over based over in Fuerteventura, in Coralejo.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, he competed in one of our races down in the south of Gran Canaria a few years ago, so we've known the kid, we've seen him grow.
Tituan. Looking for that one.
Yeah.
Just decided. Good choice. Decided against it. Wasn't really up to much that way.
And then we got Tituan obviously from France, and then we got Tobias Ernst from Denmark. So another Danish up-and-coming talent, inspired by the Viking himself, Kasper Steinfath, leading the charge for the Danish. So Kasper is quite a character in the sport. He actually this year paddled around Denmark. Over a 45-day period or something,
wow,
non-stop. So he stopped every evening, but just went. And before that, he paddled to Norway, foiled to Norway. And he dominated in the big wave surf races that we did in San Francisco, coming in Ocean Beach in XL Surf, and he won it twice. So
nice.
You'd think Kai Lenny would have won it hands down, being the guy that he is, and Kasper won it both times. And then the first year, I believe it was Connor Baxter who won. So, it's great to see the diversity in the sport, how different skill sets can come into play.
And different scenes as well. And
exactly.
How
it's really a hybrid sport that pulled off all the different sports in its evolution. I mean, you had windsurfers really get attracted to it because they're used to having something in their hands. They're used to being outside of the surf zone and seeing the swells come as swells rather than just seeing them as peaks where they drop in. So that was one component of it that came to fore. We obviously got canoe paddlers who came into the sport, outrigger canoe paddlers, and then shortboard surfers who came in. It was at the beginning, it was a great tool for getting fit during the summertime in Hawaii, for example, and that was really the start of it. And then you saw everybody started to grasp on the potential in Tahiti, where it's such a canoe paddling and surfing are the two big sports in Tahiti, and those guys really got onto it because they were great paddlers and they were great surfers. So what a perfect combination for them. So
and longboard surfing as well, throwing that in, and then being able to do maneuvers and that whole kind of the tradition as well as the high performance of lending itself to stand up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's the evolution was interesting, and the first year, like I said, we had Bonga pushing for a 9-foot minimum. Within a year, the boards reduced by a foot, if not more. The riders, suddenly there was this burst of young talent like Mo Freitas and Zane and Bern Rodig and all these kids coming in, and Kai obviously leading the charge. It was a really exciting time for the sport. But then at the other end, we had celebrated bodyboarder Kainoa McGee, who also got into the semi-finals of the Pipe Masters in surfing one year. He's multi-sport waterman athlete. Dwayne DeSoto, who also was really dominant. Bonga Perkins, all these guys. So he had a really great and interesting mix of people. And some of the heats, or Mo riding a 6'8", Bonga riding a 9'0" or an 8'5". So it was a cool time for the sport, and seeing the evolution was exciting, and the old guard still held their own, certainly in big surf. Bonga won Sunset I think in 2012, I believe. Managed to clinch it off Kai.
And it's big conditions.
It was big conditions. I think I remember the winning wave was he just banked into a big left coming towards him at Sunset and made it. So did a bit of a magician move as we see Tituan Pajot from France.
Back in. What's this inside going to do? It's eyeing it up. A nice little turn there on the top. Cheeky bit of a lay back there. We're just going to leaning into it. You're definitely using rail.
Yeah, you can see the wave not giving him much power, so he's a little bit, kind of edging into it, not able to put all his power into it in case he drops out the back. So he's going to want to get a bit of a bigger wave with a bit more punch to it, I think. But he's led by, actually, it's funnily enough, Benoit, who is now the kind of...
It's like the old guard,
He's like the old guard, but I've known Benoit since he was 15. And, from La Torche in northwest France, and then coming out to Sunset, and really, I think when he was 16 and he got into the quarterfinals. So really impressive young guy, and now he's kind of an elderly statesman for, still very much at the top of his game. He's one of the leading guys on tour.
Is he in his 30s yet? Or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think he's in his 20s. We see a replay of Titouan there. But he's a little bit mentoring these young French kids coming into the event for the first time. Being a fatherly figure.
And seeing his progression as well over the years.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, he's another one of those athletes like Zane. He's an incredible longboarder. He does the QS. I think he was European champion or second in Europe in longboarding. So he'll be great to watch out for in the next rounds of the SCP longboarding as well. So he's a great all-round athlete. He's really got into foiling recently, really good shortboarder, and he's doing the winging stuff. So, yeah, well-rounded athlete as we've got.
Is Vince?
Yeah. Just coming unstuck there, caught the nose. Sometimes it's tricky with the change in contour of the wave the whole time. You think you got to keep your weight forward because it's kind of backing off, and then all of a sudden there's a steep section and your nose catches. So
I've noticed that with Vince, slightly bit of a wider stance.
Yeah.
When he's taking off and just keeping that stability, I guess, when you do have those kind of wobbles.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's interesting to see all the different styles of riding. Mo Freitas, I remember when he was paddling around, he would ride such small boards that his feet would together. So he would literally have them at right angles to each other in the center of the board as he was paddling out.
Wow.
And when he's paddling in, he was like that, and then he would literally leave that front foot where it is and have his foot right on the tail pad. So it was a one motion because he was riding such a small board.
Yeah.
But he was, he a little bit revolutionized, he really spurred the evolution of progressive stand-up paddle surfing actually in Brazil. I think it was 2012, around then, or maybe it was a little later, but he came with a completely different board than anyone else was riding. And I remember seeing Kai just going, wow.
What did everyone think? Were they
Everybody
looking at him going?
Well, they were looking at it like, wow, that's interesting. And then all of a sudden he was doing some turns. He was able to put his board in places of the wave that people hadn't really thought about. They kind of thought that you got to be a bit more conservative. You're on a bigger board. It's never going to fit there.
Yeah.
And he was banking some turns that people couldn't believe.
Almost like a light bulb moment for everybody going, if we do.
Oh, no, for sure. Everybody went back to their shape straight after that. Like, man, let's copy what this guy's doing because it's working.
Just chop half a foot off.
Yeah. And even now, he was working closely with Pat Rawson from Hawaii, who's a celebrated shaper for many years. Used to shape for Tom Carroll and had those famous boards that people have seen for decades. And then they created this unlikely partnership where they just really worked together and created magic together. So there's Vince, unfortunately closing out there. I know he's probably have a good reform. It's got a bit more size to this board.
You can hold on to it. Trying to generate as much speed as he can through those flat sections. That paddle and
just there you can see
catching
again.
The nose.
Yeah, it was the same problem. He was kind of keeping his weight back. Keeping his weight forward to keep on the wave, and then the nose caught.
It's a fine balance, isn't it, with that?
It is, and you got to watch it, especially on a wave like this, because it changes so quickly. It'll hit a little bank and suddenly just jack up unexpectedly, like it did there.
And he'll be used to the points on the North Shore in Fuerteventura.
Exactly.
I spent a year over there back in the day, and there is so many spots. There's slabs, there's beaches, there's points, and yeah, it's a proper playground for all these different water sport activities. And then you get down to the south of the island for windsurfing or kiting, wing foiling. So he's a bit of a waterman, kind of mixing it up.
He is, for sure. For sure. It's definitely a hot spot of kind of multi-water sports culture over here in the Canary Islands with, the celebrated windsurfing capital down in Pozo, which has been an epicenter for many, many years for windsurfing. Much inspired by our partner with the event, Bjorn Dunkerbeck, who has 43 world titles, I think.
Just been over in Namibia, coming back
exactly
soon.
He didn't manage to beat his record of 104 kilometers an hour, which is mind-boggling.
What did he get? Was it like 95 or something?
I think his top speed was 102 or 103, but over the course it was 96 or something, the average speed. So I don't think it was windy enough, is what he said. You need some serious wind. But but it's a crazy place because it's a really narrow channel, super shallow, incredibly dangerous, honestly. But yeah,
and going as fast as a car.
Going as fast as
a fast car.
Yeah, as a fast car, exactly. So, and he's ever impressive. I think he's 53 or something now, and still as passionate as the youngest Grom on tour for windsurfing. He loves it. He loves all the different water sports, and a big promoter and pusher of all water sports culture, both here in the Canary Islands and all over the world. So, a close friend of mine for many years. He's a really, really great character and a great ambassador for all water sports, honestly.
And his parents both windsurfed, super keen windsurfers, moved over here when Bjorn was, I know he was like a couple of years old or something, wasn't he? And
exactly, Danish and Dutch, his parents, and they came over here. They were passionate windsurfers in the early days of windsurfing, and
set up a center.
So their kid had the best possible opportunity to get in the sport. I think he started on the tour at 15 years old. Before Kelly Slater, it was a record-breaking long career because he went from 15, I think, till 40s, mid 40s, I think it was when he finally retired. So from racing, and he's still competing in speed. So
still got Guinness World Records for speed, and then passing on the baton to his kids, Liam.
Yeah. And Liam actually is, he's been built in the mold of Kai Lenny as well, in the sense of that multi-sport athlete like Zane and all these guys. His dad obviously loves windsurfing, and sure, he had that introduction to windsurfing, but his kid was more interested in shortboarding when he was young, so he's a great shortboard surfer. He's a good stand-up paddle surfer.
He's been Canarian champion.
He's done really well this year on the World Tour windsurfing. I think he finished up 16th overall in the world for his first full year on tour. And then he's also super into wing foiling, really progressive, and so definitely enjoying all that the water has to offer. And here in Gran Canaria, you got wind and waves, so
perfect combination.
Exactly.
And especially between the different types of year. So in summertime, it gets really windy in the Canaries, which is then perfect for windsurfing, and then the waves pretty much turn on, kind of like mainland Europe, around sort of September, October time. Throughout the whole of the winter, you can get away. I just walked past the sign, and it's, the temperature gauge was 26. It's almost December, and it's 26 degrees. I mean, what's not to love?
Exactly. I mean, everybody's wearing wetsuits, but really, you can. Last year, I was surfing in shorts. I mean, it's possible. It's just it's a little chillier than the summertime, but it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
So heat 2, we got 7 minutes left. And Vince, in the lead, he's looking for one here. What's this left gonna do? Nice little cut back. Is the pocket? Is it? And try and get through this flat section. Really utilising the paddle. Fortunately, didn't reform for him. And Tobias still waiting out the back. Yet to get a score in. And Tetuan needing a 1.8 to come back into the lead. Here he is. What's this left going to do? Not. Trying to check out the boulders. Just catching rail there on the. It's pretty tricky. There's wobbly conditions. This cross onshore, not super strong, but definitely challenging out there.
Yeah, it is very challenging out there.
Welcome back, Bo.
So, thanks, Ollie. I had Tristan Boxford, APP World Tour CEO, in here for a while. Great insights from Tristan.
Great insights, great kind of background and history of the sport, and just how it all began from starting the tour in 2009, and Kai Lenny now, like the superstar he is, how sort of kind of going from almost that legacy at the beginning and to where we are, looking at the progression, looking at the juniors, and yeah, we had Pedro on in that last heat. Fortunately not getting through.
But yeah, 11 years old, still a lot of potential, a lot of years left to make a name for himself on the world stage.
Still junior for another 7 years.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
That was what Tristan was saying. I was like, yeah, this is true.
So true. But yeah, Tristan with the vision of creating the APP World Tour, still with that same vision today of just bringing this sport to the Masters and having a World Tour that has the best athletes in the world competing on it. As we do see a competitor there, that is Tituan, just trying to paddle into that. Not too many waves ridden in this heat, looks like, Ollie. Coming down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Vince has been keeping pretty active out there. He's got about 5 waves.
Okay. Tobias, is he in this heat? Has he... Haven't seen Blue Rashi out there.
So Tituan. To the left here. A bit of a foamy section coming up. Just searching for that reform. Just offers a bit more to play with. Just gets a bit vertical. And hung up there in the white water.
Had a few nice turns on the outside
Yeah.
though. I think that score might even factor into the top 2. There's Vince, the current heat leader. He's searching around there, trying to look for a wave that's going to back up his scores.
Vince is looking for a smaller one, this one. Almost dummying the left and then sending it right. Fizzling out. If he can get through, he can just generate so much speed through the flat with the paddle, just using it to his advantage.
He's going to link up with the reform here on the inside, so having something a bit extra to work with there off the lip. So another good wave there from Vince. Bit of local knowledge, you think, from Vince?
I'd say he's definitely been over here. And just having that Canarian knowledge of the power of the waves. As you saw, they're just in the shorey there, and it can slam you back.
Yeah,
I mean, the
it really
tide
can.
now is it's going to be sort of getting lower and lower as the day goes on. We got a low tide around around 6. For a sunset sesh. And it does get super shallow on that inside section there. So it hits the sandbank just off the rocks.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little gully as you paddle out. Kind of got to get wet. And then you get to this really shallow sandbank. Like you were saying, it just slams on the sandbank there. As we do see Tituan. He's going to try for a wave with 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. He needs to get a good score to get himself up into that first position.
See him eyeing it down the line. It's going to have here.
Little turns,
So
working it
tap
through.
off the top and just kicking out the end.
Kicks it away there. Looks like it got pretty shallow. Wait to see what the scores are for both riders on those last waves. See if it does change the situation.
So we've got 53 seconds left on the clock. Vince still in the lead with that 5.3. Tituan needs a 1.8. But it's not over until the horn.
That's right. So only first place does progress through. We do have scores to be locked in.
And we're going to be crowning junior champion, both the boys and the girls today.
That's right. We're going to keep rolling through the junior divisions. Up next will be the junior girls. As we count this heat out. So we're still waiting for judges to input the scores. And we'll get those to you as we do see the scores come through. Tituan's last wave is a 4.17. He has moved up into the lead. Vince had a 2.97. That was on actually the wave previous to the last one. Tituan and Vince both locking in around a 2-point ride for their last scores. So Tituan taking the win and progressing through to the semi-finals of the junior boys.
He'll be stoked with that, Tituan with the win.
Absolutely. Gets himself one step closer to the finals.
So into the semis.
And
we'll be heading to commercials. And then we'll be back.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí. ¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Buenas tardes and welcome to the Gran Canaria Pro Am APP World Tour. We're in the repechaje round now. So we've got the junior girls, Heat 1. In red, Marina Loeza. In white, we've got Annabelle Page from the UK. And then in blue, we have Stefania Millard.
Yeah, exciting repechage heat for these women. I actually think that all of these women were in the European final of the Euro Championships recently, so it's a bit of a rematch between these three competitors. We have Tiffany, who actually won the event. Marina, I think, was in second, and Annabelle in third. So
they'll be
these girls
all wanting to win.
All wanting to win, exactly, getting through this heat.
It's Marina taking off. Oi!
Just you see those bumps on the face with that wind blowing kind of cross shore, just getting it unstuck on that bump.
How did it feel down there? It's getting a little bit windier.
It is a little bit windier, but man, the sun's out. Looks really nice out there. The colour of the water is so blue. As we see that competitor from the last heat. That's Vince. Unfortunately, just getting pipped right in the last 10 seconds there, as the scores come through quite late. So great performance from Vince. We'll see him in the men's trials coming up. That'll be hopefully tomorrow. We'll get a start on that.
I think so. So he's just got to try and almost just take what he's learned from here, from today, and put that into the trials.
Yeah, looking maybe similar conditions tomorrow.
I think so. I think maybe a little bit cleaner. That wind is dropping off slightly. The swell and the size from forecasts maybe a tad bit smaller. But if it's going to be cleaner conditions, it's going to definitely going to see a lot of waves. Good period as well. 13 seconds. Then in the afternoon starts building.
Nice.
Wednesday going to be bigger, and then Thursday
too big.
Too big. Everyone go home.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too big and scary.
So we see Annabelle Page in the white, opting for this left on her forehand, using that paddle to cut back. Really nice and low Annabelle stays on her board for that stability.
It's a nice turn. Always.
Marina there with a lovely cut back, and again just catches a rail. So struggling a little bit with the bumps out there. We saw her maybe a bit more of a relaxed stance than Annabelle. Annabelle opting for that bit lower, wider stance, so you can get a bit more stability in these bumpy waves. As you see a set rolling throughout the back. Tiffany is out there. She's going to get over this one.
Is she?
Opted to paddle over it, yep.
Saw something behind it.
And then Marina there paddling back out after a wave. Annabelle, would have been nice to see her pull off that last manoeuvre. Should have got a big score for that. A lot of commitment throwing it up into the white water. We'll get a replay of Marina's wave.
Yeah, just nice looking turn, fitting it back in, and then just getting caught up. That white water, huh?
Yeah, maybe just a bit too much on the toes. Just a bit too relaxed, thinking, yeah, I'll finish the turn, but in a competition, you've got to be on. As Tiffany just finishes off a little right-hander there.
You see the shelf there in the back. It's so exposed here in Gran Canaria, Las Palmas.
Yeah, lots of open ocean swell. Hitting these reefs, hitting these beach breaks. Creating a lot of power, as we've seen, even just in the shore break.
Definitely not to be underestimated.
No, it's not at all. Not at all.
Is Annabelle trying to get out? It's been really consistent today. There hasn't been a lot of big lulls, or we haven't been waiting around. Everyone's been keeping pretty busy out there.
I feel like the froth's pretty high in the juniors division too. Get a lot of waves.
The frothometer for the juniors is super
for sure,
high.
exactly. Especially I think maybe being maybe 3 and 4 people heat. Maybe once you start getting into the man-on-man and women-on-women heats.
The Groms are just stoked to be in the water.
They are,
surfing.
exactly. Yeah, why not? With a couple of other people out. Why wouldn't you be stoked?
And that never stops. It doesn't matter what age you are or how old you get.
That's true.
I've been known to overfroth on occasions.
Haven't we all? You just kook it in the end, don't you? Annabelle stroking hard into this one. Oh, again.
Just digging the nose in.
Looks like the wind is definitely playing a factor in this heat. Maybe it's picked up slightly out there.
Just opting to just jump off the board.
He just bailed. Yep. Fair enough.
We were speaking about that on the bigger ones. It almost just gives you a hand for bailing.
Yes. It does. I remember surfing some short boards with big waves coming in. I'm not going to be able to duck on this one, so standing up on the board and just diving down.
Yep.
Obviously on a sup, you're already standing up, so you get that little bit extra height to punch down. And again, we're just seeing a little nosedive. So
conditions getting a tad trickier.
Yeah, definitely getting trickier out there. It's definitely not easy if you're just looking at it on the screen. It is tricky out there. A lot of water moving. You can see it moving from that left to right on the screen a bit, moving into the channel.
Chop on the surface. And
yeah.
Just currents moving around. Almost fighting with the paddle against the current. We're trying to suck them down like away from where they're positioned at the moment on that left.
So let's take a look at the scores that are just coming through now for all the waves here of the girls. So Annabelle Page, she's got a 3.83 on that first one. And just a small score of a 0.33. That puts her up into the lead in first place. Marina, she's in second. 2.17 for her second wave, and then a 1.0. 2.27 on that little right-hander that we saw earlier. So girls still 11 and a half minutes on the clock.
Yeah, halfway through the heat.
Yeah.
Plenty of time.
20-minute heats for repecharge. So a little bit shorter in length, so definitely need to stay a bit more busy.
Do we know how much time they get between when they do advance? Is there a bit of a breather? between
yeah.
now and the semis.
I'd say so. We'll probably jump back into the junior boys, I'd say.
It gives us some time, the athlete.
A little bit of time.
Chill out area.
Yeah.
Catch a breath.
It's also good. Also good that when you do get through your heat and you feel like you've surfed well, just get back out there straight away as well. Just so you still stay on that roll.
Build on that momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Annabelle, just a quick left there.
Tiffan, Maliard. It's on her way out now. She's seen there's a bit of a set coming through. What's this thing gonna do? So she's eyeing up the left. Decided against it. Definitely a good choice there. Sort of
good choice, exactly.
fizzled out.
Yeah, really got to be selective with your waves. This might do something. It's not. No one's going to get on it.
Nine minutes, 39 on the clock.
Yeah, we're starting to feel the wind coming a little bit here where we're sitting, so definitely it's picking up out there.
The flags and the wawa. And wafting in the wind. Bit of a nice relief though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Fresh air.
Yep. So first and second progressing from this heat into the semi-finals.
First and second?
First and second, yep. And they'll be meeting one of the Japanese sisters. We both have Kaede in a way and
They'll
Sakura
be watching
in a way.
on the boardwalk.
They will
Las
be watching.
Palmas.
So those two are
Up and
through to
riding.
the semis. Tefane in the blue. Nice cutback there. So this is the European champion. Looks like she's been waving to the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe I thought maybe swapping out a bit of equipment there, or
You reckon equipment change?
maybe it looked like it. Could be.
The Marina. Vamos, let's see.
She gets onto this one. Could open up for her. Nice little section for a cutback.
Nice cutback on top.
I see a lot of rocker on the front of that board as well. Oh, nice.
Definitely
Hang
helping
on to
those
it.
steep sections. Just
Yeah.
glued there.
Yeah, it definitely does help with those steeper sections. Bit of rocker in the front.
That's interesting. There's kind of more than you could see with the other
Yeah,
riders.
a lot more, definitely. You see Annabelle's board there. She's on a smick, so quite flat in the nose. It's quite a wide nose as well, so it offers a lot of stability when you're paddling around. There's a bit more swing weight to the board when you are turning it. But these smicks are actually made as a kind of a twin fin with a little trailer fin in
nice.
there. I think Annabelle switched up a bit. She's put a bit bigger back fin in and some smaller side fins, so opting for something that's a little bit different. As it just looks like the longboard competitors are heading down. We do see the longboard round 2.
Round 2, heat 1, coming up
Heat
next. But we're back into the action. On the girls, Annabelle Page.
Yeah, we did actually see Marina jump up into the lead there with a 4.33 on her last wave. So, those couple of turns that she had, managing to get the best wave score of the heat so far and pushing herself up into first place. Which means Annabelle, she's now looking for a 2.68 to get back into the lead. But at the moment she's in that advancing position, so Tefane needs a 2.57. But I think we are waiting for her last wave score to come through as well from Tefane in the blue.
Yeah, Marina's last wave of 4.33. Taking her into the lead, the 6.5. Tiffan. A nice looking right here. Get around that section. Is it going to wall up for her on the reform inside?
She's going to try and get there, but it just disappears.
It's just sussing it up sometimes, whether it's worth kind of that extra effort and that paddle to get into it. Is it going to kind of bowl up or not, or just leave it? Save some energy, get back out the back, wait for a better looking wave. And as we see, there are some sets on the way here.
Does look like it. And Marina's going to take off late on this one. Does really well. Notice how she gets down nice and low for that takeoff.
Just got really low, compressed into it.
Yeah. Nice first turn there. Is she going to be able, yeah, carves it back around. So really making this wave work a little bit. And she's going to get the reform too on the inside. But again, even with that rocker in the front, she's just coming unstuck there. You can see there was a couple of steps in that wave. Annabelle just
it's almost like they've got to go just super far back on the back foot there, just to kind of, even with the rocker on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, struggling a little bit with the bumps and the steps in that wave. Annabelle just getting caught. Yeah, just getting caught by the set coming through. She's going to try it on her knees. No. Good choice. Very good choice.
How's that technique?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you're getting the board away from you. That's absolutely fine. You don't want the board anywhere near you.
The old knee pedal.
Yeah. It's good if you can't get back onto your feet that quickly. Just get onto your knees and try to paddle for the channel.
Obviously, with the event here, we are looking for competitors to be standing up, paddling out the back.
5 paddle rule.
5 stroke, yep. 5 stroke. Lying down, yep, so 5 paddles. Then you need to be up and standing. Marina extending her lead with that one. She had a 2.33, so just slightly extending it. Annabelle now needs a 2.84 to get to the lead, and Tiffany a 2.6. So she just had a 1.63 for that right-hander that come through. That's Tiffany in the blue.
Welcome everybody watching from around the world on appworldtour.com and on Facebook Live. Been getting some comments in. Feel free to throw in your comments on the Facebook page. Be great to hear from everybody who you're cheering on. If you have any questions, let us know. We'll try our best to answer them. I'll probably pass them on to Bo.
See what questions we get through. We'll keep an eye on those questions. So yeah, please do send them in.
Annabelle just coming unglued there.
Yeah, time's ticking away now. 2 minutes 50 on the clock.
Marina. What do we have?
So fading.
Fading it.
Yeah, right back to the right and then ending up going left. But it might put her in a good position for this reform here.
Some nice stance, just crouching down, really using that back knee.
I was amazed at how quickly she got back out the back to get onto another wave. So using that channel there that Annabelle's in to her advantage, paddling out nice and fast. Annabelle might even be looking to get this one.
She's going to try and take off on the corner.
Yeah. See, it's easy to paddle into that deep water, then just get caught out that wave disappears underneath you.
It's almost like you should be wanting to head to the impact zone closer. A dangerous game, trying to juggle it between is it going to break?
Yes, exactly.
Is it going to break in front, or is it going to kind of hold up a little bit so you can take off? 1 minute 40 left on the clock. So Annabelle needing a 3.24.
Yeah, so Marina
jump
again
into the lead
with that last wave, extending that lead a little bit further.
Tiffany just a bit late on that one.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to. She just needs another wave to try and get ahead of Annabelle, to get into that advancing position to get to the semi-finals.
We'll see one of our competitors there for the SUP longboard event coming up next. As we're under a minute now. Repercharge 1, Heat 1.
Got some big names coming up.
Yes.
The longboard.
Who have we got, Ollie?
We got Leo Jimenez. We got Leonardo Nica and Kaido Inoue.
Great heat. There's Annabelle looking to extend that requirement needed from Tiffany, and she just can't quite get onto that one, so we'll see if Blue can get a wave before this heat ends. That'd be the European champion. Might be out of this event. She had it over these girls in Denmark for the European Championship earlier this year.
Definitely a bit of a different vibe in the waters in Denmark.
Bit different to Gran Canaria, for sure. So that's it. The heat is finished.
It.
That is Marina and Annabelle progressing through to the semi-finals for the junior women.
Congratulations to the two surfers going through. We're going to jump to a commercial break, and then we'll be joining round 2 of the longboard division. Buenos dias. Welcome to the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We are back. Round 2, Heat 2, the longboard.
Yeah, exciting to see the longboards back out there in the water. We have in red Sakura Inoue from Japan. Moritz Marsh in the white. Noah Stender in the blue. And Francisco Gill in the yellow.
How you feeling about this heat, though?
Yeah, I'm liking the lineup in this heat. We saw a great performance from Sakura. Nice, really stylish nose riding, cross-stepping. And then Moritz as well, with a bit more power. And still with some nose rides too. And Noah and Francisco. Yeah, this is going to be a tough heat. You can see just the wind and the current out there, just chopping up the water a little bit. So our competitors staying a little bit bumpy. We just had a competitor surf through there.
Bit of a wobble. Kind of coming through now and again.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not the easiest. But you're going to definitely be hunting around, just scoping out the lineup, seeing, trying to find that reform, take the left.
That's so true. We do see competitor in blue, Noah Stender. This is actually, this is Leonardo. So we'll have to, or is it Noah? I think
Noah?
It is Noah. On Leonardo's board. That's why I got a bit confused. So we've got some scores coming in already for the surfers.
We do, Moritz.
Get some replays on that hopefully, but Moritz Marsh.
The 5.5.
Yeah, great way to open up his campaign for this heat. That can be a keeper score toward the end of the heat. Just got to back that one up.
Definitely a good backup score.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody watching around the world. Tuning in on appworldtour.com. Joining us also on Facebook Live. Send your comments in. If you have any questions, let us know. You can also watch us on YouTube if you prefer. YouTube Live on APP.
Yeah, so just waiting for competitors to...
They're waiting.
For some waves to come through.
Beautiful weather today.
Really nice weather.
I was expecting a little bit of overcast. There's going to be some rain, but it's been sunny.
It's been really nice weather. Last couple of days have been very windy. Bit of rain lingering around as well. So it's good to see for the event that we are getting underway in some lovely conditions.
Is Sakura having a look at this one?
Yeah, we do see our competitor in white. So that is not Moritz Marsh. So I think we've got some different names up on the screen. I have a feeling this is actually Heat 1 rather than Heat 2. As we do see, this is Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil. Cruising through with a nice little hang five there, but just can't quite hold it as he finishes off that wave. Apologies to everyone at home. We do have some different names up on screen, so we'll make sure that we get those fixed. We do have in red in this one, it is K-Day in a way. Sakura's sister. Leonardo Jimenez in the white and Leda Nika in the blue. So we are at Heat 1, Round 2 of the longboard division. Not just the men. We do have the Inaway sisters out there, as you can see K-Day on screen right now. So 3 surfers in this heat. And first and second do go through.
They're just waiting for scores to come in. So Las Sisa, Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Great to be here though. In the capital, the Gran Canaria.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool city. Right on the water here. Lots happening, lots of people walking along the promenade.
Really buzzy.
Yeah.
And plenty of waves right on the doorstep.
Yeah, even just down the beach, I counted about 40 shortboarders and bodyboarders out there just before. So lots of waves on offer along this beach at La Sisa.
A lot of people learning as well. A few surf schools down there. And just a hive of activity on the promenade. We've got woggers, like running, jogging, walking, bit of everything.
Bit of everything, indeed. quite a young city from what I've seen. A lot of young people getting around, and all the young kids. Just on a Sunday night last night, went out for a bit of dinner. So a lot of
good student
kids,
vibe.
Yeah, good student vibe, exactly. Walking along late at night. As we do have their correct names up on screen for you now, with 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. As we do see Katie
On a really nice looking right-hander here.
She's going to hold it through this section here. Yeah, well done.
Manages to stay on. Is he using that paddle just to get around the whitewater? And not to be.
Just manages to fall off of that one. Don't think that wave had much else to offer, so just trying to manufacture a score. As we do see Leonardo just pulling out, so those scores that we did see earlier will translate into this heat, so Leonardo opening up with that 5.5.
Just around the halfway mark now. Round 2, heat 1. 10 minutes remaining.
Replay from KD's wave. Nice cut back into the whitewater there. She's definitely looking to try and get a nose right in. She's really great on the nose. So.
And apologies again to everyone back at home. It's like complications with the names, but we are all corrected.
We're back as we see a beautiful shot of our competitors and the city of Las Palmas. Here we are.
There's so much to explore here. Leo,
almost chopping
cool
off
little
the
drone
nose.
angle.
And Leonardo here, nose riding his way along the start of this wave for the switch paddle cutback.
Leo just fading it in. Eager for that inside. What's going to happen?
He's going to get there. He's going to get a hang 5 in before that wave. Starting to get a little bit gnarly there with that tide dropping out, isn't it? Yeah. A few steps in the wave.
A little low tide grinding.
Yeah. We'll definitely see the longboard competitors trying to surf all the way through to that section.
Leonica and Kaida out the back. Just waiting for some bombs.
Yeah, waiting for those bigger waves. Maybe offer some more scoring potential for these competitors. Getting a nose right in or something progressive on the outside is going to score them really highly. As long as they're doing it in that critical section.
And just mixing it up for the judges as well, right? Getting on the nose, but get some aggressive turns in as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I was speaking with APP Bod Tour CEO Tristan Boxford about the longboard judging criteria. So they're looking for kind of progressive but really good surfing in the critical section of the wave. So even if they aren't doing nose rides, if they're doing it in the critical section with power, speed and flow, they are going to get rewarded. But we did see Leko Salazar on a long nose ride getting rewarded very highly in the excellent range. So obviously judges rewarding critical nose rides as well. As that was an amazing paddle in from Leonica. This is an Italian surfer. He's cutting it back there.
Really using the whole wave here, Nico. Kind of
bouncing it off the end section there. And again, just a foam climb on the inside. Showcasing that he can throw these big boards around.
Get some scores in. So Leo Jimenez, his last ride, a 4.73. Is in front. Not super comfortably. 11.5. Akada's on his tail with an 8.34.
Yeah, she's actually got the highest wave score of the heat so far, a 6.17 from Katie. One of her first waves that she caught, so So competitors just waiting out the back for some waves. But here we are, APP World Tour. Gran Canaria Pro Am. Ollie. Great to
Buenas
see you in the
tardes.
finish. Yeah.
Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Stoked to be back, Bo. 2019, last time we ran the event.
Too long in between. As Tristan put it, a forced break. Run events the last couple of years.
I guess all the surfers have kind of been at home, been traveling a bit, as and when they could.
Yeah, and we'll see.
out here.
Katie, a quick hang five at the start, but those bumps. We saw it in the previous heat of the junior women. Really,
That was a wicked little nose ride there.
It was a nice nose ride. It's coming unstuck on those bumps.
So 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Round 2, heat 1, longboard division.
Yeah, so competitors are allowed to sit down if they are waiting for waves. They need to stand up on their board when they are moving around, as we see Leonardo Jimenez at the back by himself.
Kaida just kind of taking her time now. See if she can improve on that 6.16. Nice to kind of get that as a backup score.
Yeah, definitely. Probably looking for those more inside waves. See at the back, it looks like a little bigger, little bumpier. So first and second will progress through to the next round. As we see Francisco Gil there preparing for the next heat. And just in the top of the screen you can see all of those free surfers out there. Ton of surfers surfing the right hander of the beach break. At last it's who's coming up, Ollie? Yeah, there are a few out for a Monday afternoon for sure.
Maybe a lunch break.
Yeah, probably a lunch break session.
You definitely get some long lunch break in Spain and in the Canary Islands. I used to enjoy that.
A bit of siesta.
Siesta.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go for a siesta, just pop in the sea. Cheeky stuff.
Exactly. Exactly. Not a bad lifestyle.
No, they definitely start later. So they start working at like 10 a.m. and then things normally finish around 1 o'clock. And then they open up at about 3 and they work until about 8.
Bit of an extended day, but
Eat, so then they normally have because of the heat, it's normally so hot in the summer, it's like 30 degrees, 35 degrees, kind of, you don't want to be eating around like 7 or 8. Being English myself, I like to eat a little bit earlier.
I do too. Here. Yeah, so we have Leonardo Jimenez at the back, riding a nice turn on the outside section. Trying to get a bit of speed through here as he's getting to the nose in a critical section, but just unfortunately falls off the back of that wave. He's our current heat leader. A couple of good scores locked in, a 6-point ride and a 5.55 as we see Leo Nica. Nice cutback on the outside section. This wave slightly backing off a bit, but he's going to get to the nose. That foot maybe not quite over the nose, but good to see him up and riding the front of the board there with some nice cutbacks as he's trying to link up this end section. You are watching the APP World Tour longboard division of the 2022 Gran Canaria Pro Am. We have our Italian surfer Leo Nica in the blue, paddling back out after that wave. In the white, Leonardo Jimenez. He is from Brazil, currently leading this heat. And Kaede Inoue, a 17-year-old Japanese surfer. She is surfing in this division against the men.
which is awesome to see.
Amazing to see. Her sister will be up in the next heat as well.
Proper all-rounders.
Yeah.
And just all-round smiling, happy.
That's the thing as well. Every time they're on camera, you see him smiling. And even just
waving and
passing,
smiling.
Yeah.
Waving.
So cool.
Throwing shackers. They love it.
The froth is high. So 1 minute remaining in this heat.
So yeah, the countdown's on. Leonardo Jimenez.
So this is White's last wave. Or his best wave, actually, of the heat so far. So this is a recap of Leonardo Jimenez's best waves. This would be
That was
a
a nice
6-point ride.
comeback.
I think that's where he got the majority of those points. Just that powerful carving maneuver and getting to the nose as well. Looks like on the inside here. Oh wow! Slides out the tail. So we must have missed this one toward the start of the heat.
We definitely missed this one. Oh, the foam climber just holding on.
So really controlling that board quite
Look at this
well.
turn. Boom.
Yeah, lovely turn.
The two lovely snaps there.
You see him walk into the nose again with a hang 10 on the inside. So
Just
really
thinking about what he's going to do, keeping his composure. You can sort of see he's like, just relaxed, biding his time in that flat section, not trying to get overexcited, just kind of just waiting it out.
that's the thing with longboard surfing as well. It needs to look smooth and look nice, controlled. As we'll just head to a short commercial break before we get back with Heat 2 of the longboard action.
Buenas tardes. Welcome to Las Palmas. Gran Canaria Pro Am. We're here for the APP World Tour. We've got the longboard division in the water. Round 2, Heat 2.
Yeah, Sakura in a way in the red. Moritz Marsh in the white. Noah Stender. He'll be out there in the yellow. And Francisco Gil in the blue.
On Noah in the blue and Francisco in the yellow.
That's right. I got it the wrong way around. Colorblind. No, I'm not actually. We're 4 competitors in this heat. Top 2 moving through to the quarterfinals.
The heat is on. Round 2, Heat 2. A 20-minute heat.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Not that. It feels long, but it's not actually that long when you're out in the water. It goes by really quick. We'll see Noah Stender. We actually got Francisco Gil. Bit of a drop in. I don't think he really interfered though with Noah's wave. We'll see what the judges do score with that. Noah working his way through with a lovely cross step turn,
nice.
yeah, and getting up to the nose on the inside. And White out the back. This is Moritz Marsh, a German competitor living in the Canary Islands. And we'll see Moritz coming up in the Pro Division later on this week. But that was a lovely turn off the whitewater on the longboard sup there. So all competitors getting a start there. We'll have to wait for scores to come through, see where everyone's going to stand after that first exchange.
There's a great shot there. The mountains in the back. Kind of Confidal area way. The yellow's up.
Yeah, just sitting a little bit wide and hits that deeper section. You can see that wave a bit steeper further out the back. Sorry.
Opting for a bit of a lie down paddle just to get out of that section. It's all allowed.
Yes.
Five strokes.
5 strokes. We've seen
The
a
old
few
5-stroke rule.
We've seen a few
You
more
have?
from other competitors, but yeah, I wonder if it's
Don't
being
tell the
enforced.
judges.
I would don't tell the judges.
They'll be watching though.
Yeah, they will be watching. Yeah, this is a stand-up paddle competition. Using that paddle the whole time, especially on the wave with the maneuvers. We'll see Sakura, 14-year-old Sakura Inoue, getting right up to the nose to start here. Lovely hang 5 to begin with. She cuts back to the whitewater.
Just stylishly dancing back there. Love that cross step.
She makes her way to the
Inside.
section. Got a bit steep, but she
Up and over the
navigated her
float.
way. So really well done. I think there's something about watching women on longboards and just the grace and style
The
that
grace.
they have. It's amazing. So fluid. And really nice to watch.
Just beautiful surfing. So, White. Morris is up on the right. Almost straight into the nose right there.
Straight to the nose, but just falls off the back there.
But you were saying that you know it's almost if you get that opportunity to pull off a maneuver straight off the bat, just run up to the nose if it offers it.
If it offers it, exactly. It's definitely one of the things is, get a nose right at the start. Because it's critical out there. Exactly like Moritz is doing right now in that critical section. Now you can go to turns, but he just gets on that toe side a little bit too much. Still manages to hold it.
And it sort of feels like you're flying too.
It does. Definitely does. Nothing in front of you. Just stand up on the nose of that board. You kind of mix up the crafts that you ride, Ollie.
Little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. I used to longboard a little bit in freshwater in Sydney.
Nice.
When I was living there. Take it out on the small days. I've got no business taking it out on the big days, Bo.
No, a lot of people don't either. It's a lot trickier. As we see, Noah Stender here. Taking this wave all the way through. He's had a couple of nice cutbacks on this wave and nose rides his way through that little section there. And banks it off the whitewater again. Liking that Noah's just keeping that board moving the whole way.
That was nice. Straight to the inside.
Francisco Gill.
Kind of hanging on the edge there. Digging in his heels. And then just pivot it around.
A bit of duct tape on the nose of that board.
There is?
Yeah.
He wants to be having a word with customs.
Yes, exactly. I do remember.
Don't know what airline he's been flying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Unfortunate.
One of the biggest problems, I think we were talking about this.
It is travelling with these boards, especially these sup longboards. As Moritz March goes backwards and then decides to
cheeky
pull it back around. You can see this board
Moritz.
really wide, giving him that stability.
Just so quick, and now like powering back out, back to the lineup.
Yeah, these boards give you a lot of glide. So we're bringing these scores as soon as we can. As soon as the judges have locked them in. Still waiting. There's been lots of waves ridden.
Up and riding.
Waiting for those scores, and Sakura just finishing up there.
Been trying that little layback
Yeah,
off move. So you're traveling with a longboard sup.
Yeah, it's very difficult. A lot of airlines. There's only a handful of airlines nowadays that'll take up to 3 meters, which is actually
Really?
9 feet 8. Yeah, and there's maybe 1 or 2 airlines that'll take up to 10 feet boards. So
a lot of airlines on the naughty list.
On the
we won't mention.
Definitely, and then sometimes you got to pay a lot extra as well to get those boards, especially when you are flying through the US and places like that. A lot of the US airlines always charge you for.
So what's the the additional fee when it jumps up? From what size? Do you have like a short board up until like an 8 foot or a 9 foot?
Yeah, flying kind of EasyJet and things like those. You can probably get away if you're a shortboarder paying for the small sports equipment, but then I had to pay for the large coming here.
That's a nice wrap back into it.
Noah again, just with that cross step turn, really nice and off the top.
Really mixing it up there, Noah. Kind of using the different sections.
Yeah, using the board as well. Getting to the nose.
Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria. Muy impresionante y bonito. Me gusta mucho Las Palmas.
Sí, me gusta.
I love this place. Spent a bit of time in Fuerteventura. This is my first time in Gran Canaria, and from what I've seen so far, we've been having a great time.
Great time. You can see the black sand there, so it's all volcanic, all these islands here. So black sand beaches, a lot of rocky beaches as well.
They got some sandy beaches down south.
Yeah, a bit calmer on that side of the island, on the southern side.
And really, like, the geography here is super different depending on what part of the island you're on. You can get to the center of the island. There's a mountain or a volcano in the middle, almost 2,000 meters. You even get a little bit of snow in the wintertime right at the top there.
Yep.
Same in Tenerife, one of the highest mountains in Spain. You can get snow covered. No skiing, but you could probably throw a snowball or two, maybe build a snowman.
There you go.
You get lucky.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously the city's down at sea level, staying nice and warm throughout winter.
And obviously with that altitude, it gets to like 4 degrees, maybe colder at night time during the winter. 2 or 3 never drops below. Well, can 1 degree, 2 degree.
That's cool.
Then you get to the coast in beautiful Las Palmas. Jump into the board shorts, put a t-shirt on, put that jacket away in the bag. No need for that. As we found out this morning, things just heat up pretty quickly as the day goes on.
Very quickly, exactly.
Especially on the Wawa.
Yeah, on the open top bus. Calling all the action. Up here alongside the judges. As we see our competitors out
We
there.
got some scores. So Moritz is up.
Yeah, Moritz, nice cutback there. Switching that paddle over.
Yeah, 6-point ride on his last wave. Be looking to improve on his first score of 5.5. There's a cheeky little nose ride from Moritz there.
Yeah, really working this wave all the way through, and he's going to try and slide the tail out again. For a helicopter.
Helicopter time.
Do it. I want to see one of those be pulled off.
Mid-face, just
exactly. Yeah.
Slam it in the chopper.
Oh, we just see just on the right of the screen there, Francisco Gil going over the front. But Noah, middle of the screen here. He had a late takeoff, hasn't been able to do too much on the outside, but gets the quick hang 5 there.
It's a nice.
Oh, just over the front of that board as well. As we have competitor in red in the next heat. That's Andrew Noël from France. He'll be in the semi-finals of the junior boys here at the Gran Canaria Pro Am. And red in this heat That's Sakura in a way. The 14-year-old female from Japan. Mixing it up with the guys in this heat. Same as her sister as well. They're causing some waves in this event, aren't they?
They definitely are. Which is great to see. And the future is looking pretty bright. Stand up. Got some kids who are absolutely ripping. Now, the progression just keeps on, just almost stepping up a notch, Phil.
Yeah, every time. It's to do with the competitors as well. They push each other, especially in events. You got to take it to that next level to be able to get the good scores. Francisco Gil here, working his way in from left to right.
Look at this one. Thinking about heading up to the nose. Just getting rumbled.
Yeah, his timing was just a little bit off there. He's like in two minds of what to do on that wave.
I was thinking about going up to the front. And kind of last minute decided against it.
Exactly. There's Moritz here. Just pulling off. We will get those scores to you as soon as we can. Apologies for the delay here. Lots of waves being surfed. Lots of action here.
Almost a relentless supply of waves in Las Palmas.
Yeah, right? You can never have too many. That's a good thing. Definitely a good thing. We see another set coming through, and we just heard a 5-minute call for this heat. So 5 minutes left. So we'll see if these competitors take any of these waves.
Just panning out on the lineup here, La Sisa. Molletos. The locals' name for the break. We're going to be potentially heading around to El Loret, the famed right-hand point break, a couple of 100 meters away from us. Next day or so, though?
Yeah, that'd be really exciting to get over there to the corner. You going to be driving the Wawa across there? You could drive it, Ollie, yeah?
The party Wawa?
Yeah, the party Wawa.
We'll get the reggaeton music cranking. Get behind the wheel of the Wawa. Take it to the point. But it's a great option having this bus, having the judges right in front, just sitting next to us.
Now a stand-up.
Bo and I getting the raise on top of the double-decker.
Yeah, the sun's beaming down. Watching the action here. Noah Stender had a nice nose right at the back. Can't quite link that wave up.
Makes a little cheeky change from Cornwall.
Yeah, very cheeky change from Cornwall. Yeah, it's raining there today. Pretty cold, so...
You've been getting the report from
I
back at
have,
home?
yes, exactly. So we see the competitor in red, Sakura. Throwing a bit of spray on that little cutback there. She's going to get over this little ridge line. She doesn't, unfortunately. Can't quite link that wave up. We've been seeing a lot of those reform waves offering the most scoring potential. And the action just keeps coming. More waves, and we see competitors for the next heat. That is a man-on-man semi-final for the junior boys. So getting toward the pointy end of competition for the juniors. Going to crown a champion today.
They can, they've got the, going to paddle out, give them enough time, sit there in the lineup, assess things.
Yeah, you can really see that deeper water there where the competitors are. Then there's a bit of a shallower sandbank just out from them where it gets pretty heavy.
That detonating sandbank that just breaks in about an inch of water. That one.
Gotta get you that. Exactly the one. Exactly the one. I had sand literally everywhere yesterday when I went out there. Got pounded.
Bit of sand in the shower. Go back.
Exactly. Yeah, the city of Las Palmas here. Showers on the beach when you get out from the surf as well. So we're really catering to all ocean types, swimmers, surfers, windsurfing.
Just an amazing setup. Some really good surf shops for rentals, get a wetsuit, get your board repaired. Get any dings, don't worry about it. Just take it down to the local ding repair boys, they'll fix it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's got everything right here that you need. No West Ender, just checking the time. We are coming down to crunch time in this heat. We've had a slight issue with the scoring, but we do have it back online for you now as the judges are going to start inputting scores. We'll get that to you and we'll get the final results from this heat as we're counting it down fairly soon.
So we've got Moritz up the top of the leaderboard with a 9, and Sakura needs a 5.17. That's 6.76.
There's still some more scores
coming in.
Yeah. As we're going to count this heat out, but Noah is just perched on for a hang 10. Lovely rise. So that is going to factor into this heat as well. So hanging 10, definitely one of the hardest things to do in sub longboarding.
Wave of the heat.
We will definitely bring you those scores as we come back from the commercial break coming up shortly. And yeah, we'll see you very soon on the other side of this break.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Buenas tardes, welcome to Las Palmas for the APP World Tour. We've got the Junior Boys semi-final Heat 1. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan. I'm here with my buddy, Bo Nixon.
Ah, it's been fun sitting up here on the Wawa, on the open top bus with you, Ollie, calling all the action.
How good's it been? So many waves this morning, all throughout the day, and now we're in the semis with the boys.
Yeah, this is...
They've been ripping.
Absolutely ripping. This is going to be a tough heat, as is the next semi-final. We'll be crowning a champion today in the Junior Boys division, which is really exciting. Had some great waves, like Ollie just said. In the red, we have Andrew Noel from France.
Just scraping over the wave there, kind of feeling it out.
Yeah, that is Tito1 Pajot in the white. So Andrew and Tito1 battling it out. First place will go through to the final. As the boys are just waiting for the start of this heat.
20 minutes, 25?
So 25-minute semi-final.
For the semi?
We will give you an update on the previous heat results.
It's the Plaza de la Música, the Opera House. Right in front of both breaks of El Loret, the premium right-hand point break, which we'll be going to heading to in a day or so. And then La Sisa, where we are right in front of us, right in front of the bus.
Yeah,
And
you can
just
see the camera panning across there. Lots of surf breaks on option. Some free surfers down there on the beach. Bit of a right, bit of a left.
There they are.
Enjoying it. Beginners, advanced. Kind of good for everyone out there.
Just great waves for everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
right from the surf schools in the whitewater. If you're new and you're like kind of starting out.
Yeah, we see some surf schools just there as they come in a shot. Great place to learn. Water's nice and warm.
Oh, so good to learn. Instead of you don't have to put on a 4mm, 5mm boots and gloves. You're just jumping in your boardies. Maybe a rash vest.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're out there. The water's about 22 degrees, 21 degrees at the moment. And yeah, so you need a spring suit in the depths of winter in January, February time. Obviously it warms up during the summer. And some of the warmest months can be like September, October time. Just depending on the wind. There's the Red Bull music, kind of reggaeton party wagon down by the athletes area.
Machines, aren't there? Those Red Bull vehicles.
Bringing the vibes.
Yeah, always bringing the vibes.
Just a little chill out zone there.
No one chilling out just yet.
No.
Action is heating up toward the finals of the juniors. We are looking down toward the spot of El Loret, just around the corner there. But people sitting and watching the action.
Yep.
On the
right
promenade.
in front of the Plaza Musica, the concert hall there. They've got this crazy statue of Medusa.
Yeah, that's right.
Right on the front of the top of the building there. Just above where the palm tree is. There's Las Palmas. It's the north end of the beach, La Puntilla.
Yeah, you see all the beach umbrellas there. It's kind of protected from the wind up at that end. A lot of tourists would head
Gets
to
more
that spot.
a little bit sheltered when you go around. You kind of hug the coast around.
And there's no waves there, though. A bit more protected from the swell as well.
But we're here for the waves.
We are, so that's why we're at the southern end.
See surfers just waiting out the back now. Been surfing in the early heats. Kind of want to keep the energy.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't got a start yet to this heat, so we are just waiting. I'll read out the results from the last heat, Ollie. That was the round 2, heat number 2 of the longboard division. We had in first place Moritz Marsh. He had a 9.0 combined heat total. Second place Noah Stender with 7.14. So those two surfers progressing through into the next round of the longboard. Unfortunately, Sakura Inoue, she had a 6.76 heat total, coming in third place, and Francisco Gil with a 3.04. He was in fourth position.
Couple of free surfers out. Getting ready. Between the flags, it was like surf school area maybe, where the flags are. Lifeguards out on the beach.
Yeah, people often wear wetsuits. We'd prefer board shorts out there, coming from the colder waters of
But a
Northern
3-2
Europe.
max.
3-2 max. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Or even just a vest.
A
just keep
4mm
it
got
chill.
no business in the Canaries.
No, not at all. What about midwinter? You've spent a bit of time here. What does?
I never wore one.
No. Yeah.
I think spring suit kind of got me through the winter.
Perfect.
I wore a 3-2 Christmas time in a New Year in Tenerife, and I was boiling.
Oh, there you go.
Should have just gone in boardies.
It's good. Good to keep that wind chill off. Kind of always windy here as well in the Canary Islands. But doesn't mean you can't escape the wind.
You can get those proper glassy mornings, like first thing. any time of year, like in the summer, winter.
It swells all year round. Waves all year.
Waves all year. There's always somewhere, because being an island in the middle of the Atlantic, just getting pounded from all directions. So whether it's like a full-on winter groundswell or a wind swell coming in, sort of summertime, you get these really crazy gnarly winds coming off Africa. You get these dust winds which kind of descend on the Canaries, bringing all this brown sand from the Sahara, and you can wake up in the morning and your car will just be covered in sand.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Same in Portugal.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you're like, what is going on? You look up at the sky's orange. You're like, oh, has there been some bushfires or something? You don't really know what's happening out there. But it's the winds kind of picking it up from Africa, from the Sahara, and then just taking it over to the Canaries, and then up to gets in southern part in Andalusia in Spain, and then across to Portugal.
Wow. That's some strong wind.
I mean, once in Fuerte, and I just saw the car, and it was just I washed it the day before, and I woke up in the morning, and it was just covered in sand.
No.
It's like, what's going on here?
Gosh.
So there's the pier, and just down there, El Loret, the premium right-hand point break. There's the top of the Wawa. Give us a wave.
One of our cameramen. Definitely doing a great job on the camera, following all the athletes. But we are just to the left there, behind that sign, on the top of the bus.
Joined by the judges.
See both competitors upstanding. We're going to get a start at this heat pretty soon. Just taking a short break in the action just to get ready. We are going into man on man, which means we are going to have priority situations come into play. The guys here just feeling their feet here. This is Andrew Noel from France. And Titoan in the white is paddling over this one. Going to be a good heat, and the next one coming up as well. That features Japanese surfer Kapono Fukuda, and he is on fire at the moment. And then obviously Hawaiian Zane Zanes. So Zane and Andrew were in the first heat this morning, getting knocked into the repechage, but they've obviously made their way through to the semi-finals.
Great surfer from them. Big shout out to our partners on the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Calvido de Gran Canaria, Turismo de Gran Canaria, the Instituto Insular de Deportes, Gobierno de Canarias, Mas Palomas, Costa Canaria. They're up and running. Just fiddles out on them.
We did have a Facebook comment just come in from Carolyn Redway, who is actually might be surfing in this event. She actually wears a 4-3 in the mornings surfing out here. Can get a little chilly. So
there we are.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Guess it just depends on your level of cold, what you feel.
That is good to know.
She's done a little monkey
especially
face.
those first things in the morning. You know, the sun's not up yet. Didn't pop up until 7:30, 8. You can get in the water earlier than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially with that wind around as well.
If that cheeky wind kicks in, the north wind. The free surfers out there.
They're probably in 4-3s as well.
Seeing the mixture.
Yeah,
Springies.
exactly. That's right. Someone in rash guard in the background.
I mean,
Here we go.
The suits now, I wear a 4-3 all year long in Portugal, summer, winter, and they're so flexible, like you feel like you're not even in a suit sometimes.
This man knows all about wetsuits. This is our water photographer, Sai. He's
getting ready.
Up. He's like, what am I doing on camera?
He's probably wearing
looking behind him.
He's probably wearing a 4-3.
Yeah, he's at 4-3-3-2.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably in a thick wetsuit. Just
We
to
got to
stay
grill him
warm.
when we see him later.
We do have to grill
We're going to
him.
get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially, if you're obviously you're moving around as a water photographer in the lineup, trying to get the best shots.
Yeah, so one of the best in the world. Shot a lot of events, a lot of windsurfing events. He's been doing the APP World Tour events for quite a while now.
I was having a chat with him this morning about what's his favourite type of shooting. Is it land? Is it in the water? And he was just saying it's got to be barrels every time. You feel a part of it. He told me. It's just when you're out there in the lineup, just looking down the line of the barrel, you can just see them getting completely slotted. He just said that is the.
And then you get that, you take that image. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is insane. Families out here today. Tourists.
Maybe he's getting a photo of the Wawa.
I think it's probably the
probably the
Wawa. Probably the Medusa on top.
Yeah, probably the
yeah.
The auditorium, the Plaza de la Música. Yeah, it's the Alfredo Kraus Auditorium. It's the Opera House, Plaza de la Música. Yeah, they hold different types of music. Jazz concerts here. I was having a little look at the poster outside showing multiple events and concerts coming up.
What kind of genre music? More like the classical.
More like kind of classical.
Yeah.
But I think they do have some jazz
Yep.
stuff as well.
Nice.
Don't know if it goes into the modern kind of pop music, but down the road.
It's probably down there. Yeah, it's probably
In the bars, they're going to be cranking come the weekend.
Yes.
Or even as we saw Sunday.
Yes, exactly. That's right. So we are looking to get a start in the semi-finals of the junior boys. Semi-final number 1.
Counting in.
The boys maybe just slightly out of position for this set, coming into the start of this heat.
So the first of the semi-finals. Junior boys.
A solid set just come through. They're one of the biggest waves of the day, actually. Maybe it's because they're junior boys. They look
Andrew
smaller.
Noel. What a really nice looking left here.
Yeah, he's found a nice one that's got a bit of a clean face as well. Can he get through? Unfortunately not. It's not going to link it up. So you're sitting quite wide. You see the wave behind. It's just going to run into that deeper water too.
Just goes into the channel. Let's see one. Just looking around. 25 minutes for the semis.
Yeah, good to have that bit extra amount of time to play with.
How was that though when you were competing? Those 5 extra minutes?
Made a huge difference. 20 minutes felt really rushed. 25 minutes you've actually got a bit of breathing space, so you can strategize a bit more, as we do see a fantastic view.
This is giving you both the lineups. So on the right there you got El Loret. Then in between Plaza Musica, the auditorium, and then we are on the left of the screen here. La Cesar and Witz up and riding. Andrel, a sick top turn there.
Yeah, keep him busy. Staying nice and busy. As you'll probably notice,
slash.
Yeah, a little slash. You'll probably notice on the top of the screen there, we do have priority in the semi-final heats of the junior boys. So you'll see a little P1 next to the name of the person who has priority.
Something they didn't really have to worry about in the previous rounds.
Exactly. So priority means that you basically have right of way for whichever wave you want to catch, and the other competitor needs to give you that right of way.
We're going to see some paddle battles.
I think we
always
definitely
exciting.
will. They're always exciting, especially if competitors catch a wave one after each other, and then paddling back out. You'll be able to see them fighting for that position. The competitor who does reach the lineup first will get that priority.
And a big advantage having that priority.
Being able to wait for a good wave. Huge advantage.
Get the choice. Especially if they're not just coming in and sort of seeing maybe on the bigger sets, 2 sort of coming in, and
I feel like
hasn't been a stacked kind of lineup like 3 or 4
That's right.
sets.
I feel like it's
set
tricky
waves.
out there. It might even be best not to have priority on a day like today. You can kind of go around the inside, find some little waves, stay busy.
Look for those nuggets, the smaller ones that we were talking about earlier today.
Exactly.
Been offering a bit more high scoring opportunities.
So we see a lovely top turn there from Tituan. So just that one turn so far, but really critical in the lip. And he spotted something down the line. And he's going to get to it as well. Finishes it off nicely. So even though just 2 turns, they were really controlled, committed.
Great finish there.
Really good finish. So we'll see that score come through shortly. Yeah, I can feel like with priority, you can get the nerves.
That was the dismount.
Up. That was there. There's the dismount. Push the board over the wave. So we'll see a replay of Tituan's wave.
Loving the down the line drone angle. It's like a follow drone cam.
Yeah, great drone footage. Like I said, just the 2 turns on the wave, but good 2 turns.
This bit. Oh.
So we just see that Tituan there, 4.83.
Let us know if you have any questions, comments. We are live on the APP Facebook page and also on appworldtour.com. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, from around the world. So great bringing the community back together. I mean, 2019, the last time that we could have this. And
yeah, it's so great to see all the faces come back to be able to compete for a world title here
coming
in
in
Gran
fresh.
Canaria. Yeah, that's right.
ISA.
Yep,
Puerto Rico.
That's right. A lot of competitors were there for the World Games. We have the ISA World Champion in the men's and the women's here competing at the event. So very exciting to see these guys coming up in the next couple of days.
And past Gran Canaria Pro Am event winners for 2019. So Wellington Reese and Ebeya Moreno.
That's right.
For both men and women's.
Ebeya, 2018 World Champion on the APP World Tour. So looking to get a 2nd world title to her name. She's already got about 1 million windsurfing world titles.
She has got a lot of world titles.
I'm actually not sure of the number, but her and her sister have a combined windsurfing world titles.
I think so.
Something, I don't know, something crazy. I'll have to get that stat.
She's now based in Fuerteventura, but is from the south of the island here, from Gran Canaria. Oh, sorry, the east.
The east.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah,
From Bolema Izquierda, so just south of the airport there.
So here we are, Tituan again, backing up that score of a 4.83 on this ride. He's had a couple of nice little turns, and he gets up, just didn't hung up
there.
So yeah, I will say that Ebeya and her sister, Daida, 28-time windsurf world champion combined.
Which is just incredible. Dominating.
It's 28 years. 28 different years spanning that career.
I mean, Las Canarias, just amazing surfers, windsurfers, just water sports, all-rounders.
Yeah. Really is the mecca of water sports. You can do it all, as we see Andrew
Noel.
just slipping and sliding a little bit. Can't hold it. The wave looks like it fizzled out anyway. But
Just
still,
gonna skid it round there and didn't quite regain it.
he would have been looking to get a good score on that because Tituan has just overtaken him for the lead. He had 2.93 on that previous wave, so having a total heat score of 7.76.
Andrew's got priority. He's going to go on this one. No? Decided not to?
And that priority will be switching. But it looks like Tituan is having a little paddle. He's not going to take that wave. But
We do have plenty of time left. It's 17 minutes, 27 seconds on the clock remaining.
conditions may be glassing off a little bit out there, Ollie.
I hope so. You can get a bit of an afternoon glass.
Definitely those those flags have stopped flapping in the wind up
know.
by us.
The wow was not shaking.
The wow was not shaking. Like it has been the last couple of days. But what a fantastic...
I wasn't sure if it was going to be moving to another location, shaking so much, Loss. No, the wind is definitely... It's calming down. It's just going to get just lighter and lighter as the week goes on.
And good news for all the competitors, as we do see Tituani up again. So one turn and then a big extended cut back into the white water.
Nicely dragging the paddle there.
Yeah, really
just
leaning
get back
on
into the zone, huh?
Yeah, really leaning on it, using it. That's the thing with stand-up paddleboarding. You can use that paddle, you can lean over so much on it, it still holds you up. And then you can push with your feet, really amplify your turns. And that's exactly what the judge is looking for.
But it's not like they have to use it for every single maneuver. They just use it when it's going to be...
That's right, exactly.
It's going to benefit the maneuver and the turn and cranking those bottom turns with the paddle.
Andrew. Just waiting for this wave to start to stand up a bit, but again, just hitting that deeper water. It looks like...
Just fattening out a bit on the channel there.
So maybe with this tide, it's just making this outside peak a little bit more appealing than the inside, possibly.
So 15 on the clock left.
Okay, I'm on it.
Still plenty of time. Andrew Noel, the 4.9.
Maybe somebody just shouted.
Titouan, the 7.76. Not sure who has priority.
I think we're just organising that now. We're just getting the priority system set up properly. I believe that we just did see I think it was
Titouan.
Yeah, Andrew on the last wave, so Titouan with priority. So actually Titouan with priority number 2.
What's coming in here?
We see both competitors.
Both giving it a look.
They want to get onto this wave, but obviously red has to give way to white with priority.
White's up. Oh. Up in there, just pushing it a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think just
rail.
Yeah, I think just trying to push that board a bit too much. Just falling off. So priority now sits with Andrew.
Yes.
It looks like a nice wave coming here for our competitor in red.
Wave.
He's going to be able to get something
Andrew
from the
Noel.
top. It just didn't quite happen.
Just a little bit.
So conditions changing a lot from just even the last heat. Ollie, seeing competitors sitting a bit wider into that channel.
I was thinking, are they a little bit too far over, maybe?
I think so, yeah, definitely could be. I think the inside now with that lower tide is not really working as well as it was this morning. So we're seeing competitors head out to the back. It's really strange because outside there's a reef. And you have to really sit right on the edge of that reef, and as the tide drops out, it gets shallower and shallower.
You went out there yesterday for a little
Yes.
look around on the left.
I had a little look. Didn't do much, it was mostly just looking. But it was good to see that it is really tough out there to find the right position. You need to be really sitting on the edge of that reef. The bigger ones break a little bit wider, but then they get into that deeper section. So really tricky to find out where to sit. These competitors deciding to stick together. But there is another wave a bit further down the beach that you were surfing yesterday, Ollie. It was a bit of fun.
It was really fun.
I mean, it looked fun from the shore, but when you were out there, it was tough.
It was tricky. I was just happy to be out there, though.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Always try and go into that mindset. Whenever you paddle out, you'd be like,
yeah,
you're surfing.
That's right, exactly. You are surfing.
There are definitely worse things to do.
That's exactly right. And a great backdrop as well. The city of Las Palmas.
It's beautiful.
To see
Andrew
here. It's fading back. Get a bit of speed. He's gonna. What's he got for us? Nice turn in the pocket there. So opening up that wave, but again, just hitting the deeper section. So
just getting that one big turn in.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a battle of getting a really critical first turn in for that high score. The competitors in the next heat, hopefully you're watching closely because there's conditions have changed since they were in the water before.
Yeah. It's changing all the time out here. See, with the tide, dropping out. It's getting lower and lower, but then on that far end, out the back here, it's sort of dropping into the channel and just losing a bit of power. So, Tituan. What's he got here?
Tituan looks like he's cutting back to the right. Wants to bank it off the white water. Lovely turn there. He can keep this one moving through. He wants to bounce through, but he's not going to get that connection. So really seeing the positioning come into play now. Competitors sticking together. I actually do see Tituan just waiting for some waves here on the inside. He thought maybe that one was going to stand up as he heads back out.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were he was looking at it, just almost like shifting position out here.
You can see that water moving so much.
Just the ripple on the front of the current where the water photographer is. Trying to get as close to them when they kind of do those turns.
So this is the heat number 1 of the semi-finals of the junior boys under 18. We'll be crowning a champion today in both the junior boys and junior girls. As Andrew just comes unstuck on that takeoff. Not needing a massive score to get into first position. First position will advance through to the final.
So 9 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. The first semi-final. The boys under 18s.
If you are watching online, let us know what you think of the level of the juniors.
Yeah.
Great to hear what you think of the performances so far in the event. Ask us some questions. Send it in. We'll be checking the comments.
Let us know where you're coming in from as well.
We had a good morning from Huntington Beach just before, so thanks for tuning in.
Be pretty early over there.
Yeah, I think so. Very early.
Almost 6 a.m. or 6:30 California,
Yep.
LA time.
Great to see that you love stand-up paddling. You're tuning in first thing, waking up. As this is
Getting
Zane.
psyched.
Yeah, Zane Sains. Riding a Blue Planet Hawaii board. Just getting in the zone there.
Yeah. Just thinking about his game plan.
Exactly.
What kind of maneuvers he's going to get up to.
Definitely need one out there today. These tricky conditions. And Kapono Fukuda from Japan. This is going to be a really great second semi-final heat for the junior boys.
They're going to be all in, trying to reach that final.
Kapono doing some warm-ups.
Limber up out there.
Yeah.
Been seeing a bit of some jiu-jitsu style warm-ups this morning.
Yes, we have. Yeah, we know a couple of the Brazilian surfers, black belt jiu-jitsu.
Yep.
Oh, not going to mess with those guys.
Not just amazing on a stand-up or a longboard, but
yeah, amazing on the
lethal
land too.
on land as well as water.
Yes. Very lethal.
Always have to be courteous in the lineup.
Yes, exactly. I thought it was nice, the Brazilians this morning, heading out for a very early morning free surf session. Come and say hello to all the judges.
Yeah.
All the event
Super
staff.
friendly.
Fist bumps.
Fist bumps all around. Spirits are really high here, and the community was stand up. Just it feels so welcoming as well. Being an outsider myself, been super warm welcomes all around in Las Palmas, and a great vibe between other countries. We're doing the opening day, and everyone's kind of chatting and.
Yeah, really good vibes all around. Stand-up community is a great community to be a part of. As we are looking at red, Andrew Noel, he needs a 5.06 to move into advancing position. That is Tituan on screen right now.
How was it when you were competing? So this was 2014, 2015?
Yeah. Yeah, it was, I mean, that was like Kyle Lanning was doing it back then. And it was tough competition because everyone wanted to beat Kai. But still, everyone would hang out. Beat the
champ.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone would hang out in the evenings. I remember Brazil one year, just all the Brazilians super welcoming, just having house parties and not too much drinking, but just music playing and no, just throughout the event.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just big dinners with everyone, just like a family community. Yeah, really enjoyable. And in Tahiti as well, it's such a family-oriented community there, and you know, Sundays it's just barbecues on the beach. And
nice.
Yeah. Super cool. So no, it's
just a warm Polynesian welcoming.
That's it, exactly. We have a comment saying Japanese juniors are pretty good, as we see Kapono on screen there.
Yes, they are.
So yeah, the Inoue sisters, Kapono Fukuda. Riding a Sonova board there. You see that rail has a little bit of a step to it.
It looked little.
Very small. Shortboard, my shortboard size. That board's actually 6'10" that he's riding. Around 70 litres. It's just
pretty manoeuvrable.
Very manoeuvrable board, that one. Yeah, I've seen Kapono out there the last couple of days. He's been the surfer out there the most, so he knows his break really well.
Definitely help to put in the time if you can.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, just after paddling out there yesterday, I definitely need a few more sessions if I were to know this break for sure. We're just coming down to the 4-minute mark. 4 minutes 15 seconds on the clock.
Two different strategies out here, Bo. Andrew just opting to go for a little casual sit down.
Yeah, he doesn't have priority at the moment, so Tituan in priority. So looking for waves, but yeah, that rip's really starting out there.
Yeah.
You can see it. It's a bit of wind, bit of current. Do you see Andrew paddling for that wave, but not going to really happen. You can see just to the left of them is that reef that we were speaking about earlier. Waves break there, and they're positioning themselves right next to the reef. Hopefully get a left that breaks off there. But it's really tough.
See the rip now, just
yeah, you get pulled out and you get a little bit too far, or then you want to sit in close, but the sets come, so it's really tricky out there.
So red's got priority.
Yeah, white made a kind of an effort there to paddle for the wave and lost priority. As we do see Andrew paddling for this one, but he's not going to get onto it, so it's going to switch back to white with priority. Very interesting as we count down this heat. Almost 2.5 minutes left.
Super close.
Very close, exactly. Andrew doesn't need much of a score either.
No,
The
that's
5.06
certainly
and
in reach for Andrew.
yeah, the surfing we've seen him been doing this morning.
This needs a 5.06 to climb back into the lead. 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining on the clock in this first semi.
Yeah, Tituan out in front at the moment. So the boys just sitting down. Not much happening out there in the water. Hopefully we'll get another set come through just before the heat wraps up.
Welcome, everyone watching from around the world. People tuning in from the US, early morning on the West Coast, over in California. Hopefully getting to watch, get amped up before getting out in the water.
Yeah. Coming into surf season over there too. So, getting amped, getting ready for the South Swells.
Always one of my favourite things to do, to watch surfing before you go for
Oh,
a surf.
definitely, always. Put on a surf movie. Even better when there's an event running.
When there's an event running. And
such as this, Gran Canaria Pro Am. Watching the best surfers in the world. This is the junior division.
Which just blows my mind.
Right.
How good they are. And they're still juniors. I mean,
so many more years left.
The quality of sup surf just getting better and better. Kids are getting younger.
So much younger. We had 11-year-old Pedro from Brazil enter this event on his 5'11".
Catching a million waves.
Yeah, exactly. Frothing out.
So 27 seconds left. The first semi-final heat.
Tituan. He's going to use his priority here at the last minute just to keep Andrew off this wave.
Back into the pocket.
Not a lot happening so far.
First priority red.
It's the last 10 seconds.
Looks like we actually do have... Oh, Andrew
That was
finishing
a nice,
off. Yeah.
long
Surfed
ride
that
for this
one
one.
all the way through, but we do have Andrew up on a wave as well. This is
Just
what I
before
thought
the
I
horn.
heard. Just
It's
before the
not gonna
horn,
do
yeah.
much, though.
He wants to get a nice reform, and he has
But
found
then
it.
he's found it. Little
Off the top.
Little jam off the top there.
Throw a claim in, might get an extra 0.1. No.
Claim. You got to get the fist pump in the air. Just
Exactly,
to
yeah. Throw the paddle in the air. Twirl it around.
Were they some of your tricks, Bo?
Oh, always. Paddle twirl. Yeah, put it behind the back.
The paddle twirl.
Yeah, the paddle twirl. So Tituan. We'll wait for those scores.
Let's wait for the final scores to come in.
Yeah, for Andrew to come in. They're being a good sportsman, just waiting for his competitor to come in. Gonna shake hands. He's riding a gong. Ali 7-4, that board. And Andrew. Seeing some great sportsmanship there. Well done, boys, from the first semi-final heat of the juniors.
Great semi-final. Boys putting on a show. Everyone watching. On the boardwalk in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. We're going to head to a commercial break and then we'll be back with the second semi-final.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Buenas tardes. Welcome to Las Palmas for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We're in the semi-finals. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan. I'm here with Bo Nixon. Bo, second semi.
Second semi-final of the junior boys. What great action we've had today. We see we've got Capono Fukuda in the red, Zane Sains in the white. This is going to be a really interesting semi-final because these guys, Zane coming as the top seed in this event, and the surfing we've seen from Capono so far is mind-blowing as a junior surfer. And I think he's probably going to make some waves in the main event as well.
And is he in the trials? Or
he is in the trials.
So he's in the trials.
That's correct.
But before the trials, we got the semis.
Got the semis, that's right.
And then
all the juniors entering the trials of this event. So we'll see them all surfing again.
Which is awesome. Then you're going to see if they can get through to the main of both the men's and the women's. Look at a pan out there on La Isla, the Gran Canaria National Park in the background. Epic hiking, walking route up there. And La Sisa. Seeing this wave morph a couple of times during the day, depending on that tide and if it was changing, sort of going from, it's been about 4 foot all day.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Some of the sets. But the focus has been, the left. But giving that right bit of an option as well.
Definitely.
On the inside. Reforms.
Yeah, it is part of the contest area. We haven't seen any competitors head over to the other break yet.
No.
So
plenty of free surfers over there.
Plenty of free surfers over there. So these two competitors just waiting for a set wave to come through. You can see Capono there on a pretty small board, 610 Sonova. Quite thick in the middle, but the rails really taper down. It's really nice and thin.
Definitely different styles between these two.
Definitely. Different constructions as well between these two boards. Zaned on just that traditional epoxy, while Sonova used a wooden lamination. A bit more strength.
Flex.
Yep, exactly.
Zane's up.
Zane. Yeah. Oh, straight up into the lip. That was a really nice turn. So Zane trying to wait for this little reform, see what's going to happen on the inside. We have seen it stand up on the inside here as he bides his time.
Getting busy.
Yeah, unfortunately just can't find that section, but a really nice turn on the outside.
That was a great turn on the outside. It's a small score coming in from Capono. 0.33.
Yeah, he just paddled for a little one out the back. Just to reposition himself.
Shake it loose a little bit.
Yeah. Looks like a couple of little lines out the back. Could see Capono get onto a wave here.
Coming into the pointy end. I mean, semis. These guys have been putting on.
Yeah, we'll have
on
the
a
girls.
Show earlier this morning.
Oh yeah, certainly will. We'll have the girls coming up too. Capono is paddling for this one. He'll switch the paddle over. He's going to go left. Nice whipping turn at the start there. He's find a little bit of a steeper section.
Nice.
A little cut back in there. And again, it's going to stand up for him. So Capono finding a good wave. 3 turns on the outside. Nothing too critical, but 3 turns that will link together well. He finds
Get the
another little-
reform.
Yeah.
Oh,
This just goes to show that
Capono.
spending time out there does really pay off. Finding the right waves.
also not giving up on it. He could have just done those 3 turns and then ditched it, but
That's right. We'll watch a replay of Capono's wave. Really nice
that
turn.
first one was beautiful.
Yeah. See him extending that back foot, throwing spray.
Third.
And there, yeah, you're right. There he could have tried to do
He
another
could
one.
have just kicked out and thought,
Yeah.
okay, I'm done with it.
That's it. But he could see this opportunity on the right, and he had to clear all of this whitewater section to get to it. But another 2 turns. Another little
Taps
turn
it
here.
once on the inside and then twice, just finish off.
Bang.
Was there a third?
So it just pulls out there. But amazing. Amazing
So-
read on that wave.
He'll be happy with that wave. See what the score is going to come in.
We did see Zane drop a 5.67 though for his first ride.
Nice.
So good score coming through.
Is he be used to these kind of conditions back at home, you reckon?
I
Bit
definitely
windy.
think, yeah, I think so.
Bit of
Sure.
punch.
Yep, that's right. That's Zane.
Wouldn't be afraid of the big stuff,
No,
Zane.
that's exactly right.
Be charging.
Charging, indeed.
So Zane,
Yeah. Hawaii definitely getting similar
born
conditions.
and raised in Oahu.
Yeah. There's trade winds there as well, so do get some windy conditions.
When does the wind switch on? Over there.
Switches on really trade wind during the winter, and then kind of until about late March, April. Then it'll start to drop off a little bit.
In the North
You get
Shore,
those,
kind
you
of
get those
that
northeast
season.
trade winds on the North Shore, yeah, throughout winter. That's why
Oh.
the events are run there. You get some.
Just diving, ditching his board there. I felt
Yeah.
one of those yesterday.
Oh yeah. There we go. Then another one.
Double whammy, so
Just
you just got to
going
get
to-
straight under there.
Yeah.
Just ditch out. We were talking about it with the paddles, so you just got to then just maybe dive off. You got under the water, you're just gripping on.
Yeah, just hang onto the paddle. It's not as bad as you think with the paddle underwater, but sometimes it gets caught in the turbulence, and if you're not holding onto it super tight, it just gets ripped out of your hands. So you do have to be on top of it. Zane just sinking that board there. So you on a board at all?
Just walking on water.
Yeah, exactly. So Zane just paddling over this one. But Capono locks in a score for his
6.
first ride. Yeah, 6-point ride. So he jumps up into the
I'll be
lead.
stoked with that.
So yeah, obviously 3 turns on the outside, finding that reform on the inside. Gonna get your scores in that good range.
So 16 minutes. Semi-final. Heat 2. Capono versus Zane.
This could easily be a final, Ollie, between these two surfers.
Hawaii up against Japan. Super even at the moment. It's
Yeah, these scores are tight.
hard to pick.
As we see the city of Las Palmas in the background. Perfect place to hold this event. Gran Canaria Pro Am. It's part of the APP World Tour.
Guaranteed warmth.
Lovely. That's it.
Just the premium winter sun getaway.
Yeah, we're in Spain, but we're actually off the coast of Africa.
There's me thinking it's warm in Portugal. And we're coming at you live from the Wawa, the fun bus in Las Palmas. La Sisa right in front. This left-hander. Such a fun wave on different tides during the day. Further across on the right, there's a nice right-hander where the free surfers are, and then the competition area, some lefts and rights. It's Capono up.
Capono on the left, fast off the first turn there, and whipping it back around. He's finding these waves that link up and give him a little bit of scoring potential. Nice steep section there, he hits it into the lip, and again he's going to find a nice bank off the whitewater. He's on his way to a good score already.
There's some sick snaps there.
Yeah, really
Capono.
nice.
And again, really negotiating that flat section. Hungry for the inside. What's he got? Little tap.
Yeah, a little tap. Can't quite finish it, but all the hard work was done. He's going to get a good score on that, so he's going to extend that lead already that he has. We had a question come in. What is the trial events that is happening for as part of the APP tour?
So the trials basically gives an opportunity for, I guess, the winners of the trials to advance into, well, the main event. So the men's and the women's.
Yeah, we'll see.
Replay here.
Capono's replay. Just non-stop turns, and here we go. He just opens up in these more critical, steeper sections, up into the lip, bouncing off the whitewater. Can read a wave really well, Capono.
Nice, just a foam climb.
Yeah. And then again, just reading it to try and get one last turn, but he just unfortunately falls off the back of this one. Yeah, the trial event. If you're not seeded into the main event, you can have an opportunity to get into that main event through the trials. So that last wave of Capono Fukuda, 7.17. So very,
There's
very
a great wave from Capono. Just taking his lead. Total of 12, like 8-4. 12 minutes remaining. So he's got a bit of catching up to do now. Some more sets coming. Just a constant flow of waves here in Las Palmas.
Yeah, the action's been non-stop all day. Been making our way through the juniors. Had the longboarders out there earlier as well. Styling it up. Nose rights. Zane from Hawaii. Another Zane. Two Zanes in this event. But this is
Just
Zane.
fading back there on the right and then opening up to the left. Off the top.
Slightly missed time, but still looked really
So
nice.
sort of looking for the reform, is he? Not quite there for him.
Out there.
And for a capital city, I mean, the waves in their backyard, it's an absolute dream.
I'm surprised
It's
there's not more people out.
Fun student university town. Imagine studying here, and it'd be awesome.
Yeah, super cool. We were lucky enough to study on the Gold Coast in Australia. Did our sports management degree there.
Sports management brackets surfing studies, Bo.
Exactly.
We weren't in the same year, but
no, exactly. But yeah, what a fun course that was. Surfing Sapper Rocks.
living at Kira.
Yep.
Where did you live when you were there?
I actually just lived just behind Kira, Tweed Heads.
Nice.
But yeah, not far away, like 2-minute walk from the border. So New South Wales and Queensland. So, yeah,
and where
we
was
surfed
your
the
closest break? Was it Duranbah?
Literally, Kira was
the closest
one
nice.
to me. Yeah. But being a paddleboarder and a longboarder, I wasn't that liked. So always go up to Currumbin Alley, surf the beaches.
The alley and Burley Heads, some
yeah.
amazing waves.
Such good waves.
We'll see the Superbank. By the time I was there, it was sort of Kira was wasn't classic old Kira of the day, but there was enough sand so it worked. I remember one day I snapped 3 boards in one day.
What?
It was a very expensive day.
Very expensive, right? Oh my gosh, especially as a student there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, run back to the shaper. Yeah, happen again.
Happen again.
So what were you doing in? I was like, I was pulling in. I just wasn't coming out.
You glassed them heavy enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just making them too performance.
Yeah, exactly.
It was good times. And the water sort of feels like the water temperature here in the Canaries feels like the same as the Gold Coast. So, in the winter over there, you're in a wetsuit, Shorty, and Zane up on the left, off the top.
Yeah, nice snap in the pocket. Bring it through to the inside, just in the white water there. Zane did get a 3.5 on his previous ride, but not enough to get into that first place. He is looking for a 7.18.
Nicely negotiated there on the inside.
Yeah, it's getting shallower in that inside.
It's
section.
definitely getting shallow. You can see it bubbling away. Few of the boulders. Slippery little rascals, those boulders.
They are.
Capono. So Zane. Now with a score of 10. 4-3-3 with that last wave.
Yeah, improve his scoreline just a little bit, but still looking for that 7.18. As Capono is on a really nice looking wave as he goes vertical rail for that first turn. And again, up into the white water.
It's just really attacking this one.
That's
fading back in.
Probably one of the most critical turns we've seen all day.
All day, I think, yeah.
All day. And he's going to find another little bit of wave to work with. And he's going to get the link up on the right.
It's great surfing.
He finishes this one. He made sure of that. He's still going to go. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. That was a really good wave. Remember, these guys are under 18 years old.
Just to spray off that first turn.
That was amazing. On rail, committed. It's going to be great to see this replay. Oh,
So
they're going to slow-mo it too. Perfect.
You got to slow-mo it. How's this?
Off the top. Vertical. Yeah, right on rail. Timed it so perfect that the white water just pushed him back to be able to get, and then again into the lip.
But he's not done there.
He's not done there. No, he didn't want to force another turn in there either. He just wanted to wait for the wave. He knows he's got some good turns in already. So he's going to make his way through here. And we'll get the scores coming through for that ride. That was an 8.33.
In the excellent range. Capono extending his lead.
Capono had 2 waves in the excellent range in his first heat as well. So total 15.5 total heat score. And Zane now needs a 9.83 to progress to the final.
Anything is possible.
It is. Yeah, it is. That's right.
They got 6 minutes on the clock remaining. Semi-final number 2. And Capono really just not giving up on those waves, kind of pushing through to the flat sections, getting into the inside.
Yeah, he's working the whole wave. Reading it really well.
Just working it. What's Zane seen? He's kind of heading out. Further out back.
Yeah, Zane's currently got priority out there.
It's a little bit rippy. He's coming through the channel. Capono just trying to make his way around the main braking section. Here's a set coming.
Yeah, we'll see if Zane. No, he's not going to get over that one.
He's not going to get over that one. Just presses the eject button. Get out of there.
Just under 5 minutes remaining. In the second semi-final of the junior boys. Junior girls coming up next.
It's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, very exciting.
Stoked.
Yeah. Got the Inouye sisters, Annabelle Page, along with Marina Laelza.
We're going to be going straight into the semi-finals of the girls.
Yeah.
So Zane needing a 9.83. Try and take Capono out of the top spot. Otherwise, it's going to be the young Japanese Capono heading into the final.
Yeah.
Of the junior boys under 18s. Gran Canaria. Las Palmas.
He'll be up against Tito One, who's already made the final from the previous heat.
He'll just be resting now, Tito.
Yes.
He'll be watching this one on the boardwalk.
Definitely.
Seeing who he's going to be going up against. Be chilling out in the athlete zone.
Yeah, maybe listen to some music, getting warm.
Did you used to listen to music before your heats?
Yeah, I did always.
Get psyched up?
Yeah, yeah.
What did you used to listen to?
It has Aussie rap.
Aussie rap?
Yeah. Always Aussie rap. It was the best.
Like who?
Bliss and Esso were my favourite one. Yeah. That was like, they had a good song. Yeah, that was just a good psych up song.
Nice. Just getting into the zone.
Full zone. Hilltop Woods. Yeah, loving it.
I love the Hilltop Woods. Probably like Mick Fanning style.
Yeah.
Just kind of
exactly, yeah.
Massive
big
speakers
headphones.
on.
Yeah.
Would you don the big headphones?
No, they weren't that big. No, just find a little quiet area. Just put the earbuds in.
And just stretch and kind of listen to tunes, get ready.
That's it. Just get in the zone. And then some competitor will walk past and say hello, and I'd be like, "Oh, hey!" And then I'd be out of the zone.
Yeah. Don't get me out of the zone.
Exactly.
You got to be sitting there with your mean face on.
Yeah, that's it. I know.
So 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. Capono. Good lead here. Really knows the situation. He's going to be just waiting.
Yeah, we've just seen the priorities switch there, so Zane may be on a wave.
Okay, 1 minute, 35 seconds. Close. The second semi-final. For here.
Yeah, coming down to the crunch time right now. Capono got a pretty healthy lead.
It's sort of flattened off a bit.
It has. Let's hope the competitors get a chance.
Both Zane and Capono just looking for what's on the horizon here.
Yeah, Zane really
no
hoping.
Sitting down and resting.
No sitting down. Definitely not with the last minute remaining.
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Zane wanting to get a wave. You can see that inside wave running there a little bit, offering some potential.
It's definitely not as fat anymore.
No, definitely not that lower tide. Playing into it.
Yeah. Definitely helps the competitors just watch all different conditions out there with the tide changing, what the wind's doing, how the swell's coming in, hitting La Sisa.
30 seconds.
The wave playground that is Las Palmas, Gran Canaria.
So many waves around. It's amazing. Good bodyboard waves. Good shortboard
Some
waves.
pretty serious bodyboard waves around.
Good sup waves. Foiling, windsurfing. White trying to... Yeah.
Zaza.
Actually on this wave.
This will be the last ride of the heat.
And Zane, he's going to go right up into the lip. Can he ride out of it? He's not going to get out of it, but that was very radical. Fins out the back.
Just giving it his all on that last one.
He had to do a little Hail Mary for sure. 9.83 he had to get to be able to progress.
And Capono.
Yeah, Capernaum will go up against
Replay
Tituan.
here.
So this is the highlight reel of Capernaum's waves in this heat. You see him slashing away as he gets into this critical section up into the lip.
Jams it off the top there.
Such a great surfer. Can't wait to see him competing in the trials event. Capernaum on his... This is the big high scoring wave. Just that one massive turn. Then backs it up back into the white water. Nice and vertical again.
Oh, sick.
Really controlled surfing from a junior 17-year-old.
17-year-old. Like...
Oh, so that's better than us.
Definitely. I mean, look. Little foam climb there.
Yeah, Capernaum has
Just
bright
always
future.
looking out for what section's up next. Taps it off the top there.
So, yeah. Fantastic wave there. As we see our competitors. Capernaum coming in. He's very happy progressing into the finals of the junior boys. Up next we're going to have the junior women, but we'll go to a short commercial break and we'll see you after that.
The beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Buenas tardes. Welcome to Gran Canaria Pro Am. We're in the water with the semi-finals, the first semi-final of the girls, the junior girls, under 18.
Yeah, Katie in the red, Annabelle Page in the white. Up against each other, fighting for that final position. So he's going to be crowned champion of the juniors today.
Just saw two amazing semi-finals.
Yeah, the junior boys. Tituan, Pajot, and Capernaum Fukuda going to be in the final of the junior boys. But here we are. Sakura Inoue taking off late on this one as she's going to carve her way back toward the white water. She's going to hit it off the top. Really nice flowing maneuvers.
Just absolutely going for it. That's what the judges want to see.
Exactly.
That's what we all want to see.
Very true.
Great surfing.
I think this is Kaede, in a way. The older sister. And we have Annabelle Page up on the screen. We do have heat number 2, which will be coming up after this first semi-final. So that is Annabelle Page out there in the water in the white. So Katie opening up her account really nicely, really strongly. So bring you those scores as they come through from Katie.
Welcome to everyone watching around the world. The APP World Tour here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Hope you're joining us on either Facebook Live. Throw in your comments, your questions.
Had a question come in about the longboard event that we've been holding today. And why was it mixed with men and women?
Good question.
Yeah, very good question. We have, I think we just wanted to
open up the division. Probably not enough entries for the women, so they ended up surfing with the men, but they put on some great performances against the men as well, and we will see...
Which was epic to see.
So epic. We will actually see Kaede, in a way, progressing through into that quarterfinals of the longboard.
Which we'll be maybe looking at holding tomorrow.
Yeah.
Having the longboarding on.
Exactly. There's our junior boys finalist, Kapono Fukuda, walking up the stairs here.
Congrats.
Las Palmas. Yeah, put on a great performance. Excellent scoring ride. He's here with his dad.
One of the highest scoring waves of the day.
Definitely is one of the highest scoring waves. I think he had some excellent rides as well earlier in the first round of the juniors.
It's just that combo of just combining the outside section, some super long lefts, and then just wrapping it around into the inside. Getting sort of 6-7 turns on the wave.
Yeah, definitely putting his all into that semi-final.
It's going to fire up the points with the judges. That's what they want to see.
Yeah, keeping that board moving. But the waves he found as well just offered up so much potential, and he could just find these critical sections that Zane couldn't find in that previous semi-final.
And he's been out here a bit practicing.
He has.
Trying to get as much water time at La Cisa and Las Palmas as possible over the last couple of days. Pretty stormy, junky, bumpy conditions before we got here.
He's definitely been putting himself out there in all conditions just to learn this break, and it paid off.
Absolutely.
The junior girls here. Annabelle Page in the white on just the right of screen there. Kaede Inoue.
Just waiting for some scores to pop up on the screen. See, with those smaller boards, it's tricky out there, Bo. Just
very tricky with those bumpy conditions as well. And Annabelle just going down on a cutback there.
It's getting a bit unglued.
Especially with Katie. She's been in the longboard division as well as her junior division.
And how does that affect, I mean, your mindset out there when you're switching boards? Even from just going in and then half an hour later, or even an hour or longer, an hour later, jumping on a shorter board. You really haven't got that buoyancy when you're paddling, kind of feeling a bit out of sorts.
Definitely.
Maybe.
Yeah, it definitely changes the way, especially when you're jumping from a bigger board to a smaller board. You notice it a lot more. Obviously
Annabelle just diving through the face of the wave there, trying to get out of the way of it.
Yeah, you don't want to get in the way of your board as you're going through a wave. So opting to just bail there. But yeah, stepping down from a bigger board, it's always harder because just that balance is a lot less on those smaller boards. So you see Katie there just sinking the tail, trying to stay balanced on that smaller board.
Did you have that situation where you're like competing in different divisions?
Yeah, definitely a few events in Australia that have a mixture of longboard and then sup and all of that kind of stuff. So switching between boards. Yeah, definitely. But one of the guys in the event here, Zane Schweitzer, who's going to be coming up in the pro division, he's been the Ultimate Waterman champion for 2 years. And do you know about the Ultimate Waterman? They had the events in New Zealand, I believe.
I know a little bit about it, but not that much.
10 different disciplines.
10?
Yeah, all pretty much back to back, like surfing, foiling, sup. Oh, a ton of stuff. Downwinding, all of that. And yeah, just switching up boards between things. And yeah, Zane came out on top with that. So obviously, some people can just jump between boards. As we see Annabelle. She's just caught a wave there, just trying to get through that fat section.
Sort of fanned out at the end.
Yeah, she'll be looking for a better wave. Katie obviously playing the patient game. We'll get those scores to you from Katie's first wave very shortly. We'll see it taking off. Yeah, really good, nice late takeoff. She's going to try and stick with it, see if anything happens on the inside. Little turn there as she makes her way through. Starts to open up here with a re-entry and back to the left and hits it off the white water, but just can't quite ride out of that one. But 2 good waves to start her account. The semi-final number 1 of the junior girls.
Welcome to everyone watching on appworldtour.com and also along on Facebook. Live, the APP Facebook page. Get your comments in. Tell us what you're thinking. Tell us where you're watching from as well.
Yeah, don't be afraid to say hello. Ask
To know kind of if people are coming in from Australia, from Japan, Brazil, the US, Europe. All
over the world. Great to see a lot of support from around the world. Probably a few people watching from Japan as well, cheering on KD in a way in this heat.
Do we know how many nationalities we have competing?
That's a good question.
In the event.
I'd say quite a few. We'll have to get that stat for you.
You got some locals, the Canaries, obviously from France, from Peru. The Brazilian Storm.
That's right. Argentina.
The UK. Japan. And after a couple of years off, the APP 2019, the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Stoked to be back.
Yeah, really stoked to be back. Got a great forecast ahead for this week as well. We made a start today as the swell's a bit smaller. Get the juniors and the longboards out there in the lineup. As we do see some scores starting to come through for the surfers. So KD in a way, her second ride was a 7.17. And then her previous wave was a 3.67.
It's bringing that total to 10.84.
Yeah, Annabelle Page just with a 0.8 so far. And another small score.
12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Still a bit of time for Annabelle.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock.
We will be crowning junior champions in Las Palmas today, later on this afternoon. A local time here, 3:30. Doesn't get dark for another few hours. It's a nice thing about being in the winter down south.
Very nice.
It goes dark until like 6:30. Which is, yeah, it's definitely a bonus.
It's a bonus. The sun's almost setting back home in the UK for me. Around 4:30 it starts to head down over the horizon.
No. I remember there we used to have this alarm clock which was a light called a Lumi.
I've got it. I use it. Not afraid of that one. That's great. Do it going to bed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it on little sunset mode. When the sun
I'll
comes
go to
up.
bed. We don't.
Yeah, we did go to bed. KD in a way. Off the top, massive re-entry. And she did land it. My goodness. So one turn,
Just
but
blasting. We're going to be getting the replay of that.
Yeah, 100% we're getting a replay of that. She wants to stick with this wave just to get at least one more turn in, but she's not going to get it. I mean, damage was done on the outside.
Just seeing the blast and the spray, the corner of the screen there. We'll be getting a replay for everyone watching.
Just exciting surfing from this 17-year-old female from Japan.
Junior.
Here we go, replay.
Ridiculous.
Of KD's wave. She's just waiting for it to Belts it
Whoa.
off the top.
That
Wow.
was
Critical in the lip. She really had to navigate that whitewater, didn't she? Was really pushing the board
just
away.
keeping her balance.
Yeah.
And getting up there and sort of managing to then kind of keep composed. Relaxed.
Yeah, that score came through as a 6.67 for one turn on that wave. So just going to show that
you can get big scores.
You can get big scores. Yep.
On one maneuver, two maneuvers.
Yeah, just that commitment, critical section, control
Speed
as well.
and power.
Yeah.
Just completely blasted off the top of that wave. She's heading back out. Looking for more.
Looking for a lot more. Annabelle, that puts her in a combination situation. Now looking for a 12.91.
So under 10 minutes now. Keida, 13.84.
Remember, you can follow along the scores. Go to liveheats.com, search for the APP World Tour. Click on the Gran Canaria Pro Am event and you'll have all the divisions, all the names, all the entrants, and the live scores coming through.
Jump in the comments. Let us know what you think of the scores as well.
Yeah, we can tell the judges.
And what you think of the level of the juniors. Is this just mind-blowing to me at the moment.
It's absolutely insane what we're seeing. So Sarah Perkins has messaged in asking what the age range of the juniors are.
The age range.
Yep.
So it's ranging between, I think our youngest competitor is Pedro, who's 11, from Brazil, from Bahia, and then up to 17. So there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, a bit of a gap for sure. We have Kaede up there riding. Her sister Sakura is 14 years old. So yeah, but ranging between 11 and 17, that is just amazing. Yep. Almost in an under 12s division for some of our surfers. Thanks for writing in with that question. Someone tuning in from Barbados. Great to see.
An epic event there in 2019 in Bashiba at Soup Bowls.
Yeah, what a fun wave that looks like.
Oh, such a fun wave. I was lucky enough to surf it a few years back, and
nice.
Yeah. Only a couple out. I was stoked.
That's
super
pretty
warm.
Cool. Yeah.
Proper Caribbean vibes. A little bit of a and the cool food as well. Have like banana bread breakfast with like an English style fry up. It's the combo.
Amazing.
Some bacon and eggs and
yeah,
some banana bread.
So
and
good.
then out for a soup bowl session. Living the dream.
Certainly are.
So yeah, Barbados. Hopefully you see what happens in 2023, whether we're going to be heading back there. Be interesting. We've been speaking about what events we're going to be doing for SUP Surf for next year. And finishing off in 2019 with the crowning the world champion over just around the corner in El Loret in Las Palmas, where we are. And then for our first event back for 2022, fortunately due to COVID and the situation, couldn't be running the events. But now we're back in full swing.
Yeah, that's right. And this event actually, we are going to be crowning world champions here as well. So this is the only stop on the APP World Tour SUP surfing stage for the 2022 season. We'll be back with, I think it's about 3 stops in 2023, but we'll confirm those with you later on. I know Tristan Boxford, the CEO, is working hard to confirm all those events.
Pretty sure they're going to be in some fun spots.
Definitely going to be in some fun spots. Tristan's always pushing to get the competitors in the best waves there are. Obviously, Las Palmas, de Gran Canaria, having some amazing waves here too.
And just putting on a show, putting the greatest stand-up surfers in the world, some of the best waves in the world.
That sounds like a perfect match.
For them, I mean, they're just stoked being out. Only like one other person.
One other person in the lineup. As you do see, our competitors. Annabelle still in a accommodation situation. Coming down to 5 minutes 25 on the clock.
Scratching over that one. What sort of board is Annabelle riding?
She's on a Smick Hipster Twin. So Smick is an Aussie brand. Scotty McKercher. And she's riding a custom board from him. And she's just actually ordered a new one. She's been telling me she's pretty excited to get a new board coming soon. She wants to get on something a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Something that's going to help maneuver a little bit faster. But she's enjoying the stability that this offers. And just coming unstuck there with that wind. You can see it blowing up the face there a little bit. Gay looking at this one. She's going to
go. She's up.
Go on this one. It looks like it's going to stand up. But she's going to have something off the top here. She
to
does.
hit.
Bang
Bashes
off the top. And she's going to almost hang on.
Thought she was going to ride out of that one.
I honestly
so
did
close.
too. Annabelle just going through. Oh, that did not look very.
Hope she pushed the board away.
Yeah, I hope she got away from that board. Looks like she's okay.
Hanging on to the paddle.
Yeah, she's still got the paddle. I think I would have let go of it a long time ago.
just thrown the paddle over the back of the wave.
Exactly.
Get out of my way.
The worst feeling, isn't it, getting pulled over the falls?
Oh. You just have those moments, people sort of in the lineup watching, they're like, oh, you just see them.
Annabelle here. Annabelle from the UK. Great to see a lot of representation from around the world.
It's awesome. It's properly diverse. Both on the men's and the women's, and the juniors as well, and the boys and the girls.
Annabelle
Certainly
here.
growing. Stand up around the world. The popularity increasing the last couple of years. More people getting into it, would you say, Bo?
A lot more people getting into the SUP surfing side. There's been a bit of a debate about if it's a growing sport or not. But definitely, from what I've heard, what I've seen, a lot more people are getting into it.
I'm definitely keen to get into it.
Yeah, you need to get into it, Ollie. Definitely need to get into it. That's great fun.
I was getting proper jealous yesterday, seeing how fast everyone was going with the paddle and the flat sections, and it's it's just great to see what kind of speed and momentum you can build.
Yeah,
and the versatility of being able to surf in small waves, in bigger waves. You've been out there at big sunset. You can take these boards in pretty serious conditions.
You can, exactly. You can go downwinding on them. You can stick a foil on it. You can race them. You can, it's so versatile, this sport. And that's the greatest thing about stand-up paddling is just you can come into it from so many different angles. You come from a wind sport. You know, stand-up paddling kind of followed that origination from windsurfing. A lot of the windsurfing brands started making stand-up paddleboards back in the day. You got brands like Nash, Starboard, Fanatic, all coming from that wind sport background.
And taking it everywhere. I mean, take it to the rivers. Competitions in Korea, at APP, over in London.
Yep.
They're going to be heading to Paris, to Alicante in Spain.
That's right, with the finals in Saudi Arabia. That's going to be in February 2023. So we'll be crowning the racing world champions there. But this event, crowning the surfing world champions.
Yeah. And you were over at a racing event, weren't you? Recently?
Yes, I was. Oh god, my memory's bad. Yeah, well, so it was at the US Open of SUP for the APP World Tour. That was their first racing event for the season. We had the sprint, technical, and the long distance racing. Connor Baxter winning the sprint racing there. And we had Itzel Delgado in the men's taking the long distance.
Nice.
And then April Zilg also, she took the long distance for the women.
Is there some crossover, would you say, between the surfers, and is there some of the surfers who are doing racing?
In the beginning, when the APP World Tour started, definitely there was crossover. A lot of the athletes were doing both. It's because the surfing and the racing were usually taken to the same places. So, for example, in Hawaii, they do also a race and they do a surfing event. In Brazil, they do a racing and a surfing event as well. So the people would cross over there. But they've kind of split the tours now, so giving the races the best chance in the best conditions, and then obviously taking the surfing to different locations. So I'm seeing a little bit more of a split between the athletes nowadays, but you'll still see.
And the level is getting super high. So they're just focusing on one discipline, right?
That's very, very true, exactly. So the race is going to stick to their craft, and obviously they're better at racing, and the surfers better at surfing. So we do see Katie Inoue really carving that cutback back into the white water, and she's going to bank it off this section at the end, surfing with lots of power. So great to see.
Still going, trying to get through to right to the end of the section. Bit of a left on this one. That will be the last wave of semi-final number 1. All the way to the shorey. Keita.
So replays with the best waves from Keita Inoue in this heat. Obviously getting up into that excellent scoring with one of these waves, but this was one of the first waves she started with. This scored her that 7.17. And then we have this wave. Talk us through this one, Ollie.
Just jamming it there, really committed.
For a 6.67 on that, just one turn. Shame we didn't see Annabelle.
All in.
Yeah, all in. Shame we didn't see Annabelle Page manage to get a wave toward the end of that heat, but good showing from her. We'll see her in the women's trials.
And congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Katie. But we'll head to a short commercial break. Back with semi-final number 2 of the junior girls.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Buenas tardes, welcome to Gran Canaria Las Palmas. We're here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am, and up next, semi-finals Heat 2 of the Junior Girls Under 18s. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan, joined by Bo Nixon.
Oh, so nice to be here. Just seen in this heat we have Sakura Inoue up and riding now in the red, and Marina Loaitza in the white. Sakura, the sister of Kaede, who just won the last heat. She threw to the finals of the junior girls. So maybe we'll see if it's a All Japan final, sisters.
It will be interesting
Very
to see
interesting.
if that happens.
But obviously Marina, she's
We'll
got
have
some
something
game.
to say about
yeah,
that.
exactly.
It's not going to want to let that happen.
No. So we'll watch a replay. Sakura's wave there. So really nice top turn. That was such a nice turn to start with. So opening that account, making sure first turn's nice and committed. And the whole Inaway family riding the same shape boards.
Same sponsors.
Same sponsors. Their older brother Taka, he made an appearance in the longboard event. As we see Marina here riding through on the inside. Let's see what work she got done on the outside, but we'll follow her through as she just ends that wave. So looks like a really controlled ride for Marina.
Just waiting for those scores to come in. See how they both did. Marina heading back out. A lot of rocker on that board. We were talking about that.
Yeah,
a bit earlier on.
Just that nose lift in the front, helping with those steeper sections. Yeah, a lot of different board shapes getting around.
Most of the surfers would be using the grip pad on the front as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely helps with a lot more grip. You'll see some surfers opting just for wax.
A lot of wax on the nose for the longboarders.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of wax.
Some serious hang fives we're going down today.
Yeah, great nose riding. As we do see Sakura locking in a 3.67. And Marina, she just locked in a 2.27 for that last wave. So at the moment, Sakura in the first position.
There's plenty of time to go. 25 minutes these heats. 20 minutes. 37 seconds remaining. Loads of time. We're in Las Palmas, capital of Gran Canaria. It's the joint capital with Santa Cruz in Tenerife. It's a great surf city, Las Palmas. University town. Home to the biggest carnival in the whole of the Canaries, which I'm pretty excited about visiting, Mo.
You attending?
Huh?
February next year?
I wouldn't mind going.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of carnival.
Nice. Okay. You've been to a few.
I've been to quite a few.
Been to one in Brazil?
I've never been. I've never been to Brazil. It's definitely on my bucket list. But the last one I went to was a Spanish one in Badajoz. It was just across the border from Portugal, and that was great. And in Cologne, they have this carnival with about 6 million to 8 million people go.
Wow.
And every single person is dressed in fancy dress.
That's amazing.
It's kind of like a fancy dress house party, but with 6 million of your best friends. It's good times.
Very good times.
And I always thought it was going to be, a little bit reserved. But, it's like Oktoberfest. Like, they know how to have a good time. But in Las Palmas, yeah, it's notorious for carnival here. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have a little look. 2023.
That'd be good.
And it goes on for about 3 weeks.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, if anyone is thinking of a trip over here, I mean, you are guaranteed warm weather.
That's such a big draw card.
I just think if you're on the coast in the Canaries, it doesn't really drop below, I don't know, the high teens in winter.
That's incredible.
So Sakura was having a little look at that one.
Yeah,
But it
Sakura
wasn't really offering up much.
14 years old, so one of the younger competitors. Youngest women competing in the event.
And just awesome to see the level of the juniors.
Absolutely insane to see the level.
So we've got here. It jams it back into the pocket there. Sakura using the paddle to get through that flat section off the top. Nicely done. Again. Tapping this inside.
Still making her way
A
through.
little slash there. Just right in.
Still going. That wave's ankle high. She's making it work.
And just making it look so easy in these kind of tricky conditions.
Yeah, there are tricky conditions. You can see that bump on the water at the back. Competitors obviously trying to get through the white water on their way back to the lineup. A lot of water moving out there. Very tricky.
It's going to be interesting to see what scores she gets from the judges. Comes in from that one.
Yeah, a lot of turns on that wave. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing
or
too critical.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really like lending itself to that sort of a little bit crumbly.
Yeah. But she'll definitely improve on that scoreline. She looks to get out there. This might even see how far Sakura's back, but maybe a paddle battle for priority. Marina's making her way back out. Marina, 4th place at the Pan American Games for sup surfing.
In the ISA. Over in Puerto Rico. Yeah, she's probably feeling at home here. Speaking Spanish. And in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's a handy language to speak, Spanish.
Definitely useful. You think of the surfing locations, French, Spanish, Portuguese. And some of the judges over there speak all four.
So Sakura Inoue, her last wave come through at a 5.0. So kind of that mid-range score for those turns. We see Marina opting to sit on the inside here for these reform waves. So let's see how she goes on this ride here, cutting back into the white water, getting nice and low to stay balanced on that wave.
Seeing if it's going to open up for it all.
Definitely sticking with it. This left might even reform here.
It's been quite a bit of change in direction today. Sort of going on the front side, and going, looking at the rights, looking at the left, seeing what's going to open up on that inside section.
Yeah, definitely. Competitors always looking over their shoulder to see what it's going to do. Can easily back off and then you get yourself a right, or could steep up and stay on that left.
And splitting the peaks as well. You look over your shoulder, see if anyone's
yeah, that's right. We've seen a few competitors ride the same wave.
We've got 14 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Sakura in the lead with an 8.67. Just paddling back out now. And Marina just finished off a ride. It's going for that lie down prone. Just the 5 strokes allowed though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be counting.
A bit more than 5. I counted. Yeah, so. Yeah, been a lot of talk.
I'm not going to be going into detail.
No, not a lot of talk, but it has been a lot of talk around the rules and regulations of stand-up paddling. When you should be standing, when you should be, if you should be sitting down at all, or lying down paddling. Obviously, you know, the conditions do make it a bit more tough to be able to stay standing. Marina obviously standing up now, paddling out, so probably just using that lying down technique to get through that.
Just to get out of the impact zone.
Exactly.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
All the white water's kind of closing around. You just want to get into the channel and then you can hop up on your board, start paddling.
So competitors are meant to be paddling out, standing up the whole way out, and obviously standing up to catch their waves. And we have heard that they are allowed to sit down when they are out in the lineup waiting for a wave, but they can't use the paddle.
Just waiting.
Just waiting. So if they get pushed out of position, they have to get back on their feet to paddle over to where they were. So probably just better opting just to stay standing.
Yeah.
Move around.
You just got that advantage of being, you can just see more. See
exactly.
the sets coming.
Yeah. And with priority as well, you can kind of just bide your time, get into position. As we see Sakura here looking at a wave.
Here we go.
Set standing up. She's just going to paddle over it, looks like. Doesn't like the look of that one.
Thought she was going to spin and go on that one.
Yeah, she might have, but Marina might have the inside.
Marina's
here.
having a look.
She's not going to go.
She's... And then just hits that channel and just doesn't really do much.
No, it just dies out in that deeper water. So where those waves are breaking, it's really shallow just to the left side of the screen. Kind of like a reef shelf, a rock shelf out there. And the waves break around that, reform on the inside.
And depending on what the swell's doing and the size, definitely morphs into different shapes, and we could be seeing some monsters later this week.
It's hard to believe that we could be seeing a full-on closeout across this whole bay later this week. So we're going to try and get the event done over the next couple of days.
I think we'll be wrapping it up before it gets too monstrous out there.
Exactly, because it'll probably be unrideable for most of the competitors, and it'd be interesting to see if anyone brought a step-up board to be able to ride these waves. Because we do have Red up and riding. Current heat leader, as she banks it off the white water there. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Really throwing a lot of commitment at that turn.
Just putting everything into that turn. Really leaning back on it, and then just getting caught, the foam ball falling, stumbling back a bit.
See this replay because she set it up really nicely. You can see her looking at that section. Bang up vertical, but just couldn't quite get the board back underneath her body. You see her leaning back on the paddle. But it's a semi-final.
Eyeing it up, just looking.
That's it. Semi-final heat, you got to be throwing everything at it to make it to the final. That's Marina. Just digging that rail again. She had this problem in her last heat in the repechage. Getting through, just digging that rail.
It's casting over a bit now. Getting a little bit.
It's a bit chilly.
A bit chilly. Yeah. Going through it all today, Bo.
On top of the Wawa.
Exactly, the fun bus.
Yeah, we're commentating from on top of the open deck bus. City sightseeing bus. This bus is going to move over to the
We're mobile.
Break around the corner, yeah.
So we can.
Someone could jump in and drive off right now.
We just take it up a couple of 100 meters around the corner to the point. Well, here we are with Marina.
Yeah, staying busy on this one. Lots of turns in the white water. We'll see if she can extend that scoreline. She is looking for a 6.4 though to move to the lead. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that ride. As out the back with priority. Red paddling Sakura in a way.
He's looking at this right here. What's he
He's
going to do?
looking again with that big section coming toward her. Hits the
just
eject
trying
button.
to destroy that lip there, Bo.
She's just throwing everything at it. She'll pull one off. She
It's
will.
coming. Just putting it all online there. Great to see. The commitment.
Yeah.
Proper no fear coming from the juniors.
Oh,
I love
14 years old. Smacking the lip. I don't think I was getting vertical at 14.
I definitely. Look at this.
Wow.
Just, pushing the progression, really trying things out there as well, which is great to see. You know, not taking that conservative approach of, you know, if you do just see that one section down the line, and if it's not really offering much, if it looks like it's going to be closing out on the rest of the wave, you might as well just go and hit it.
Yeah, and it even looks like she had the opportunity to go left there, but that left obviously getting really slow and fat toward the shoulder. So she just why not go right and hit the section, get a big score. So yeah, loving that commitment from Sakura.
So good to see. Thanks to our partners over here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. El Gobierno de Canarias. Colvido de Gran Canaria. Turismo de Gran Canaria. The Instituto Insular de Deportes. Maspalomas, Costa Canaria in the south. Ayuntamiento de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. The Instituto Municipal de Deportes. And of course, where we are, Bo, the Wawa, the city sightseeing, double-decker bus, 7 Island film, Domingo Alonso Comerciales, and Poema del Mar. The city really welcoming the APP, welcoming us back after 2019 and 2022. The best in the world, putting on a show. Some insane riding from the juniors, the best stand-up paddleboarders, under 18s on the planet, and the best sup longboarders as well. Just putting on a clinic out here this morning in some fun conditions, 3 to 4 foot, 13-second period. Just sitting there waiting.
That is Tituan Pajot. He is in the final of the junior boys. He'll be in the red jersey up against Capono Fukuda in the white, who we saw get an excellent ride in his last semi-final heat. But Tituan just getting in the zone.
Hasn't got his beats on.
No, none of that Aussie hip-hop.
Definitely not listening to Hilltop Hoods down there.
Definitely, no, exactly.
Just getting zen though, just psyching out.
Yeah.
He could have been listening to some tunes, I reckon, in the athlete.
I think so. I think so.
Don't want to be doing in the too much when you're like kind of just before like that, before your time to paddle out. But obviously, you know, finishing off your heat, be chatting to team and crew.
Keeping an eye on the conditions as well.
Exactly.
Just making sure that they know where they're going to sit, keeping a strategy in place.
Just watching how these conditions are developing through the day with the changing tide and the wind. We're in the north of the island, Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria.
As we see the junior boys paddling out the 5-minute mark.
So coming up next with the final.
The junior under 18 boys.
Yeah, and as we see Marina here on the left, she's still currently looking for that 6.27 to move into that advancing position to get into the final. They're going to be up against Kaede Inoue, who won the first semi-final. Could it be Sakura Inoue, the sister, younger sister?
Who's it going to be? We've got 4 minutes and 23 seconds remaining on the clock. Still a bit of time for Marina to get a higher score.
Quick paddle out there. We've got a bit of current taking the competitors back out. You can see there Marina sitting in that deeper water.
Yeah, she's in need of a 6.27. Marina.
Yeah, that score, not a massive score. Still in that good range. So we really need to get probably a couple of turns at least on the outside there where Sakura is currently sitting. Although we have seen the inside reform being really good on the higher tide, but it is dropping out with that tide at the moment.
It's Team Japan.
Team Japan, as we see.
It's watching their sister.
Sakura, yeah, that's right.
Up in action. Another one here.
Another one. Back to back. She's on another wave. What's she got for us? Bangs it off the lip again. Just looks
there
so
it
casual.
is, looking for that. Just that section to hit. Pulls that off on that one. Unfortunately, it doesn't open up for her on the inside. She'll be trying to get out the back as fast as she can. Join Marina.
So, what can she see coming here?
Let's hope there's going to be another wave. 2 minutes 30 on the clock.
Get out of the way to this one. It's the good thing with the smaller boards, you can kind of get under there a little bit, huh?
Yeah, that's right. As we see the replay of Sakura's wave. Really nice top turn there. So she ended up with a 3.7 on that wave, which just increased her lead slightly. Marina now looking for a 6.3.
Last 2 minutes here of the semi-final, second semi. Gonna see who's gonna be getting into the final. Joining Inoue.
Yeah, junior boys getting into position out there. See Marina there paddling through the whitewater along with Sakura. You can see the different paddling. You can see how much more speed you get standing up paddling.
So much more. It's not
Crazy.
even.
She's going to have to dive under that one.
Marina's up. Seeing something coming in here.
Might be something out the back here. You can see that reef shelf on the outside. So competitors opting to sit on the inside. This one's not going to be able
Get
to.
out of this
yeah.
one.
He's going to go over it. Should try and get over this one. But coming down, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Marina needs a 6.3. Doesn't look like she's going to get another opportunity. Caught on the inside here.
So both of them up. Marina, Sakura. Almost like a bit of a paddle battle looks like
It
going on
is,
here.
yeah, it could be. Definitely. I think white has priority at the moment. Marina could make a turn and go on this.
She definitely wants to go soon.
Looking for a 6.3.
17 seconds left on the clock. Has she got time? There's some waves marching in here. 10 seconds remaining.
We see red looking. So there you have it, Ollie. It's going to be an All Japan Junior Girls Final. Sisters, Inoue family, Sakura,
Amazing.
Kaede. Well done.
Congratulations.
We're going to watch a replay of red. Sakura Inoue, her best wave. Just carving on that first turn. Really throwing everything at it. This is that 5.0 that she locked in early in the heat. Banked off the whitewater again. So some great surfing from our young Japanese competitor. She should be joining her sister, Kaede, in the final.
Family affair for the final of the junior under 18s. We're going to jump into a commercial break and then we'll be back with the junior boys under 18s final.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Buenas tardes and welcome to the Gran Canaria Pro Am Junior Boys Under 18s final. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan. I'm joined by Bo Nixon. Bo, we're in the final.
Final time! How exciting! We've seen some amazing action all day from the juniors, and we're here. We're going to be crowning a champion. We have Tituan Pajot in the red, Capono Fukuda in the white.
And the level from the juniors has just been amazing. I wasn't sure if we were going to be running all the way through with the junior finals, but stoked to see it happen. Got definitely some good waves on offer. It's been about 3 to 5 all day.
Yeah, we see Capono Fukuda here. Looks like he's already opened up a small score earlier. He's going to go vertical on the inside, but just comes unstuck. He's been nailing those all day. Maybe a little bit of nerves.
Maybe
a tighter legs. He's been surfing a few heats today.
And it will be taking its toll for sure, being on the stand-up.
Exactly. We do see half an hour finals.
A drop there.
Nice steep drop. Tituan. Just a quick in and out there. He'll still remain with first priority, sitting out the back.
And half an hour for the final.
Yeah, plenty of time. Choose the right waves out there.
Just deciding to ditch and get out of dodge on that one.
Probably a good idea. Another set you can see behind. He's just going to stay in the water. Ditch that board. Get it away from you.
Bear hug the paddle.
Yeah, grip onto that tight.
But then as soon as you get back up, the speed on which you can just use the paddle, get into the channel, and then just try and get straight back, wrap around into the lineup here. La Cesare.
There's a competitor from the last heat, that's Marina. Unfortunately not making it through to the final of the junior girls, but put on a great performance. Ended up with a third place finish here.
She was surfing amazingly today.
Yeah. As we see Tituan in the red, switching that paddle over. Nice carve back in to the pocket of this wave. Is he going to be able to get really get to the speed across that section?
Paddle.
Not going to manage to find a reform there. So that means priority is going to switch to Capono in the white.
And Capono with the first score. Yeah, it's a 5.14.
Yeah, they
get Tituan needing a 4.44 to be champ.
Yep.
But there's going to be plenty more rides coming in.
Plenty
the
more
final
rides.
here, though.
That's right. So Capono Fukuda, he won the Japan Sup Surfing Championship this year.
So Japanese champion.
Japanese champion.
17 years old?
17 years old in the junior division here. Will be making an appearance in the trials. Probably going to be kicking off tomorrow.
Definitely got a bright future.
Really bright future. That trials division. Gaining the top finalists entry into the main event for the pro. Being the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Got the professionals, the amateurs.
Here's Capono looking at another one.
Yeah, just opting to
out.
go through that. He knows the good waves from the bad waves out here.
He's definitely been spending a bit of time before his heats, before the early rounds, sussing out the lineup, the situation.
and just the different kind of sections of this wave of La Sisa.
Yeah, you can actually just see there that really shallow rock just in toward the bottom of the screen there. Just making an appearance, so Capono opting to sit right on top of that reef.
Also, you can see all the rocks in the background, right in front of the auditorium, the Plaza de la Musica. The tide's dropping out. It's going to be low around 6, I think.
Yeah,
and Las Palmas been putting on a show for the final. Stoked to be here for the final of the junior under 18 boys. Going to be crowning a champion for both the boys and the girls today. What's up, Capono?
Yeah, Capono. Just trying to work his way through. He might even see something that's going to happen on this wave on the inside. And he does. He's going to see it stand up again. Vertical up into the white water. Really nice. Just the way he reads these waves. Didn't think that one was going to do much, but he could see down the line that it was going to offer up a section. Just that one turn. He'll make his way back out. Another good backup score.
It's probably been the medium range. We'll let the judges confirm that to see what comes in.
T2 just getting a 1.97 on that last ride. Looking for a 3.18, but we'll see what comes through for Capono on that one. As we do see T2 up and riding. Hitting it off the white water, sliding the tail. Very nice. Obviously that white water just took him out there, but didn't have much else to offer. Capono's score just came through a 4.07.
Just building on a score there, Capono.
So T2 needed a 5.77 on that ride to take the lead, as we're going to get a replay of Capono's wave. See him just setting it up for this one turn. Vertical up into the lip. And T2 banging off, sliding
he's
the
just
tail.
sliding it over the phone there.
Yeah, really nice control of that. Kind of looked like the logo on the APP World Tour. Sliding that tail.
How tricky is that though? On a stand-up?
It can be hard. It depends what board you're on. You know, a bit wider tail, smaller fins, you can easily slide that board around. You know, something maybe with a bit bigger fin, maybe a bit narrower tail, kind of carves a bit more.
Yep. Sort of grips into the wave.
Get that release.
Gets a bit bigger. That's kind of what you want.
That's right. Just
You
depends
want
on
skiddier.
Yeah, it depends on that riding style. Obviously, when you do start to get on the rail and carving around, it's going to offer you more speed when you are turning rather than those sliding turns. But it's good if you can get onto that power, you go into it on a rail and then slide it at the end. That
How
always
good's
looks pretty
that
cool.
feeling?
Yeah, so good.
Especially being able to negotiate it with the speed and kind of using the paddle to really kind of make the most of the wave. So there's something out the back here.
Looks like a wave coming through.
Both Capono, T-turn. Paddling out further.
So currently red has priority out the back. As you see a wave coming through here, competitors getting into position. We'll see T2 using priority to get onto this left.
Here we go.
It's going to fade back in, so it offers a little bit more of a steeper section. Oh, you could just see as he got to the top of that wave, the chop just held his rail in there. He couldn't quite get it out. A little bit bummed. Bit of a wasted priority there.
Yeah.
But still plenty of time left on the clock. 19 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Let us know who you're cheering for in the final. Drop it in the comments.
Yeah, let us
if
know.
you're watching on Facebook Live or on the APP World Tour website.
Yeah, appworldtour.com.
Hit us up in the comments on Facebook Live. We want to know what you think about the level of the juniors out here today.
I'm blown away, Ollie.
I am absolutely dumbfounded of how good the surfing has been from the juniors. So Capono, kind of looking over here, both are keeping busy. No one's really been sitting down in the funnel at all, right? They've just been on the go the whole time.
Exactly. Good to see as well. Especially with the changing conditions. Just need to be on it. As we do see, getting a bit late to the lip there, Tituan.
Kind of took it in the body.
Yeah, it sure did, as we see Capono. Right, this looks like it's going to be a nice wave. It's going to stand up. Bit of a steeper section here. He's going to look for a turn off the top. Yeah, really nice control, backhand, re-entry. As he's continuing through here.
Another slash there from Capono.
That wave just finishes, but a good turn on the outside.
He just seems like he's been doing that all day long. Just keeping super composed, just jamming it off the top.
Yeah, he knows exactly which waves to catch.
He'll be building on his score, Capono.
Yeah,
just
definitely.
waiting for those to come in.
Yeah, Tituan looking for a score. Obviously, we'll update you with the situation after this score drops in from Capono.
So 16 minutes, 56 seconds remaining.
See a replay of Tituan.
Oh,
you can see just really late to the lip there, but Capono timing his turn perfectly.
Yeah, so 5.83 for this. Capono's last wave. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so that's going to extend his lead at the moment. So he's 5.83 along with a 4.07. Tituan now needs a 6.83. Sitting out there with priority. So he'll be looking just to bide his time, wait for the right wave to come through.
Quite a bit of time left. We're halfway through this heat, just over. 15 minutes, 57 seconds. Tituan's going to be wanting to get a prove on his score.
Definitely. You can even just start building him a couple more waves just to build that score.
They're going to be putting everything on the line here. It's the finals. Who's going to be champ?
Ah, so exciting to see these two juniors going up against each other. Been on fire all day. As we do see Tituan going right there. Big
nice.
drop.
And just keeping it. It's retaining it, kind of getting out that wide water now. Wants to be looking for a bit of face on this left. Decides to fade back into the right. Is anything on offer?
That's the thing,
doesn't look like much.
Now you got a good turn on the outside, and you want to get something on the inside as well. So he's stuck with it
a bit
all that way.
disappointed.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of seaweed on the inside there too. Getting caught around the leash.
Yeah. Extra drag that he definitely would not want out there.
No, exactly.
Just slowing him down. And Capono with the 9.9.
Yeah, we'll see what score comes through for Tituan. See if that improves his situation, if he needs to get something a little bit less. Yeah, he got a 3.4 in that last ride for Tituan in red. Improves his situation just slightly. Now needs a 6.5 to get the lead, get the win in the final.
Get the win.
The win. Take the W.
Get the trophy. Bragging rights.
Junior world champion.
Exactly.
Not too bad, isn't it?
It's pretty good.
Junior girls final coming up after this. The Inoue sisters against each other. 3 surfers in the final for the juniors from Japan. Kapono, Kaede, and Sakura.
Japanese storm.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think it's starting up. We've seen a lot of Japanese doing the racing as well. Circuit. Shuri Araki, Shrimpy, as he's affectionately known. He's been making some waves. Shrimpy, yep. Young 17-year-old coming out of Japan as well. So young. I can't believe these riders are so young. And Rai Tajaki went viral in the Korean Busan Sup Open.
When he fell off?
He fell off at the start of the final of the race.
So what happened there? He kind of just fell off his board almost at the beginning, right?
Yeah, pretty much right at the beginning. He had to play catch-up the whole way. And then did this incredible buoy turn and just overtook the whole field and won.
And went proper viral.
Proper viral, yeah. Nearly 5 million views or something on Instagram for his buoy turn. Just see Tituan there jumping off. Bit of power in these waves, bit of size. Can't get the board over those ones. So these 2 surfers battling it out to become the champion.
Just under 12 minutes remaining. Kapono in the lead with a 9.9. Be looking at the scores. Only a 0.87 for Storm with that last wave. It's going to need a bit more than that to be crowned the champ.
He's at 6.5 at the moment. But we'll see if either surfer can better their situation. $11 minutes 15 seconds on the clock. Still a bit of time. Conditions, wind kind of picks up, drops off.
Yeah, it gets a bit
tricky out there.
A bit funky.
Pono.
What's Compono got here?
He's just waiting for it to stand up. Really fast turn in the pocket. And again, he's going to wait. Really long.
Another one. Just completely
turn.
lays it on the rail there. And
yeah,
again.
Fantastic.
Beautiful surfing from Kapono.
Really beautiful surfing. This is going to extend his lead again. Some great turns on the outside. And still making his way through to the inside. Here's where it gets a little sketchy. He's going to back
gets
off
yeah. Gets a lot sketchy on it. He was shredding on that wave.
Yeah, shredding indeed. So we do see Tituan taking off at the back. Big cut back into the white water. Another carving maneuver. And again, just working with this one, trying to ride it all the way in, just like Kapono did. But just gets caught on the rail there.
So what is the score going to be on those 2 rides?
Yeah, interesting to see.
Here's the replay of Kapono. Watch this first turn here, though. Look at this.
Super fast.
Just slides out.
This bottom turn, super extended, holds it, and then bang off the top again.
The third one, just
the timing, the patience, just to place his turns in the right places on the wave.
Run us through how he's stalling with the paddle there.
On those turns?
On those turns. So on that second turn, he was almost like just waiting with it.
Exactly. So just holding that bottom turn, holding the paddle on the wave. Kind of slow yourself down a little bit with that as well, but he's really using his feet and his heels to apply pressure and back it off when he needs to. So when he really needs to get up to the lip, he's going to obviously step on that back foot, get on the heels, get the board up into the lip. But before that, he's just going to stay compressed, stay low, get the paddle on the water, and just wait for it to stand up. Obviously, the steeper the wave, more critical the section's going to be. So he wants to wait for that perfect time on the wave to get the highest score.
The tide really dropping out now.
We did just see a score drop through there for Capono. 7.33, Ollie.
Nice.
So now T1, a 9.76. T1's
Can't see to do it.
His last wave came in at a 2.8, so it doesn't change the situation for him.
So Capono just extending the lead, 13.16. Got 8 minutes remaining on the clock.
Capono in a pretty solid lead at the moment. Obviously anything can happen. We've seen a 10 before. Not in this event just yet. But throughout
Not today.
Not today. Throughout the history of the APP, we've seen a number of 10s.
We're going to see some 10s when it starts firing on the point.
Yes. Can't wait for that.
I can't wait.
If you don't know, we do have a favourable forecast for the week here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Building swell, Ollie.
It is.
Tomorrow, maybe not so much.
I think tomorrow's getting a little bit smaller, but then it gets cleaner.
Yeah.
And then it just keeps on getting cleaner, and then it starts building. So
we're looking at the longboards and the trials tomorrow, then getting into the main events come Wednesday.
It's Capono's up.
Capono using his priority on this one. See a bit of potential. Cutting it back. Wow.
Nice.
Just held it super nicely. And slashing in the pocket. And he's going to cut back into that white water. I'm going to say he's going to extend his lead again with this one, Ollie.
I think he might do. He's just been on an absolute tear today, Capono. Some absolutely brilliant surfing by the young Japanese
really brilliant
rider.
Surfing. Anyway, sisters, heading out for their final of the junior girls.
How amazing is that? The
so amazing. So cool.
Two sisters, the siblings.
See these sisters.
Always happy and smiling. They're going to be happy and smiling. One's going to be a little bit more smiley than the other one after the final.
That's very true. Exactly.
But they're going to be stoked for each other nonetheless,
So
no matter what the result.
That's right. Exactly.
And look at how shallow it gets there. You're almost sort of running out into the lineup just to get past that first bank. Then you can start paddling. But back to the juniors. The boys under 18 final in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. The APP World Junior Champion is going to be crowned today.
That's right. So that last score coming through for Capono didn't factor into his top two. Just came in underneath that 5.6.
So almost a throwaway.
Almost a throwaway. So he's relying on a 7.33.
So there goes the hoot. If you didn't hear it.
There it goes. Obviously we are. There we go. We have the winner of the junior boys final.
So we're going to head to a commercial and then we'll be announcing our champion of the junior boys under 18. And congratulations to Capono.
Under 18 junior boys champion. He's looking pretty stoked down there. Give us a smile, Capono. Come on. You just won the junior boys champion.
The champ is walking up the beach.
Giving a bow to the ocean. Yeah! There we go. Woo! There's Holly from the APP World Tour. Capturing all the social media.
Congratulations, Capono from Japan. Our 2022 Junior Boys Under 18 champion, Capono Fakaido from Japan. Congrats, Capono.
We're going to have another Japanese winner in the junior women's, which is just kicking off now.
And that's a cert. So 2 Japanese junior champions.
That's right, Katie Inoue and Sakura Inoue. In the red and the white, respectively.
Sisters battling it out to see who's going to be junior girls under 18 champion. In here, the Gran Canaria APP Junior Championships. Las Palmas. I'm Ollie Russell Cowan, joined by Bo Nixon. We're on the Wawa, the double-decker bus. How good has it been today, Mo?
Oh, it's such a great day of action. We just saw Capono there take out the junior boys with some amazing surfing from a 17-year-old.
I can't believe how composed he was. And just the turns, proper man turns.
Yeah, definitely man turns. We've been seeing that the last couple of days during the practice sessions as well. Even though it's been windy, it's been a bit bigger. He's been a real big standout out here.
Just full on hacks, tail slides.
As we see, first wave of the junior girls final. Kaede taking off on a bigger set, close out the back. She's going to kick out, giving priority to her little sister, Sakura.
I wonder if they're talking out there in the lineup.
I
What they'd
just
be
saw
saying to each
I just
other.
saw them both smiling to each other. They're having a bit of fun out there.
Just winking to each other, thinking, how good is this?
Yeah. Thinking, you just took off on a closeout.
Serving my big sis out here.
Yeah.
It's just the 2 of us. Fun waves. Las Palmas. Sun's out. Oh, and yeah, we're in the final.
Yeah.
And one of us is going to be champ today. Mum will certainly be proud on the beach.
Oh, really proud.
Probably pretty super nervous too, as well, right? I mean, who's
True.
she going to...
That's very true.
No favourites. She's going to want them both to win.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Unfortunately, there can only be one winner.
That's right, they can. Maybe they get all the same scores. Maybe there we go. Could have a tie. Just leave it at that.
I think they'd be stoked with that. Good. We could do a joint champion.
Exactly. Inoue sisters. We did see Tucker, their older brother, earlier in the longboard division.
Ripping.
Styling it up. He'll be coming up in the trials. Tucker is not in the main event.
How's that wind? It almost feels like it's swung around a bit. It's gone
Does
off a
feel like it
little
has.
bit, sort of crossed to offshore now. Cleaned up.
It's meant to be doing that for the next couple of days. Dropping off a little bit.
It certainly is. Got 21 minutes remaining in the final.
How cool to be with your sister out there. Just feel like it's, watching the tennis.
It's almost like a Venus and Serena kind of thing, right? With the Williams.
Sisters, yep. Obviously, Bayer and her sister Data. So very cool to see these Japanese surfers out there.
And we're going to see, I mean, they're only juniors. So we're going to see this legacy, them just continuing, dominating events.
And Katie as well in the main event for the women. So we'll see her coming up in the pro. Starting on Wednesday when the swell builds.
We'll be going mobile.
We'll be going
Well, we are mobile. We're going to be going round the corner.
Jump in the bus.
Just get in the Wawa and drive. Just
pump up the reggaeton.
That's it.
Round the corner. And we're going to be going over to Holly, who's going to, with the junior under 18 champ. Over to you, Holly.
I am here with junior champion for the men, Kapono Fukuda, all the way from Japan. Kapono started the day out with above a 9 in his first heat and absolutely smashed it all day, dominating every round. Kapono, tell me, how was it?
I'm glad to win this contest. I'm so happy.
And then you can tell us maybe in Japanese how it was. How was the day? How were the conditions?
最後のファイナルはちょっと厳しいコンディションだったんですけど、最後に7点台出せてよかったです。
And Kapono's now dominated the juniors, and later this week he's going to compete in the men's division. How are you feeling for the men's division, Kapono?
Japanese? Okay. 強い人たちがいっぱいいるんですけど、ちょっとその中でも勝てるようにトライアルを勝ち上がって本戦に出れるように頑張ります。
Well, congratulations, Kapono. We'll see you later in the week. Well done, and go have a well-deserved rest.
Thank you. Mucho gracias. Special thanks for Snowboard Japan and Black Project at Johnson.
Perfect. Congratulations, Kapono. Go and have a rest. Well done. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Holly. Well, congratulations, Kapono. Amazing performance in the final. Absolutely shredding out there. Our under 18 champ definitely deserves a rest now. Soak it all in.
Yeah, definitely deserves a rest. That smile on his face said it all. As we do see competitor in red. This is Katie. Taking off. Getting a one nice turn at the back. Cutting it back, trying to link something up on the inside, and she does find another
nice
opportunity for some scoring potential. And then behind her, off the top, Sakura. Quite similar riding styles between the sisters.
Yeah.
Carving it back in. Again.
Probably feeding off each other's styles.
Definitely.
Obviously, surfing, longboarding, stand-up paddleboarding. Ever since they were little kids. And Kapono, congratulations. He's going to be smiling for weeks.
Oh, and weeks.
The champ.
Yeah, we do have some scores coming in there. Kaede, 5.5 on her last wave. Sakura, 3.33. So these girls just filling it out. 16 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, so still plenty of time.
Yeah, Sakura needs a 3.68 to get into the lead. How fun are the conditions looking now? It's
Looking really good.
Sunny. Cleaning up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely like it's glassing off out there. That kind of rip looks like it's disappeared a little bit.
It was all kind of like roughly before,
yeah,
earlier during the day. Tide's still dropping. Where's everyone watching from around the world? Let us know if you're joining on the Facebook APP page or Facebook Live. Throw us some comments. Let us know if you have any questions. Hope you're enjoying the final as much as we all are here in Las Palmas in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day of action. Juniors longboard. Some great waves too. Just non-stop action, really.
It's just been non-stop.
Not too many lulls coming through. You see Katie making a move here. White Sakura does. It does look like red has first priority actually. So she'll be looking to use it wisely.
What are they seeing here? Is there anything on the horizon?
Might be something out
Any
there.
sets coming in? Bit of a glare from the back of Las Palmas now, with the sun beaming over the city into the break. Kaida up on the right.
Yeah, working this one through. She sees something that's going to happen. Stand up here on the inside, and she does. Gets there into the lip.
Nice.
Really nice.
Just keeps fully composed on that hit there. Rides it out. Still more to go though.
Yeah.
As it links into the inside.
Yeah. Just fading out there, but that ball went through the lip. Really late. Held it really nicely. Great control. We'll see Sakura just paddle over this little one.
Decided against that one.
Yeah, maybe just break into that deep
biding
water.
her time a little bit.
Yeah, want to make sure she's on the right wave. Here she goes. Is she going to say no to this one?
She's going to say no. Got 13 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock remaining. The sisters in the final from Japan. Got to be stoked.
Yeah, so stoked. Their mum, older brother on the beach, cheering them on. Obviously, fellow countryman Kapono Fukuda taking out the junior boys. As we see that replay through the lip with that board, and then really held that so nicely.
Just piercing the board there, straight through the lip of the wave.
Hard to do with this up too. It's such a big board.
I mean, how tricky is that?
Yeah, really hard to get it under the lip and through the lip. Because all the wave wants to do is just rip it away from you. But Sakura, see if she got a turn on the outside, but just working it through the inside there.
And that's what we've been talking about. I mean, how critical the turns are, that they're just going for it. They're trying to put it all on the line.
Oh, it's the final.
As you would in the final.
Yeah, that's right, Ollie. It is.
No messing around.
Not at all. If you get a glimpse of the wave there, there's a bit of a reform happening. Here we go on the outside. For Sakura, nice off the top there. She's going to get another chance. Just that one turn on that wave.
And just incredible the speed that they generate to get around these flat sections, get past the whitewater, into some open face to play with.
That's right.
And then just get busy on the inside.
Yeah, the wave seems to steepen up a little bit on the inside.
Let's see what the scores are coming in. What do we have? So Kaida's last ride with a 5.5. Still waiting on some new scores to drop in. There's Kaida paddling back out. That drone aerial shot kind of give you some proper perspective of, I guess, the break and the boulders in between. I mean, it is a beach break, but there are some sneaky rocks kind of around on the left.
You got to sit right next to a very shallow rock out there at low tide. As you do see Katie getting the paddle on, paddling out. Has she seen something, or maybe need to get over a wave?
So last scores come in. It's a 5.33.
You see Katie on another wave here, hoping to extend that lead. Switching the paddle, going to go up into the lip, but just can't hold it on her backhand. So she'll look to get back out there. So Sakura now with priority at the back. She'll have right of way for the next wave that comes through that she wants to take.
So yeah, we're just seeing a couple of free surfers getting in the zone.
They probably know it's the last heat of the day. Want to get out there.
They know when it's finals time that they can kind of sneak back into.
That's right.
Where we've been holding the comp on this break. Lasisa with the outside left, then the inside reform. Yeah. Now that things are cleaning up. We got the last 10 minutes of the final here for the sisters.
You see some sets on the horizon there, Ollie.
Yeah, look at this one coming in.
See what's going to happen here. See, they're going to spin around and take it, or they're going to have to try and paddle.
They're trying to paddle around,
inside,
jump over it.
Must we see us?
Yeah,
there we were.
We were wondering if they were going to jump over. Now, what's happening? Both of them just still waiting patiently out there.
Just out of position for that set that come through, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't offer too much. Those sets do break a bit wider into that deeper water.
We've been seeing that a bit, where they kind of look at it and then sort of...
Yeah, so maybe strategy coming into play. Just opting for those smaller waves, they're going to hold up a little bit more.
Definitely a massive advantage than lying down and being, prone on your board and surfing. Like, you don't have that viewpoint of standing up and being able to see. I was like, no, I'll leave this one. There's going to be a better one coming behind it.
That's right, exactly. You can see those shallow rocks out there. It's wave breaker. So here goes Kaede on a late takeoff. She's holding on to that battle. Whoa. Did well to navigate that. Nice carving cut back. Remember, this is the final of the junior girls. Under 18.
That was awesome that she managed to just stay on her feet there.
Yeah, he really used that paddle.
Arching.
That's right. We saw that earlier today. I think it was from her as well. Maybe on the longboard.
It'll be pretty flexible to do that.
Definitely.
Maybe they did some yoga too.
Yeah.
You reckon?
I mean, they're 17.
Yeah.
They've just got flexible bodies. I remember when I was 17 had a flexible body like that. Not anymore.
Sakura.
Oh,
nice.
Really nice. He's taking these smaller waves. Opportunity to stand up a bit more. Up into the lip. Did well to hang on to that one. See if she can finish it off well. The score might improve her situation.
That was a nice slash turn there, and then just keeping her composure, kind of going into a bit of a wider stance, just to lift the board up.
Sister Kaede. Going to go back to back.
Oh!
Wow, fantastic maneuver off the lip.
Just sending a floater into the flats. And still going. Still more to come.
So we're going to watch a replay of that.
Replay of this.
Just fits in a turn beforehand.
Just a cheeky turn.
Straight up into the lip.
Oh, what a landing. That was sick.
Oh, this is putting it on the line for the final.
Just putting on a show. That was amazing.
That was amazing. So look out for that score dropping very soon.
Sakura just racing to get back out. That's the replay here. It's kind of waiting.
Scores to drop. That was an 8.17.
Amazing.
From Kaede. A fantastic, excellent range score.
So increasing our lead.
Just linking those two maneuvers together.
Yeah.
Didn't even need to go down to the bottom of that wave to be able to get to the lip.
Well, we've seen what kind of scores they've been getting just with one maneuver, and then if you're doing two pretty serious critical maneuvers, the judges are going to reward it.
That's exactly right. So Sakura now needing a 9.97 to take the win from her sister.
And coming up to 5 minutes remaining. Priority for Sakura. She's got a bit of work to do. And kind of get back in contention for the championship.
Yeah.
Out here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria.
She could easily do it. We've seen some great surfing from Sakura already. Maybe being the nicer sister, letting her older sister take the win.
She's definitely not letting her win, that's for sure.
Haven't seen much talking going on between them out there.
No.
So we see a set rolling through. Well done to get over that one.
Paddling over the water.
Katie, yeah.
Pretty well negotiated to do that.
Very well. Very well negotiated.
So 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Kaede with 13.67. It's almost storming away now.
Yeah, way out in front. Sakura needing a 9.97. Almost a perfect 10.
Score of the day?
Definitely would be. Definitely would be.
And in the final.
Oh, you did just see her coming off a little cut back
Almost
there.
going through almost a little layback.
Yeah.
Coming
Signature
unglued.
move.
The signature move.
Yep. So with 4 minutes to go, KD now has priority.
Over here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Going to be crowning champs for the juniors.
The under 18 girls. Sisters from Japan. Kaede and Sakura.
So we got a replay of Sakura's last wave. So slow-moing here, she does something nice. Oh. So that was her outside
just
turn.
trying to go all in on it.
Pushing too hard in that slower section. That wave not giving her the power she needed to get back up. But Kaede using her priority here.
What she got?
Some nice turns back
Some
into
good
the pocket.
linking maneuvers here. Linking turns. Good. Just kind of mixing it up a bit as well.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of variety.
Judges sort of not looking for the same turn every single time. It's good to kind of have a bit of variety on the turns thrown in. And Sakura just waiting. A bit of energy. It's only a couple of minutes remaining now before we announce our champ. Hope everyone's enjoying the streaming from the APP World Tour website or the Facebook page if you're watching from there live. Let us know what you think of the level from the girls out there. Absolutely incredible it's been watching. I'm just stoked to see how happy the family will be. The joy when they come in on the beach. There's going to be some serious hugs.
Definitely. It's going to be amazing. These two sisters making a name for themselves in the stand-up paddling world.
That's for sure.
Will be a force to reckon with in the coming years.
And how this is just still, it's just the juniors.
I can't get over it. Oh.
So 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock remaining.
Yeah, counting down in the final here. Kaede, big lead out in front at the moment of her younger sister.
What's this? Is she going to spin and go?
We do see something out there. They're not going to go this one.
No. Opting against it. Might be seeing something else here. Bit of strategy.
Yeah, down to 1 minute on the clock. Sakura looking for a wave. She does have first priority. She needs a 9.97. So an almost perfect score.
We got to find out what they've been talking about.
Definitely. You speak Japanese?
Not so much.
Okay.
You?
No. I studied it in school, but I can't remember anything.
This happens. It's
30
really,
seconds.
really difficult language.
That is difficult. Oh, as we just see Gator pulling into a little barrel there.
Yeah.
Not really catching the wave, but
just getting
just
on
bailing off. So we're counting it down. Not much on offer out there.
15 seconds.
Coming down to 5 seconds left on the clock, and it
Gator.
looks like Gator in a way. There we go. She's going to be pretty happy with that. Your under 18 junior women's champion, Kate Inoue. Up against her younger sister, Sakura Inoue, in second position.
Unbelievable scenes.
So
congratulations, Kate.
As we see the replay from the winner of the junior girls and how she got there. That board through the lip, Ollie.
Just straight through it. Not messing around. That's how she got there.
Exactly. And then this turn. This was incredible. This was an excellent score. Wow. The commitment.
That was one of my favorite maneuvers of the day.
All day, definitely.
Just
right in front of her sister.
Yeah.
Just showcasing that, yeah. I'm going to win this
Sakura
one.
must have seen that and thought, okay. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Trouble. But congratulations to both. And, of course, our champion, Gaide Inoue, junior girls under 18 champion. What an absolute amazing performance from everybody today.
Everyone today.
And from our champs, the junior champions.
Yeah, that's definitely a highlight in their career at the moment for both of the sisters out there. Also Kapono Fukuda, who won the junior men.
A straight sweep for Japan.
That's right.
In the juniors.
We'll see these competitors again during the week, competing the trials in the pro.
There's going to be, there we are.
The Japanese flag.
Flags flying high. There's going to be some celebrations.
Taka Inoue, the older brother of the two junior girl finalists. He's down there to support his sisters.
How proud is he going to be feeling?
Super stoked. As we see the girls coming in now.
So Japan, clean sweep in the juniors. The under 18s boys champion. And under 18 girls. Congratulations to our surfers. We're going to go into a commercial break, and then we're going to be speaking to our champions down beachside. What an absolutely epic opening day here, Bo.
Oh, absolutely incredible here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am, part of the APP World Tour. The only stop on the surfing tour this season, so crowning world champions. And there's one of our champions from today's event, Keita Inoue, under 18 junior girls champion. Look at that smile, so happy. She's so stoked.
Congratulations, Keita.
And her sister Sakura as well in the final. Sisters against each other from Japan. Love the name on the hat there as well. Keita.
There's happy scenes down on the beach.
Absolutely.
There's the
stoked.
mom in the background.
Should be making her way to a post-heat interview. Cool. Ollie, what a fantastic day.
It's been incredible. Crowning 2 champions on the boys and the boys and the girls under 18 champs, and it's been scenes down here perfect, like pretty good conditions, 3 to 4 foot. And Japan, well, Bo, I mean, taking clean sweep in the juniors.
Exactly. Kapono Fukuda in the junior boys, Keita Inoue in the junior girls. Absolutely ripping all day, just showcasing what Japan is, producing at the moment in sup surfing. It's absolutely incredible to see. Hope that you've been enjoying watching the action from wherever you are in the world. And I think the level's just gone up and up and up throughout the day.
The level it just seems to be getting better and better. I can't believe what we were watching out there, that they were just juniors as well.
Yeah, that's it. 14-year-old Sakura Inoue, second against her sister there. 11-year-old Pedro today. So it's super young Groms entering these events. Great to see the next generation of sup surfers coming through. And it's great to see the APP World Tour supporting these events as well.
Yeah. And also the longboarding, which was being awesome to watch as well. And just kind of how they were doing, all keeping it traditional, but then the progression there as well. And that's going to be amazing to see as that progresses, and who's going to be taking the win there.
Yeah, definitely some great style. Great off the tops on the longboard as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll be getting back into the action tomorrow. We'll have to see what the call is in the morning when we wake up. Forecast looking a little bit smaller for the waves tomorrow, but a lot less wind, so a lot cleaner. So we should be getting the longboards done.
Yeah,
maybe
I
the
think
trials of the event as well.
I think we're going to be looking into doing the trials, and then hitting up the main event with the men's and women's. And we're going to be going down for some interviews now with Holly, who's going to be beachside speaking to our champs.
I am here with the champion of the junior girls, Keita Inoue from Japan. Keita, tell me about that heat.
楓、今回日本から来てもらって、優勝しました。感想を聞きたいと思います。
日本から来て初めての APP、初めてのジュニア、優勝できて嬉しいです。
And what was it like, Heidi, competing against your little sister?
妹と一緒にヒートをやったのについてはどういうふうに思いましたか？
妹のさくらとヒートをやるのは今まで何度もあったんですけど、今回は1対1で、やったので、もう本当練習のような、でも試合なのですごい真剣に楽しくできました。
And today you've absolutely dominated the junior category, and later in the week you're doing the women's professional category. How are you feeling about that?
今日はジュニアの部門でしたが、この後にプロ部門にも出場します。それについてはどんな気持ちですか？
ジュニア優勝できたので、プロクラスの方も優勝できるように頑張りたいと思います。
Well, congratulations, Keita. And I'm also here with the Inoue Mama. Mama, what was it like watching your 2 daughters out there competing against each other?
Yeah, I'm very surprised and excited, but I'm very happy. Both of my girls had a final, a special final.
And it's not only these 2 today, they've done the longboard, and Taka also did the longboard, and they've all done so well. How has it been today? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm just proud of them.
Perfect. Well, congratulations to all the Inoues today, and we'll see you for another day of competition tomorrow. Thank you for all watching the live stream. See you tomorrow for the longboard finals and for the women's and men's trials. Back to Ollie and Bo in the studio.
Thanks, Holly, and congratulations again, Katie.
Yeah, what an amazing performance she put on. What a proud mum as well.
Yeah.
To have her girls in the final together. Tucker in the longboard. He'll be coming up as well later in the week, so lots more action to come.
Loads more actions to come. Trials, finishing off the longboard, and then the men's and the women's. And potentially sort of looking at going around the corner to El Lorette, which is going to be super exciting. I can't wait to see what kind of conditions we're going to have there with the building swell throughout the week. A little bit smaller tomorrow, but then just getting cleaner and bigger as we go through the week. So it's going to be some epic times ahead.
Yeah, really epic times ahead. We'll drive the bus over there to the other break. It'll be fun. We've been on top of the bus all day.
We've been in the Wower.
Calling all the action. Hope you've been enjoying it at home as well. Ollie, what did you think about the action today?
I was really impressed. I can't believe the level. Just seeing how much speed everyone was generating through all the maneuvers, kind of going through those flat sections, all the differences between the changing of the tides as well, and just how they were kind of negotiating that. And the progression is just it almost seems like it's just been going up and up and up throughout the day, and it's going to go through the roof later on when the waves kind of pick up and we head over to the point. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, it's going to be so sick to see, and hopefully you'll be all tuning in throughout the week, watching all the action. Big congratulations to our winners today. Yeah, I think that's about a wrap for us.
That's it from us from today, from Las Palmas, the capital of Gran Canaria. Hopefully you can all join us coming in tomorrow. We're going to be getting up nice and early, around 7:38. Have a little look at the forecast, see what the conditions are going to be like, if we're going to be running the trials. And yeah, we'll be on standby tomorrow morning, Tuesday, Las Palmas, Canary Islands. See you then.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir. ¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.